It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, October the 2nd, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is so great to be back on a beautiful Monday here in New York City. It is lovely outside. Golly. We had like 8 or 9 straight days of rain, or at least it felt like that. But today is a fantastic fall Monday afternoon here in the Big Apple, and it is a big one, my friends. It is a very big one, a great show. One that we required 2 photos because the show is so stacked. We required 2 photos. That's how big today's show is, my friends. It is highly anticipated. It is perhaps the most eclectic mix of characters that we've ever had in the history of the program. I mean, it really is a wide range of personalities, but I am very excited. Sit back, relax, strap on your seatbelts. This is going to be an interesting one and a potentially long one. Not too long, the usual Monday length, 4 to 5 hours or so, as we usually like to do. But the biggest names in the world of combat and, dare I say, sports, period, will be on today's program. Now, as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but of course the UFC as well. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. If you want to let them know how we sent you, you could put in the code TheMMAHour right off the bat over there if you're a first-time user. That's how they know. We appreciate that. They appreciate that. Of course, UFC back at the Apex this Saturday. Grant Dawson against Bobby Green. Interesting fight at 155. There's also a big boxing match going down this Saturday as well. Leigh Wood against Josh Warrington, and I do believe a little thing called Bellator 300 also happening as well. So there's a lot to like if you go over to DraftKings. Appreciate their support. Also appreciate the support of BetterHelp. They are a proud sponsor of the show as well, and I'll tell you more about them on the back end. Now, speaking of the back end, we're going to be joined by Tony Ferguson, El Kukui. It has been well over a year since he joined us on the program. The great Tony Ferguson, we last saw him in action in late July against Bobby Green, an unfortunate ending, at least for him, to that fight. Kind of crazy that we're having him on a Bobby Green fight week. I certainly didn't plan for that. He's going to be joining us at around 4:30 Eastern time to talk about his upcoming fight against Paddy Pimblett. Yes, it was 9 or so days ago that we found out that he is going to be fighting Paddy Pimblett on the final pay-per-view of 2023 as far as the UFC is concerned. That fantastic card that is, of course, headlined by Leon Edwards versus Colby Covington. How did this come about? How does he feel about it? What is the sentiment when he was approached, when he accepted? Now that the news is out, the fans weighing in, thinking that he is perhaps going to lose. All that and more. What does he think about Paddy? We're going to talk to Tony Ferguson about all that and more. Dakota Ditcheva is going to join us at around 4 o'clock. Did you guys see her performance on Saturday? I mean, she is an absolute star. And I have to say, PFL Europe was an amazing show, and we're going to be talking about them a lot on today's program. The scene over there in Paris, especially for the Cédric Doumbé fight against Jordan Zebo, that felt like Conor in 2014 in Dublin. That was an unbelievable scene, and the crowd was fantastic. Dare I say, PFL Europe is a better product than PFL proper. With Dakota and Simeon Powell and Lazy King and Cedric. It was amazing. She beat Cornelia Holm in the 3rd round with a tremendous combo, first to the body, then to the face. And she's turning into one of the best prospects in the sport, a big Man City fan. Afterwards, doing the old Erling Haaland celebration. Just great stuff out of Dakota Ditcheva. And now she is moving on to the finale, PFL Europe 4, in December, early December 8th to be exact. So we'll talk to her at 4 o'clock. We'll talk to Cédric Doumbé, the best, at 3:30 about his massive win over Jordan Zebo. This guy is a gigantic star, and it's not just a France thing. It is permeate. I mean, we had freaking Kylian Mbappe in the arena. one of the most famous athletes on the planet at a PFL Europe event. That is just tremendous stuff. So it just shows how big of a deal he is. And so he'll join us at around 3:30. At 3 o'clock, Renato Moicano is going to join us. Remember Money Moicano? We spoke to him after the win almost about a year ago, and he was supposed to come back in April against Arman Sarukian. That did not happen. He got hurt. So we'll check in with Renato Moicano, again, one of the great characters in the sport right now. Looking forward to that conversation. What about at 2:30? Leigh Wood, who will be going up against Josh Warrington on Saturday on DAZN. Can't wait for that. It's going to be Nottingham against Leeds, and it's going to be a fight for the WBA featherweight title, 126 pounds. Leigh Wood is a champion. Remember, he took that belt back when he defeated Mauricio Lara in the rematch Memorial Day weekend. And now these two guys, we thought they might fight at the City Ground. It ain't happening, but they are fighting in Sheffield, Yorkshire, England. And it's not just going to be Leigh Wood joining us. It's going to be the gaffer of Nottingham Forest, Steve Cooper, who may have received the biggest pop of all the guests on today's program. The manager, one of 20 Premier League managers right now, one of them is joining us, and it's of our beloved Nottingham Forest. Same time, Leigh Wood, massive Forest fan, of course, with Steve Cooper to talk about the fight. What planet are we living in? This is unbelievable. Coming off the hard-fought draw yesterday at the world-famous City Ground against Brentford, down to 10 men. They score the equalizer. What a scene it was. And how is Stevie Cooper going to celebrate? Stevie Cooper. They have a chant for him. They have multiple chants for him. Those two men may be the most beloved figures in Nottingham. Both of them are going to join us at about 2:30. But first, my friends, back in December, you may recall that on our final show of the year, in what was, I do believe, our final guest of the year, we had my old friend Dillon Danis in studio. And some loved it, some hated it, some were indifferent to it. It was to talk about his big fight against KSI that never came to fruition. And there was some talk that it would never happen again, that he would never be in studio. But I do believe he is here, and I do believe that he is seconds away from joining me in studio. And as you may know, on October 14th on DAZN pay-per-view, he will be going up against Logan Paul in the double main event. I learned it's not the co-headliner, it's not the co-main event, it's not the chief support, it's not the penultimate fight. It is the double main event. I hope I got that right. It's going to be KSI, Tommy Fury. It's going to be Logan Paul versus Dillon Danis, a fight that has captured the imagination of the combat sports and, dare I say, sports audience. And we had Logan Paul on, and I said on Wednesday's show, I think it's only fair, given the emotion involved in this fight, and given our history, I think it would only be fair to have Dillon on to talk and perhaps, dare I say, mend the fences. Let's see. Without further ado, I think he is here. Let me take these bad boys off. Is it true? 9 months later, part 2. Oh, there he is. My old friend. Hello, Dillon. How are you?
How you doing?
Thanks for coming in.
Appreciate it.
It's nice to see you.
Is it?
Yes.
Surprised.
No, it is nice to
Your
see you.
attitude changed.
In what way?
You're a lot nicer now.
Well, not, I mean, look, I said I had Logan on. I think it was only fair that, that you would come on. I didn't know you'd come with like an army of people, so I don't know what you're so worried about.
That's
hello,
for...
Hello, everyone over there.
He's supposed to be behind me. He's like in the corner.
I mean, this is a one-on-one.
They didn't give me any coffee. They didn't give me anything. They were scared.
What do you need coffee for? I like the shirt.
Oh, wait till you see it. Yeah.
Okay. And I like the hat.
Yeah.
I do off the bat want to say I'm sorry. I want to say I'm sorry.
Okay.
From the heart, because they told me, so we did the interview in December.
Yeah.
And then I think you did a few other interviews. And then like shortly thereafter, we found out that the fight fell through. They told me that you were so distraught after the interview that you didn't want to fight. So I apologize for putting you in that spot. I didn't want to ruin the fight. And I feel like I robbed everyone of a great fight.
You knew that
but I'm
KSI
happy.
fight any care about. Like, the KSI fight was never the fight. It was always against the Pauls. Like, no one cared about the KSI fight. He's a nobody. He's not a fighter. It was just always that back and forth history between me and the Pauls. So like, this is the real fight. And look at how much build up this one has.
No, this is big.
This is way bigger than me and KSI. Like, people in the street that don't know fighting know because of me, because I'm on CNN, because they're saying I'm a misogynist and all this. Like, it's all over. You know, I built this whole card like by myself, really. Like, you can admit it. I know you're not going to admit it because you don't really give me credit. And that's why I got mad with you with Logan. Like, you didn't say that to him. Like, you were like, oh, why'd you pick Dillon? Because you know what I'm good at. Like, okay, so you don't give me credit for that.
You've come a long way from when he picked you to now, right? This has been a remarkable...
But you know this is what I do.
As I said, well, it's to be fair, it's been a long time since we've seen you in a fight, like in an actual build-up to a fight, right?
Yeah.
4 years. It has been a long time. So that's why I said it.
But I just feel like you take these, like, when I mess with you, you take serious things.
Yeah, I don't know. See, that's...
Well, the Grayson Waller thing, you made the kid delete the fucking picture.
I didn't make him do anything.
Yeah, no.
That was the zinger.
Yeah, but no, but...
That was the zinger.
But like, that's personal.
That's not... Shut up with the...
You're just like, oh, he's a fucking loser. Why do you think I picked him?
I never said fucking loser. Don't
I don't know what you said, but I'm just saying, like, you change it. Like, you go from, like, banter to, like,
why did you...
things.
You, of all people, why are you so defensive?
No, I'm not defensive.
I'm coming here with a smile on my face, with an olive branch in my hand.
I know,
what are you so defensive about? In fact, I actually feel like since I apologize, you should say thank you.
I'm a big fan of yours, and listen.
I put in the call to Misfits to say, give him another chance, give the kid another chance, and they did it.
Listen.
This fight happened because of me.
No, it didn't.
Yes.
No, it didn't.
Yes.
By the way, I'm a big fan.
I put in a call.
You're welcome. There's a gift shop downstairs.
Oh, here we go.
And I went and got I got a T-shirt of yours at the gift shop.
What do we got? Is it me, old school? Oh, this is the one that, yes, OJ. That's a great story.
No, it's actually, what's it called? There's a gift shop down here. I got it.
Yes.
Yeah, so it was only like $5.
That's Lady Killers. Well done. That's a great story. You know that story? I've told it on the show.
What is it?
Okay, I saw me, guys. Well done with the props. Well done. How much you paying this guy?
He gets a lot.
He does?
I'm rich now, buddy.
Is he coming?
I've always been rich, but you know.
Rich from what?
You know what I'm rich from.
No, I don't. OnlyFans?
Yeah. You would probably buy it, wouldn't you?
I would love it.
Yeah,
it would be tremendous feet content. All the rolling around and stuff. So anyway,
I don't understand why no one says understands how I make money when my Instagram is so popular. I get paid $15,000 a story. Like more than that for a story or a tweet. So like that bullshit's
You get paid $15,000 a story?
Sometimes more. Sometimes
based
more.
on what? What sponsors?
Just anything. Like
who's sponsoring you for this
throw
fight?
A drink for that. Right now it's just Dual Bits. We're still working on a bunch of stuff. The lawsuit actually fucked me up a lot with a lot of stuff because you know how brands are with certain things. So
people shied away.
Yeah.
Did you have people on board?
Yeah, we did, and some couple of them maybe dropped out, but we still have a lot.
Will you have any sponsors on your shorts?
I think Dual Bits as of right now, but we'll definitely
what is that?
More. Dual Bits is like a casino.
Oh, is that the one you announced recently?
Yeah.
That's not like some fugazi like FTX.
No, I can't do that. No.
Are they going to pay?
Well, yeah, they're very paid. I don't do anything unless they pay for it.
So $15,000 a story?
More than that.
I don't believe that.
I swear.
Is this the first lie of the day?
No, it's a real lie.
Last time you came with like 20 lies.
I never lie.
In fact, we're ready for this. We're ready.
Go ahead. What do you have, a fact checker?
No, we have
Even
something.
when I lie, I tell the truth.
Alex, put it up. There's our first. This is, I think, our first. So
see, when you do this stupid shit, like, what are you talking about? You don't know who's saying it's a lie.
There it is.
The back, that's wearing the freaking...
So we're just going to count them. So at the end, we could fact check them. But right now, it's a lie.
Why is this chair lower than yours?
I don't know.
Fix it. You're trying to fucking one up me.
Yes.
Do
you want this guy to help out with the chair?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you got the fight.
Yeah.
Congrats.
I get the fight. He got the fight.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Can we actually go in chronological? By the way, I want to come at, like, jokes aside.
Yeah.
The reason it's a good shirt, yes.
I'm trying to make sure.
I love how you get upset about the shirt, but you get mad. Look at that. Look at that graphic there. That's good.
Great, right?
Look at that Pinocchio. No. You won.
Where?
The nose is going to grow every time you lie.
I don't lie.
You can't see. That's a
problem. I just
problem.
told you.
That's a problem.
Even when I lie, I tell the truth.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, Donald. Here we go.
Donald. That's fucking Scarface. Scare your shit right
No. Listen.
What is this?
I was hoping. This is my Nottingham Forest jersey. I got the gaffer, the manager of the club coming on. Team. I had to offset your toxicity with one of the most wholesome people in sports, Steve Cooper.
I have no idea who that is.
Okay, so remember last time when you came on, I stood up, I shook your hand, all that. I tried to. Yeah. I extended.
I told you, I'll shake your hand if you get on your knees and apologize.
I already apologized for making you pull out of the fight.
Get on your knees.
So I was trying to extend the olive branch. I thought you come to my house. You know, we're friends. But
the disrespect that you show is differently.
This time, I'm going to try and hope that by the end of this, we could come to some sort of mutual...
That's fine. You know, I always liked you.
I've always had your back.
I always had your back. I always had your back.
No. I used to have you on my show.
You take this subtle diss at me, which I don't mind. I don't mind subtle diss. I can take it.
Having him on?
Yeah, because it's great views. Why do you think you have me now?
I like the guy.
Because you got to pay the bills. They know that I bring the fucking views. Look at this. Oh, you can't admit that video isn't the most viewed. It's
not the most viewed. It's not the most viewed.
Yeah, it is. This year, only Connor might be above me.
I mean, then it's not the most viewed. If there's an only, then it's not the most viewed. But by the way, Here's the thing. You went on Chael's show afterwards.
You had the same shirt on.
No, it was a different one. Jeez, how many times you watched the
No, never.
Yeah, right.
You always had the same shirt.
You did a whole media tour, and you went on Chael's show, and you're like, most views.
It is.
But you know what the difference was? It wasn't most views for him. So there was one element of this equation that was missing, and it's me. That's why I said I'm the one who brought the views.
Yeah, okay.
It's the tandem.
Well, all the other fucking interviews you do don't have any views.
Well, you just said Connor.
Well, Connor always brings views.
Over 1 million. No, you like the fact it did well because I think people like the banter.
Yeah, but then you took it personal after.
When did I take it personal?
When you started going on talking to people that were like, "Oh,
what did I say?
Dillon Danis, why are you picking him to fight?"
Did I ever say fuck Dillon Danis?
You never give me any credit.
Did I ever say fuck Dillon Danis?
Pretty sure, yeah.
No, put number 2. We have 2. I've never said it.
I'll fucking pull up a video of you basically saying it just because you don't say fuck Dillon Danis.
But I don't say that. What I said was...
And then you let Logan come in here and just fucking talk whatever shit he is. He didn't even fucking say anything to him.
By the way, before the interview,
as an MMA guy, you should say you don't sue the fucking guy that's your partner and fucking selling the fight.
He's not suing you.
Oh,
he's not suing you. 3. He's not suing you.
Who's suing me?
His fiance.
Yeah, who do you think calls the shots?
Oh, well, I don't know, actually.
Come on.
You think it's Logan calling the shots?
Of course he is.
Okay, so you're saying that he's suing you.
She doesn't have money. She's using his money for the fucking lawyer.
What's the status of the...
Still going. It's going. Yeah, it's bullshit. He's the first fighter in history to sue.
That's not true.
That is true. Look it up. You can't say that's a fucking line when you don't know.
What are you talking about?
You don't know.
In the history of fighting...
There has never been another fighter to sue in the lead up to a fight.
Because of something involving a fight. You have to finish the sentence.
Yeah, this is involving the fight. This is a fight game.
But he's not the one suing. It's his fiance.
You can't say that he's not... You don't think that she went through him to sue?
I don't know. I don't know what the status is.
All I know
is
that if you
look at the lawsuit, it's Nina versus you, essentially, right? It's not...
Who wears the pants? I mean, you guys are the same. You guys both,
Now you're getting into... See, now you're getting defensive.
I'm not getting defensive because I'm just telling the truth, and you try to say...
But you said that it was going to potentially put you in jail. There's no jail...
If I, yeah, of course there is.
No, there isn't.
So if I go and post another picture, I won't go to jail?
No, she's suing you. She wants a restraining order.
Okay, she got the restraining order.
Temporary, right? Yeah.
There's a lot of things I go into it, Ariel. I know you don't understand things. You didn't go to college, but...
I did go to college. Did you go to college?
Fucking community college or fucking
I went to Syracuse University, the best broadcasting school in America. Wait, what college did you go to, by the way?
Don't worry about it. School of Hard Knocks.
You and Jay-Z.
Yeah, I got a master's degree in marketing.
In street sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me, I'm actually legit from your perspective. What is the status of this?
It's ongoing. I don't know. I mean, I have like 4 or 5 cases against me.
Why 4 or 5?
Because every single time it's a thing. It's like 2 of a picture, 1 of a defamation of character, which I could sue him for, which is like we can get into a suing battle. That's what he wants to do.
Why? Why could you sue him for defamation?
Because he called my mom a prostitute, and so
she could probably sue him, not you.
Yes, but that. Obviously, she would go through me, and I would say no because I'm going to break this kid's face, and that's what Logan should be doing. If you want to defend your girl's honor, what do you do? Yeah. Well, you would probably sue, but let's be honest. Come on. No. But I'll give you this ultimatum: if someone murdered someone in your family, I'm just saying hypothetically.
Yeah.
And they said, okay, you have 18 minutes in the room with this guy, or would you rather him go to jail? I know, but you're a beta male. You would probably say go put him in jail.
Well, why I would be like, I'll put like the weak zingers. Yes. Okay. All right.
Okay. What would you pick?
If I'm a fighter,
okay,
I would do what Logan is doing. If I was do what Logan is doing.
And someone fucking murders someone in your family, what would you do? Would you be like 18 minutes in this room to beat his ass? Or would you go with the law?
Are we now equating what you did to murder?
No, I'm just saying, but like I'm using it as an analogy.
Sure, I mean, that's quite the extreme though. We're talking about posting pictures and murder.
Exactly. So
if someone murdered my person in my family, yeah, that would be a little different. He's not suing you. Here's the point. If Logan was
obviously
actually
him,
suing you,
bro. Come on, you know that. If she came to him and said, listen, like he would be like, let me handle it. I'm the man. I'll go fucking knock this kid out. That's how you handle it. You don't go and fucking run to the law. And she's broke. You see my hat? That's how her apartment's paid for. Like, stop it.
I didn't know what that was referencing.
Oh, you didn't know that was referencing?
I mean, he's been with a lot of people.
He has or she has?
No, he has. Leo, he's like...
He has.
I think he's like living the life that you want to live.
You probably got Nina this month.
By the way, Mazel Tov.
For what?
You're a papa.
Oh.
Yes.
I was looking for yes, I am, yes.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. Everybody thought I was trolling. So we were like, I don't know if...
is it true? Because when you were on the full send, you said you didn't have kids.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to talk about it. Okay. That's personal. I mean, I could talk about it.
Does that count as a lie? I'll put that one on the house. That's not a lie.
No, but that was before.
There it is. Look at that great picture.
Yeah, great, right?
That's amazing.
It's fucking awesome. I mean, you're a dad. It's an amazing feeling.
What's his name? Or is it a boy?
It's a boy.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I haven't picked a name yet because it's so hard, and I want it to be special. I know. He's a month old. I know.
What do you refer to him
Because I'm
as?
fucking doing so much. I want it to be a great name, so I'm thinking about it still. But yeah.
Okay, now I actually believe you're not a dad.
I swear to God.
You don't. Your kid doesn't have a name?
I get to pick the name, so I just want to make it special. Was that a big thing? In some certain countries, they take months. I don't want him to have like a name like Ariel, like a generic name. I want it to be like a nice name.
But the thing is, when you leave the hospital, you have
June. I know, but when you're
with your big dog, you actually have to sign something.
No, but I pay for them to
Okay, more importantly, who's the lucky lady?
Well, that I don't want to disclose.
Why not?
Obviously, that's why everybody TMZ is offering $100K for it.
Why don't you want to disclose? You're not proud of her?
No, I am. I would love to disclose her, but that's her personal. She doesn't want to be in the public eye.
Are you married?
No,
Are you
single.
together?
No, single.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is part of the reason why you don't want to disclose because you don't want someone trolling her, perhaps?
No, I don't care.
So what is...
It's her. That's her. She doesn't like to be involved in stuff, and that's her personal...
Is she ashamed?
No. Why are you trying to say like...
Well, I mean, it's just...
Why would she be ashamed?
I don't know. Maybe she doesn't want to be with you.
No.
Why would
she have sex with me then?
I don't know. I was going to say something, but I don't...
Go ahead. I can take it. I'll give it back to you then.
Listen...
What?
I've never heard of a couple not like want to make it public.
She just doesn't want it. She's a private girl, and she doesn't want to have her public stuff out there.
Are you helping to raise the child?
Of course.
I don't know.
I'm not no deadbeat dad.
Okay. Do you live together?
No.
Does she live in the vicinity?
Yes.
I don't know. She could be some girl that you met.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's my kid. That's it. And I always support him. And
has it been stressful to have a kid? Like it's a newborn in the midst of the biggest fight of your life.
100%. Yeah. But she's actually. I'll give this away, but yeah, she fights too, so she understands the game, so it's a lot easier. Too? It's a lot easier.
Do I know who she is?
I'm not gonna say because in the
you just told me
you're like trying to use all these context clues.
No, but is like she a known? She could be someone who's like.
I'm not gonna say.
All right, fine.
0-1. You think? Come on.
Okay, fine. 1-0.
I pick winners here.
How did you meet?
Gym training.
Oh. Yeah. Which gym are you training at these days?
I don't have a coach. I still don't have a coach.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I know. I'm my own coach.
What about this like full circle moment? If I end up cornering you.
Are you commentating the fight?
It's in the works.
You know.
You want me there?
Yeah, I want to mind you there.
I think it's
I don't mind you. Dude, how long have I known you? 8 years? 9 years?
We've known each other a long time. That's why I felt like I was like, no. I've actually
You lie a lot too. It's not fair. I don't have a lie counter.
No, there it is. Look at the nose is getting bigger.
Stop it. Nose can't grow. I'm just fucking flat from getting punched.
Yeah. Oh, I guess there's a fifth. The fifth one that just went up.
Did it?
Yeah, I don't know what he just said, but they're counting back there.
They open your nose, or that's just
natural? No. This is yours.
That's just natural. No, I'm saying yours just looks like that, or that's like
no. Mine is big, but I acknowledge that.
Oh, do you?
You know, I know what my faults are.
Yeah, me too.
I'm like, what's one fault of yours?
In what way? Like my appearance?
No, just like what's one thing that you would love to change about yourself?
I wish I didn't get injured. I wish I fought more.
It's more of a circumstance. Like what's the thing
I know,
about
but that drives me crazy.
You were like,
drives me fucking crazy.
That you got hurt.
Yeah,
that it changed the trajectory.
Yeah, but I think God has a plan. I think I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna prove everybody wrong. But it keeps me up at night. You want to talk about something?
Yeah, let's go.
I went through a bad time. Yeah, it keeps me up at night. Yeah, you think I didn't want to fight? You think I don't want to prove everybody wrong? You think I didn't want to go and win world championships? It fucking drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. It keeps me up at night. Still to this day.
Did it ever get like super dark?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to talk about that. I think I'll keep it for Rogan.
Well,
yeah, I will.
Are you going to Rogan?
Rogan is me and him were cool. We had Char's number, and then after the Khabib thing, he didn't really talk to me. But I'll give him credit for. He was having a show at MSG, and I asked for 8 tickets, which is a lot of tickets, just in general.
Yeah.
He gave me 8 front row tickets to his show at MSG.
So maybe he does like you.
He does. I just think that he might think I'm going to come on and troll, but I would go and I'd be real. And I would tell my story because no one knows my story. No one.
Okay, so here's the best thing.
What? Nah.
What happened?
Not with you.
Because it got dark, right?
Yeah.
Drinking.
Yeah.
To the point. Did it ever get to the point where you thought you would never fight again?
No, but it got to the point that I maybe was never going to be alive again.
You thought about suicide?
I'm not getting into this. This is very personal, but I don't. I like to say like there's a lot of people with a lot more problems than me, so like my problems shouldn't.
Why was it so dark?
Dude, you go from fucking training and being so good and then just sitting there in a fucking cast, can't move, you don't know if you're ever going to be the same. There's people, I was just talking about, you saw that guy that broke his leg, Nick Chubbs?
Yeah.
That he tore less ligaments than me. And like, I had that twice in the same year. And like, most athletes don't come back from that. And it was just it was hard because I didn't realize growing up that jiu-jitsu was like my zen. Like when I go train, I feel great after. Okay, so then you're sitting in a bed, you have nothing to do, and your fucking leg is stuck like this. And then you get to a dark place, you start drinking, and you start doing bad things, and yeah, It's just not.
Pandemic too, so it was like super
exactly.
depressing.
And then all you do is just drink all day.
I used to check in on you.
Yeah.
You forget.
I know.
You forget. A lot of people weren't touching you back then.
I never went at you. I don't understand what you think. When we had our little banter, it was just fun, and then you took it to the next level.
I used to check in. Again, you always say that, but you don't.
The reason I did that thing with, I know what you don't like, we're not going to talk about it, but the DM thing was because of the Grayson Waller thing. I thought that was a fucking shitty dick.
Really? So you
dude deleted the picture.
I know. I don't know why. He's like the toughest dude supposedly, but you faked the DM for my wife. You could talk about it. You went to my wife's account.
That's not fake.
Yes, it is fake. You faked.
That was not fake.
And then I went to her
because you know what's so crazy? I had people that from your high school were like, "Oh, we did used to say that." You had
there it is, 6. Look at it.
Oh, it's getting bigger. Mangina.
Dude, there's an actual picture of you with the mangina. I wish I had that one.
Let me see yours.
I told my wife about that. She thought it was funny.
Okay, see,
she thought it was funny. She's
like, she knows it's true.
I don't know who this jabron is, but it's a funny thing.
She knew it was true.
But so you're equating me saying Grayson?
No, it's just you. You know what it is.
And I didn't say anything.
It's just
why do you think that I
even
was bothered
like
by
someone's
it?
like associated. It's just like
I didn't talk to your friends. I didn't talk to anyone. I just took it on.
You're worse than Logan. He doesn't let anybody talk.
Okay, go.
Listen, he does the same shit, and then when I bring up a good point, he brings up some other stupid point.
Okay, go ahead.
I was supposed to do Piers Morgan this morning. I was going to say that's.
Did you cancel for this?
No, he
bigger interview. He canceled on you.
He wants to go again. I know, right?
I was
actually like,
I wouldn't do it.
Last minute.
I wouldn't do it.
Well, he wants to do a fight week now, but.
Just tell him to go fly a kite. Who's he?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's big time, you know.
Yeah.
People are talking about this fight that don't watch fighting, and that's because of this stuff.
You've done.
I've done more than everybody. Just fucking give me credit for once.
By the way, I have.
No, you haven't. You're talking to Logan. You didn't say one shit.
I told him.
You should have said, yo, he sold this fucking fight for you. Why are you suing the fucking guy?
First of all, he's not. Second of all, I brought it up.
You know he's fucking.
But by the way, I did bring it up.
What?
And he's like, isn't it so funny that he's not even getting pay-per-view points and I'm getting that whole discussion?
Yeah, and why do you say? So why do you say? You should be thanking him.
Came off of me saying he's actually doing a good job of doing this.
Why'd you pick him?
Here's the thing.
Why'd you give him the opportunity? He's 0-2 fucking boxer. I'm a 4-time world champion in jiu-jitsu. Why does he get the opportunity?
I asked the people involved in the show, is this true? I was very curious about it because I think this is actually a valid question.
You're not gonna. What I'm saying is, am I not wrong?
Which one? Which part?
That he's an 0-3 boxer, never boxed. You're giving him the opportunity. He's got the opportunity against me. Every single person in MMA and boxing wants to knock me out.
Who's more famous?
In the sense of WWE, I'll give that to him.
Prime WWE.
Okay, yeah, I
have to give credit where it's due.
Okay, but that's why everything. But I'm just saying, who sold this fight? No one would care about this fight if it was someone else.
You've been rolling in the gutter. Like my question is,
if this was anybody else, no one would give a shit about this fight. Be honest.
I don't know about that.
Who?
Logan is a big star. Him coming back.
Listen, DAZN doesn't want Perry to fight. No one cares about Mike Perry. Do you not understand this?
I don't know if Mike Perry's the guy, but I do think Mike Perry's pretty hot. I mean, your friend Conor McGregor went into the bare knuckle cage to face off with Mike Perry.
It doesn't matter.
That's a big deal. That's a big nod of the cap to Mike Perry.
He was just doing it for bare knuckle, and they were there, and they asked him to come up.
Okay.
I like Mike Perry. Listen, actually,
I'm not trying to take anything. You're trying to get me to take something away from you.
No, because I just know how you are.
No, you have done. Here's why I'm hesitant to say.
No, wait, it was because last time I didn't say anything to you, and everybody was like, "Well, why don't you put him in your place?" So now I'm putting.
Go ahead. Yeah, I know you're trying to intimidate me. You're trying to come forward. You're trying to come forward.
I don't
Here's
beat
the
up
thing.
fucking kids.
What's the fight? What's the interest? You versus Nina or you versus Logan? Because all the stuff is directed towards her. Why don't you direct it towards the guy?
A fucking jiu-jitsu guy and a guy that's never won a boxing fight. What are we selling here?
Nah, that's discrediting you and him.
It's the truth.
You're bigger than that. You're not just a jiu-jitsu guy.
I found something, and to be honest with you, I didn't realize how
did this come in? How did this happen?
Because I just threw a picture out there, and then I didn't realize how bad she was. Like, he's going to thank me. I swear to God, he's going to thank me. I'm telling you, they're going to be divorced, and he's going to thank me. Like, she's bad. Like, the stuff that I have is like...
He's very much in love with her.
Great for him, but I mean, obviously, you know how the girls... I mean, you don't because you don't hang out with girls. But,
sure. I mean, I'm married.
I mean, actually, yes, lady killer. But... the girls in New York, bro, they'll make you fall in love with them. But she's not a good person. I'm telling you, she just goes to the next famous guy, whoever has money. It's a easy game.
Okay, so here was my thing. Like,
I'm helping him out.
Initially,
I'm bro
when
coding
you were doing this, I was like, okay, like he's trying to hit him. And as Logan said, he's not immune to like rolling in the dirt. But did it go like too far?
No, would I go too far? I never said anything. I was just everything I posted is public, and I could prove that in court.
Well, isn't part of it?
I hacked her Snapchat? Be honest.
No.
I'm flattered that I don't think I'm smart enough. I know, me
I don't
either.
think you're smart enough. But
in 2014, so I knew that they were going to get married.
Someone hacked it and sent you the...
No. That's all.
You just said people have been reaching out to you.
I have receipts of it being online before.
So where did you find the video that she's most bothered by?
This is all lawsuit stuff, so I can't talk about it. But I have proof of everything being online before.
The
only reason I started going at her more when
Photoshops. You're not doing this.
Yeah.
You're not that. Come on, dog.
That picture of you and her, that's crazy.
Yeah, that is a good one. I thought that's what this thing was going to be.
No.
Because this looks like a Photoshop too. Look how big his hand is compared to my shoulder.
It's a great picture. Couldn't imagine what happened that night.
You think me and him, we painted the town?
Yeah.
Who's helping you with all this stuff?
I do it myself. I'm a one-man army, G.
There's no chance.
And that's the craziest part about this.
Is this guy helping you?
I'm telling you, I'm a one-man army.
Why is he staring me down with sunglasses on?
Because he's my security for me.
Why do you... Isn't it funny that you need security?
For me, because I don't beat your ass. I don't roll my hands for the fight.
Oh, you don't want to get hurt?
Yeah, because your freaking big ass nose.
Do you have any regret about taking it?
No.
No. Even though it resulted
only because it's all true. If I made up some fucking bullshit, do everything, and there's stuff I haven't even talked about that I know personally about her. Like,
at what point is the trash talk going to be about Logan?
I've gone at Logan. Just people kind of like, I've done everything. I don't know if there's anything else I could go at him for. I hit him for his cryptos. I hit him for the suicide forwards. I hit him for tasing a rat. I hit him for fucking
all that. I think is fair
shit
game.
to his brother.
All that I think is totally.
I went
fair
too
game.
far, but this dude fucked his brother's girlfriend and made a music video dissing him, rapping about it to his own little brother. And I'm the one that went too far.
Well, I don't think 1 + 1 = 2 here.
Okay,
again,
but we're fight promotion. This is fight promotion.
Sure.
I mean, him. It would be
fine.
like, okay, if I'm going at you and I'm going
All's
at you,
fair in love and war. That's what people say, right?
Yeah. So you think the lawsuits are justified?
Again, if he was suing you,
he's
I would
making
have
so
thought,
much money off me. He could just fucking throw her the fucking whatever money she wants.
Ultimately,
She is not who she thinks she is. She thinks she's just fucking Adriana Lima.
It's fine.
She's gonna get more deals after this. She's gonna get all this. I'm fucking making her Google trend is higher than it's ever been her whole life.
Ultimately,
and she did this all herself. There's videos of her saying, "You want to get famous as a kid? Pop your titty out."
Ultimately,
yeah.
If you're not getting pay-per-view points, why even continue to promote this? Just show up at this point.
At this point, it's like, why do I even show up?
No, well then you're not going to get paid, right?
But in
then
the point,
you have to pay 100K.
No, I'm saying, but in the point, it's like I'm making this whole event for the big guys, right? It's like I'm working for the man.
But to your point, you are actually promoting
He should drop the lawsuits. He should be like, thank you. You stole this fucking fight from me.
But isn't that how he hits you where it hurts?
I guess so, but like, what did he want? He picked me. It's like Portnoy said, when you sign to fight me, it's like signing it like a...
Sure, no.
So like, he picked me for a reason, but now it's going too far.
But my question is to you, like, knowing that he's actually, hey bro, that's my jersey.
Where's mine?
Now, I don't know. Do you want one?
I mean, yeah.
I'll make one. Do you have a bobblehead or something?
I'm gonna get you. I have to get on the wall. I might have the most appearances on the show.
That's not true.
What was that kid? Paul.
No, you messed it up. You did it good the last time, but I
don't know the kid's name.
So close.
No, I really thought that was him. I swear to God.
You can't play the same hits.
No, I'm just saying I did.
We did this.
I know. I'm saying, but I did. I was gonna say I don't know his name, to be honest with you.
There's a lot of great things.
Only one
here.
good picture here.
Who?
What do you think?
Oh, the Mac Daddy.
Yeah.
Where do you guys stand?
Did you like when he put you in your place?
Which time?
The time he was here.
When he came in studio? When he rearranged his whole schedule to come in studio?
Yeah, I'm saying when he put you in your place.
About what?
About you fucking going crazy on me.
Oh, well, he's
Forgot
like,
about that?
Dylan's a good banter. Nah, I don't know about
and
putting
then
in
he
my
was
place.
like, I talk to him all the time. Like, I don't know why you're pressing him. And you were like,
I thought you guys were
going
going to train for this fight.
Well, the baby and then that stuff. But,
what does that have to do with anything?
Because I had to be there for the birth of my son.
Sure. Why can't he come to New York or New Jersey?
Because something with, I think, Ireland, like you come when you spend certain days, and because he lives in Ireland. I don't know how that works, but I don't know. It's something with that. I don't know.
Is he going to be at the fight?
I hope so. I don't know. He has a lot going on.
This fight is in 12 days.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it's not far from that.
He initially said that he was going to be cornering you. He was going to be doing this. Is there any chance that he saw some of the footage and he was like...
What footage are you talking about?
What?
I just sparred Pereira.
Oh, let's look at the footage. We have you versus Pereira.
No, that's fucking warming up.
What? This is the footage.
Okay, hold on, listen. So I have him here, right?
Yes.
Hold on, listen.
Pereira?
No, him.
Oh, I can't see. There's so many guys.
I know.
There's like 8 guys back there. Wait, no, this is old school. This is you and Pereira, right?
This is warming up. And you know how hard Pereira hits? Do you know how hard he hits?
I know, he's freaking massive.
Dude, he heard him, he's like, whoa. And then we sparred a hard 6 rounds.
Why don't you get
100%
Pino in your corner? That guy's great.
I might. We'll see.
I asked him. He said no.
No, because he didn't want to like say he's like I'm doing it. But anyway, so listen. So he was there for the spar. This is so you don't think I'm lying.
Wait, which one?
The guy right here. Who else is in the fucking
There's 8 people here. You brought a whole army.
There's one guy standing there.
Ah, fucking hell.
Listen,
put it back on the
so
list.
he watched, right?
Yes.
He could tell you how hard the rounds were.
Okay.
So I don't know if he has a mic. He could talk.
No, I'm interviewing you.
Okay,
how hard were the rounds?
He's
not even paying attention.
How hard were the rounds with Pereira?
The rounds were hard.
They were how
100%.
He was going 100%, yeah.
6 rounds with Pereira. 100% boxing.
Okay.
How many people would do that? You think Logan can last 100% with Pereira?
I don't know. By the way, was Alex going hard?
He just said 100%.
I mean, that's in your opinion, but did you ask
He was
him?
watching.
All right, I
you
mean,
could tell when someone's throwing a punch. I know you can
Alex
because you
is
fucking
like on a different level. Like the guy has like 9 years. This guy, he was going
100%.
Okay, so why?
So stop fucking discrediting my fucking boxing.
I'm just looking.
That's a warm up. Put your hands up and let me try to hit you like that and see if you.
No, I'm good. I don't want to be a fighter.
You act like you do.
No, when?
You do.
How?
When you start trying to 10-7 someone.
No, I'm talking about the show. Listen, like you, when you come at the King.
You like when I come?
You best not miss.
I bet you do now.
You best not miss.
You like when I come?
And you miss all the time. In fact,
You just said it.
Listen, I saw this other footage of you
What
smacking your head on the sauna.
Yeah.
What is up with that?
You know how like Perry does like that in the sauna? I was conditioning my head. I got a hard head.
Look at this. This looks very
It's very good.
unpleasant.
Why?
Yo, you're hitting your head
Yeah,
against
because
a
I'm
wooden
conditioning
thing.
it.
Why film that?
Because it was just content. I don't know. Fucking
Look at that. That looks like the worst thing that you could
hit your head
possibly...
on the table. You probably couldn't do it once or so.
No, yes, I'm not a fighter. By the
I know,
way,
but you talk
as
like you
I
are.
said, no, I don't.
I told you last
host
time I was
a
going to
show.
give you a wedgie. I owe you one.
I know. When is it coming? I wore extra.
You want one?
I wore extra stretchy ones for you,
Can I give you a wedgie?
but I haven't taken a shower in a while.
I don't mind.
So it's going to be a little
Right.
smelly. Here's the point.
What would you be mad if I give you a wedgie?
I mean, I would sue you for assault, brother.
Would you?
Yes, of course. You said.
You would really sue me?
No, that's from a Billy Madison line.
Oh, is it?
That's assault, brother. Anyway.
So at the end, I'll give you one.
Okay, sure. Why do you want to touch me so badly?
I can't wait.
So after that fight,
Feminine.
you can't wait. Gross.
The feminine
And
smell
you're wearing
on people.
sunglasses again. I already told you.
Say something about it.
Blind people and assholes.
Yeah.
Okay,
I got nervous there.
listen, because you keep trying to intimidate me with the shoulders out, the Larry King.
Well, you said I can't fight, right? So.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
In fact, when this fight was announced, I said, I guarantee he shows up. I'm the one who keeps
Who do
saying.
you think's gonna win?
I think it's a 50-50.
Yeah.
I actually think the odds are not in your favor. Like, they're not fair to you.
I know. Well, first off, he's way better. Maybe has to do a weight class. I fight 170. He's like 220.
What is the weight class?
195. He want to go lower than 195. And he did a cycle of steroids and EPO, obviously.
Where do we stand on that?
Okay. Ariel, you've been in this game a long time.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why the guys in the UFC were doping? Because it was a set time back in the day. This is before USADA.
Okay.
Before USADA.
Yeah.
There was a set time. You had to take a piss test.
Yeah.
And everybody knows you can beat that.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
Okay. So the reason USADA and VADA are so effective is because during camp, they do random times. So you don't know when it's coming. So that's why it's hard to beat those tests. And you still can, but it's very hard. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Logan now that I brought it up, wants to do testing. And he wants to do a set date before the fight. Okay? So he did the cycle, he did whatever, and now he's going to try to take a piss test and clear it and be like, oh, I'm clean. That doesn't count. Okay? It doesn't count. With the money that he has, you can have a doctor clean your system in over 24 hours. Cheeto Vera just went on that podcast and said, you know that. So him doing this is another scam that he does. He's a bullshit artist. He just lies. You know, everybody knows he's on juice. He's admitted taking peptides. There's doctors that have him in the office saying we're giving him peptides on their website. So like, it's just bullshit. And I don't even care about the steroids thing. It's just like, what are we doing here? He has every advantage. He gets to pick the refs. He gets to pick the fucking judge. It's like, come on.
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, yeah.
If you wanted random drug testing, that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, we're fucking drug testing right now.
Why not put it in the contract?
Because he wouldn't do it.
Why not put it in the contract?
At the time, I just wanted to fight the dude, so I just accepted everything.
Right.
Yeah, because like I didn't have no. I'll be honest. At the time, I just pulled out the KSI fight. I didn't have that much
Money.
No, not money.
Oh.
Like, I got money.
Clout?
No, I'm saying I didn't have that much say in taking
leverage.
He could just be like, I'm Logan Paul. I'll fucking fuck you. I don't have to fight you. You understand? So if I say, let's do random drug testing, I'm Logan Paul. I know I'll go fight someone else. You understand? But for me, I'm like a real man. Obviously, you don't know about that. I'm like, okay, let's just fucking fight. You understand? That's what I'm saying.
But then you can't cry wolf afterwards.
I know. I'm just telling the truth. I'm just putting his fucking, because he's a fucking, you know.
So KSI and Tommy have random testing.
Yeah, why not us? Exactly.
Yes. Okay, so my question was, I asked.
Exactly, because he doesn't want it.
Come
on, dude.
I asked Misfits about this.
Yes, and what are they going to say? Because obviously
and they said you guys never asked.
That's bullshit.
Both of you have never formally asked.
Look at me.
Both of you have, well, it's one thing to say it here or on Twitter. It's another to be like, yo.
Why would I want drug testing?
Contract. I don't know.
And listen, okay.
You tell me.
Ariel, you're very smart.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
I brought it back to you.
Thank you.
I said you're dumb, but
thank you.
Obviously, Misfits is run by KSI. KSI and Logan are like this. The zone wants Logan on this card. What are they going to tell you? Oh, yeah, Logan didn't want drug testing? They're going to tell Ariel Hawani that? So
Why not? I'm asking for the truth.
The journalist?
I'm asking for the truth.
Come on, dude. You're smarter than that.
Actually, I think some people would say KSI Tommy drug testing, like, look at them, right? And they're doing it. So I don't understand why you guys just don't do it. Both of you. You should say...
Is this going over your head?
No, you should have said, if I'm taking this fight, there should be drug testing.
Then he was like, no, I'm not going to fight you. But I wanted to fight the fucking guy so bad.
I guess that's answering our previous statement that he's giving you the rub, right? That's what you're saying. He's giving you the rub.
Not give me the rub. I gave him the rub now.
Now, okay, maybe things have changed. You think now
you're going to give me the rub after this?
Why do you keep wanting me to touch you or you touch me? It's very weird.
The feminism.
You love me.
Yeah. A lot of people, you haven't changed it.
Like a lot of people, like from within your circles, were saying how bummed you were that we had a falling out.
No.
Yes.
That was you.
Why were you so bummed?
Don't make me get
like,
into this, dude.
One guy.
You begged me to go on this show because you know this is what put the lights on.
I've not talked to you privately since you sent me all those
worried
DMs,
I was going to post it.
And then you would delete them all the time. Why do you do that move?
You know why? Because
I know from a lot of people that you do this too, because I was asking people, how do you do this?
Only a girl.
You send a message.
If I send hey and they don't answer, I'll send it.
Why do you do that?
Well, you want me
a lot of them reached out to me.
The girls?
Yes. Why do you do that?
I do that.
Why?
You never send a DM. If they don't answer, you got to.
You don't want the ball to be just like bouncing there. You don't want any.
Yeah.
You did that with me too.
No, I didn't.
You were like, "That was great, kid. That was great."
Yeah, because you were. I thought that was good. I thought me and you were going banter.
Yeah, it was
good.
It
personal.
How did I take it personal?
You did.
Tell me. We didn't even talk after the interview.
I get punched in the head for a living. I don't remember exactly fucking text with Ariel Hawani when you're crying, but I remember.
You say put it on the list.
What, that you were crying?
Yes.
You
when?
cry all the time.
When?
You did call me crying. I know that for a fact.
Another one. That's 8.
Who has to come on the show? You?
I reached out to John, your manager.
Begged me.
After.
Who's your boss?
DAZN. What does that mean?
Like who runs the show?
Me.
No, but there's someone above you, obviously.
Vox Media produces?
Okay, so Fox Media says your numbers are low. Like,
yeah. You don't even know. You don't even know.
Like,
you're asking me.
They know what the numbers are. That's why you begged me to come on.
Paid you to come on. Now you're doing this?
I said begged. I said begged. I didn't say paid.
Okay.
So you need the lights to stay on. That's
what?
Why you want
Yeah, the lights.
Trust me.
The lights.
It's very dim in here.
It is.
You guys are struggling. It's fucking hot as fuck too.
I know. We like to make it hot under the lights.
Yeah.
Why are you so nervous?
Nervous.
Are you more nervous for this or the face-to-face?
No, the face-to-face. If you want to hear the story about that too.
When you didn't come out of the room.
Listen, motherfucker. You fucking think you're fucking.
Why? Why are you getting so personal?
Because you're fucking these little stupid fucking things.
What?
Because you don't like to listen.
Okay, let's go.
Baseball through your fucking.
Yeah, no, that's actually Gaelic football. I got this in Ireland. Your second.
Put it up your ass.
Yeah. Well, again, another comment about like doing like weird.
So the fucking face. Okay, so listen.
That's gonna be annoying. Frank is gonna go crazy.
I go to bed at like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock here, right?
Yes.
So I just got to London, and it's hard to go. So London's 5 hours ahead. So it was 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning. I couldn't sleep because I just, you know how jet lag is.
Yeah.
So I said, fuck all this shit because they didn't tell me it was a face-to-face. They said you and Logan had to do like, you know in boxing when they do those things where you walk up to each other and it's just like the pictures?
Oh, like the face-off.
It's not like me and you talking. It's like where they do like like Floyd done it and shit. Yeah. So I thought it was that. So like I was tired and I told them, I said, fuck everything. I'm not doing that. I'm tired. I want to sleep. So then they wake me up, and then like they do like how they did here. They didn't give me anything to drink or anything because they're scared I'm gonna throw it.
Dude, Mr. Frank went to get you guys coffee.
He told me I had no coffees, nothing, because he said I was gonna throw it on your head.
Went outside. My God, my audio guy went outside.
So
did he not, Frank?
Who's Frank?
Frank went to get you coffees. You owe him $12, by the way. He's pissed.
Oh, stop! You guys can afford $12 here. Kind of
but you know, my audio guy went outside.
I'm doing Schultz after this. They bring everything.
That's how. Ooh, Schultz.
Yeah,
man.
I should do Barcelona and Schultz, and then.
So penthouse to the outhouse to the basement.
This is the basement.
This is the penthouse to the outhouse.
Well, the ceilings are about to hit your head.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, so So I couldn't sleep. I was tired. I went out the night before. I had to threesome fucking bitches. Tired as fuck, right? So I said, no, I don't want to do this shit. So then my manager comes in, wakes me up, and he's like, bro, you gotta do this. So I'm fucking dead. Like literally dead tired because I haven't slept. I maybe slept like 30 minutes. And then they're like, no coffee, nothing. I come into the room and this motherfucker's just like coked out. Like his eyes are like fucking Logan. Like he's ready to go. You know how he is. He's a performer. His prime, there's actually tweets about it. The bottle, the color of the bottle, the color wasn't the prime. He had vodka in the bottle. So he was just fucking ready to go. So I just got in there. You know how it is. You wake up. I get in there and I had this fucking idiot yelling at me. He's doing this whole WWE performance. So it took me a little bit to fucking get going. Because I was just like, I don't want to hear this motherfucker in the morning. You know what I mean? So I just woke up. I got in there. And that's why in the video I had to take a little bit to kind of get up.
The stumbling and the mumbling.
I don't stumble and mumble.
He made it.
Yeah, I know. It was fake. Come on. Why are you trying to? I
saw the video.
And then you saw the real one.
Yeah, there was stumbling and mumbling.
Okay, I might have stumbled and mumbled. I get punched in the head for a living. What do you say that to Nate Diaz? He stumble and mumbles.
Nah. Nathan?
Yeah. Oh, does it stumble mumble now?
No.
That's a lie.
There was just put on the list. No, we don't
For
have
you.
a counter for me. We don't have a counter.
You know, it's growing out. I can't tell her it's the same. But so yeah, that was that whole thing. I mean, I didn't know what I was walking into either.
Do you regret your performance in that one? Like, do you wish you had a second chance?
So it's fine.
They do?
Yeah, look at the comments.
You have a lot of nut huggers online now. People are like, but it's weird because like
everybody loves me now.
It's a crazy
but you
world.
Know why?
That we're
you know why? I'll tell you.
I said this to him.
But you know why? Everybody
crazy
loves me because I haven't changed and I stay the same. And I've been the bad guy. I'm still the bad guy. And you know what? I own it. Logan's a bad guy, but he tries to act like a good guy. That's why.
How so? Tell me how.
Because he does, dude, all the shit that he's done in his life, and then he tries to come out here and try to act like he's this holy fucking Jesus Christ and this and that, and I'm this piece of shit.
I think there are people who would agree with you. I think there are people.
I'm like Tony Soprano now.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Tony Soprano?
Like an anti-hero.
Anti-hero.
Who else is anti-hero? Like the guy from Breaking Bad.
Can I give you some social media advice?
For what? You don't have any good social media.
When you do the anti-Logan stuff, you get a ton of engagement. When you do the if you retweet or like this, I'll give you $5,000 if Canelo wins.
You want $5,000?
No one engages with it. Stop doing that one. Do the real one.
Pull up the fucking tweet of me and the Canelo. You see no one engages, so I could just shove it in your face.
Why do you?
It's up. I have it up right now.
Have you ever?
Pull it up on my Twitter.
Have you ever paid anyone off?
Of course. I'll give you $5,000 right now.
I don't need the $5,000.
I want you to dance like a stripper. I'll throw it on you like that.
Again, another reference to me. I think you have a crush on me.
Maybe I do.
This is like this.
You getting uncomfortable?
Hug.
You want to give me a hug? Come on.
Okay. Why do you do the thing? Why do you do the thing with the tweets? Like today, you posted "Will Ariel cry?" and then you delete it. Why do you do that?
Because your name's not big enough. They get enough engagement.
So you sit there and you look. Okay, what's the cutoff? Like, how long do you wait before saying I'm pulling the plug on this?
You gotta see how it does. I thought you had more engagement than that. You didn't. I'm taking this with me, by the way.
I mean,
is that right?
It's probably the only belt that you're gonna win in your fighting career. So if you want it,
when I'm UFC champion.
What's going on with Bellator?
I don't know what I could say.
Okay, tell us. What can you say?
I don't know. But,
okay, so
you know what I know.
Can I tell you what I know?
I know what we both know.
I don't know. I honestly, we both know. Well,
can I get some water or coffee so I could drink something?
No. What are you so nervous about?
No, it's not because I zin. So I have
the fake teeth.
No, zinning. You never had a zin?
No. Oh. What is that?
You're a virgin.
What does that mean? What is it? An STD?
No, it's Zimbabwe. A little Zinchino.
I don't know what you're talking about. It looks good.
How many times have I been on the show?
I wish we'd be able to see. Let's get a shot of it right there.
Bellator too.
Give him a. Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Keep the one time Dillon Danis will ever hold gold.
I'm gonna throw it on your head.
Didn't flinch. Okay, Bellator. I heard that, to their credit, like they said, hey, you want to use him. I'm allowed to say this, right?
Yeah.
I think Coker has talked about it.
He didn't want me to talk about it, but it is bullshit. Why'd I have to pay $100K?
They're probably not going to be around much longer anyway.
And listen,
I'm
not going to PFL.
Why not?
I'm going to the UFC.
Okay.
Listen, I don't know what much I could say.
By the way, PFL's on fire right now. Do you see that event on Saturday?
Only that event.
That was great.
Dude, that guy's fucking sick.
Yeah, Cedric?
Oh, he's fucking sick. And he had Mbappe there?
Yes.
Fucking.
That's a big deal.
It was fucking. Listen,
I don't know if there's any.
He had the same management, and he was like, "Yo, Mbappe's coming," and I was like,
"Oh yeah, John, right?"
Yeah. So I was like, "Mbappe's coming." I was like, "Stop it, you're lying." And then he actually showed up. I was like, "That's fine."
That was a whole
They took a private jet after their game to go to that.
Wow.
Is he just that popular in Paris?
Yes.
That's fucking awesome.
He's huge.
I like his style. He came out with the bed and everything.
He was in the UFC.
I heard why the UFC.
Something a health thing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So, I don't think PFL's a shitty option for you.
Only way I'll go to PFL is they give me the Jake Paul fight. I don't want to fight anybody in PFL. They're all losers. Listen, I'm getting older in age.
Francis.
Yeah, that's easy though.
No, it's not. I know you're going to say he pulled out of the fight against you. I saw that one.
You know I'd be Francis.
No chance. Put it up.
You want to bet?
Put it on the scoreboard.
That's not a lie.
Come on.
I'll pull guard so easy. Dude, he's terrible.
Okay.
Heavyweights are known to be the worst technical fighters of all time.
I mean,
stop it. You know that. They're all big, and like, even in wrestling and jiu-jitsu, they're all terrible.
Can I ask an actual, like, real question here? When did the whole thing start with you and the Paul brothers, and how? Because I remember back in the day,
I'll tell you the whole story.
You and AJ Agazar. Every time I post something related to the Pauls, you guys would chime in.
AJ was part of their team. Do you remember that?
Yeah, you remember he
used
rolled
to
with them.
Freaking circle.
Yeah.
No, but he used to be in their crew. So when Jake was fighting Deji, he was like in his little crew.
Okay.
But so this all started.
I went to 4 or 5 years, right?
I went to LA. This is after the Khabib thing. I was at a club, Delilah's, I think it was. I know you don't go out too much, but yeah, we're at Delilah's, and one of Jake's friend was like, "Yo, like." Jake's starting to do his boxing thing. Like, I think it'd be funny if you make a video like saying you should box. And like, it was literally like a story. I was just like, fuck you, Jake, this and that. And he started tweeting it, going at it, and he was like, let's fight. And I was like, I actually looked at my brother, like, Jake Paul wants to fight. I didn't even, like, at the time, he wasn't like boxing.
Your brother?
Yeah, because I was like, I didn't believe, I was like,
I didn't even know you had a brother.
Yeah.
Older or younger?
Younger.
Fighter?
Yeah, no,
Jiu-jitsu?
no. I wish, but he can go.
How
He
old?
was the one that was in the video with me in that street fight. He is 23.
With Anthony Taylor?
Yeah, he was the one that. Yeah, that one was.
Was he driving the car that propped you up? I'm kidding. Come on. You have to laugh sometimes.
One thing you got to say.
Fred
though,
Beck was in there. Shout out to Fred.
I just did an interview with him.
How was it?
It was terrible.
I love Fred.
They had to pay me to do it. I was supposed to
Why?
do Piers Morgan. They
Another
put
one.
this 15-year-old up.
Well, you went from Pierce to Fred?
I know. I was like, they put
W.
this. I was like,
Fred.
they had to pay me.
That's great for Fred.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
I got him a bunch of impressions this morning. So.
I bet.
So the video went out, and then he tweeted something. I think they could probably pull it up where it was like, Dillon Danis, I'll kick your ass. I was the first person he called out
yes,
boxing.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, and then what happened was I was in LA doing the shop thing, and then he threw the toilet paper.
saw
That was not set up, by the way. So you know what's funny? Actually, let me take a step back.
Didn't Schaub set you up?
So I'll tell you exactly my side. I don't know how much time we have. We have time?
Yeah, we got time.
Okay,
By the way, you guys were trying to make this 25 minutes.
Because it's hard to deal with you for
What were you
25
so,
minutes. Look
what
at
were you
that
so
fucking
worried
face.
about? Bringing security and everything?
Don't worry
I got
about it.
nothing here. Just me.
You probably have a gun. Why you put your hands up like a woman?
Because I don't have a
Put your
gun.
hand like this. Like show
It's
some
not so
dominance.
fun when the rabbit's got the gun, huh?
I don't mind if you got it. You can have a gun.
No,
I could
it's an expression.
Listen, you have a gun or a baseball bat. I could be sleeping. You still couldn't kill me.
Okay, fine.
Okay. So before that, he was in New York and he was like measuring a couple people like, oh, we'd start a fight in a club, like a stage fight and stuff like this. And me at the time, I was more serious about, like, obviously I'm still serious about fighting. I was like, listen, I'm not doing that. Like, because I don't have control and I will fucking kill you. And we ended up meeting and had someone in between, and it was so funny. So I got there, and me and Logan didn't have any beef at the time. There's a story of Logan posted that of me and Jake, and Jake was up in somewhere else because he didn't want to see me because he was scared. And Logan came up to me. He goes, "You're not going to beat my brother up, promise." And I shook his hand, and then Jake came.
This is 2018 or so?
I don't know. Was that Marquee? There's pictures.
Well, you said Delilah.
So that was the video, and then this is
got it.
following.
Okay.
So me and him talked, and he was like, "Oh, like I want to box you, but like right now I'm still working on stuff, but like." And then he was just talking about, like, I was undefeated in college. I was like, bro, you're like JV level. You're terrible. We're just going back and forth, just banter. You know, we took a couple shots together, whatever it was. And then we saw each other again, and he was like nervous. He just gave me a shot. And like, we didn't have that much beef. It was more like, at the time, I didn't really take him too serious. It was like kind of like, if you call me out or something, like I was just like, yeah, whatever.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So then the Brandon Schaub thing happened.
Did Brendan set you up?
So when I got there, he said to me, Logan and Jake have been asking about your location. I just want to let you know that. That's all he said to me. And he goes, that's all I know. And I said, what does that mean? He goes, they're just asking about your location. They've been in a group chat, and I saw it. So he didn't say anything, but he kind of like, so I said to him, well, they come in numbers, you better have my back, it's just me and you. And he was like, yeah, I got you. And then when they come, he fucking stood there, he didn't do anything. I was like, what the fuck, Schaub? So.
Is he dead to you?
No, I don't mind Schaub. Schaub's a good dude. I like
He
Schaub.
set you up to get
He say
pelted with toilet paper.
Yeah, I know, but like
You don't think he told them?
He probably did.
That's messed up.
I mean, yeah, but he got
What kind of a friend is that? I know, but
I mean,
sold you out for views. If that's what.
If
really
it was
happened.
like fucking the MS-13, I would be like, all right, motherfucker, you're gonna get me killed. But Jake Paul, what the fuck am I worried about? Toilet paper, you know?
It's a little embarrassing.
I mean, it is what it is.
Ran
I
after
mean, I think I handled it well. I went after a car with one leg and tried to punch the headlights out, and they were driving away, and I threw one bag off the back foot. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I held my own there.
I mean, I just think it's.
They're in a car. I'm on the fucking lower ground.
And they say
my
your
idea
location.
when I was going after them, I was gonna try to punch whoever was close. It was the cameraman. So I was gonna go for the cameraman, and then they drove off, and I was gonna try to punch the headlight. Then I went too fast, and I just threw whatever he threw back. I caught it in the air.
Wasn't it going like 5 miles an hour?
I had a bad knee.
Oh, right.
And I'm not that fast anyway. I got 5 feet. I'm a jiu-jitsu guy, bro.
Yeah.
They used to call me flippers when I was younger. I have feet that flap. I have 12 and a half feet.
Why would you say that?
You know
Now
what
someone's
that
going to use that against you.
No, you know what that means though?
Flippers, yes.
No, I'm talking about 12 and a half.
I know. All your like sexual innuendo jokes,
I'm just
I'm ignoring them
trying to
because they're making me uncomfortable.
You're
Like,
feminine.
well, 'cause
you're
I'm
feminine.
Now I'm starting to question the baby even more. Was there a surrogate? What was going on? What's
It's
happening?
me and your kid.
Yeah, okay.
Come on. Imagine the nose on that thing.
All right, so then that was like 5 years ago.
Yeah, so then Logan started going at me and Jake started. So me and Jake were supposed to fight, the Ben Askren fight. That was the big one. And I had the knee surgery. And I said, give me 2 extra months just for the knee to come. And he was like, no, this is the set date, whatever. And then he fought Ben Askren. He went on his run, and I get it. He probably didn't want to go back to me, but I think he should have because we have,
Yeah, there was talk after
Yeah.
that, but now it feels like he's gone too far.
But now, no. So the first deal for this fight was from MVP. This is like, I can't even say, this is before the KSI fight and the Logan, when I was supposed to fight Logan. This is the first offer. It was supposed to be me and Logan, And if you win, you're guaranteed Jake for like $2 million or something like that. It was in the contract. And this was being put on by MVP. And then this never happened. And then me and Logan are supposed to fight. He does the thing with Roman Reigns, blows his knee out.
Yeah.
The KSI fight happens. I don't give a shit about KSI. It doesn't happen.
Big fight.
Not really.
He's a huge
Dude, this
deal.
is way bigger.
I mean,
God works in great ways. You know why?
Why?
Because
Tell
I'm
me.
real. And I've been through a lot in my life, and
Yes.
I'm a real person. And I think that God rewards people for certain things because, I don't know, it's just weird how life works. I think if you, I mean, you're religious too.
Yeah.
I'm not super religious. I am, but I'm not. But
What faith? What religion?
Catholic.
Okay.
Yep. And I just think that God put me in the spot, like, because for that fight with KSI, I think it might have ruined a lot of people's careers or something. Maybe they would have not got a bigger fight or something like that. But, God put me
You
in
would
the
have
spot.
beaten him. Would have been huge for you.
He's terrible. I would have crushed him.
Would it be fair to say you weren't in a great place? And why did you pull out?
I don't want to say, but
Why not?
I don't want a fucking therapy session with you right now.
Why not? I'm just asking.
Why you
why
invite me
pulled
to
out?
dinner and say, hey, sit down, talk to me about life instead of being on camera?
Because you want to be my friend.
I don't want to be your friend.
Well, you want to go to dinner with me.
I asked you dinner before when we were friends. I said, hey, let's go grab a drink or something.
Yeah.
Did you drink the beer with Connor?
No.
Why not? You don't drink?
I'm doing an interview. I'd rather not drink. I have been to
I
that
can
place
imagine you
though.
drunk.
I have been to that place.
Are you-
The Black
what kind of
Forge
drunk are
Inn,
you?
the world famous.
What kind of drunk are you?
Sloppy drunk.
Are you?
Does that make you excited?
Yeah. Take your clothes off?
Will you take advantage of me?
Probably, I'll give you a little
So you go from that fight. You're supposed to fight in that fight. You pull out.
Yeah.
And then you kind of disappeared for a bit.
Yeah.
That's when it got dark. Is that the period you're talking
No,
about?
this was happening since the knee surgery. Since the knee surgery
It's
was
even before.
yeah, very bad.
The Dillon that's sitting here today, is he a much different person than the one that was here in December?
Yeah, but
How
I'm still
so?
working on myself.
How so?
I've been sober 8 months or 7 months. Getting my back. I mean, it's just a training, dude. When you're not like as a fighter, when you're not training and you're just doing the wrong things, and like I know you don't like to give me credit, but like I can go out and everything's free, and you have any girl you want, any supermodel, it just fucking. If I went down the wrong path,
Right.
and people do that, and like I know you don't like to give me credit, but like
Why do you keep saying that?
'Cause I know
I've
you-
given you credit building up to this.
come out with me one night and see like who,
I have no
who we
interest.
fucking. I know I'm saying, but like then you'd be like, oh, okay, like.
Listen, live your life, man.
No, but the thing is that that's not what you should do, and I regret doing all that
No, I
stuff.
mean, you could go to dinner. Like
No, I know, but I used to just be like
went too
out.
far.
Yeah, and it wasn't.
Drugs?
No, never
Coke?
done drugs. Never done coke.
Never.
No.
Weed?
I don't like weed. It gets me too paranoid.
You?
Yeah, I hate
What a
it.
shocker.
I get like
paranoid right now.
You want to hear a funny story? So after my knee surgery, I was taking Percocets, obviously for your knee, and then you had to stop, and I was in a lot of pain. And that's another fucking thing that ruins athletes' careers. Is
Yeah.
Percocets, and I had to go twice on it for almost 6 months because of my knee. So think about that. Plus drinking. So anyway, when you had to stop, you had to take CBD. I was taking CBD for the pain, and it was helping. So I used to just down the bottle of CBD because I was in so much pain. And my mom was like, "Oh, I got you this like CBD that's really strong. It was like $500." She was like, "It should be good. Just take a couple of drops." But I was used to the regular CBD, and this one had THC in it.
Oh.
And dude, I drank the whole thing, right?
Oh, no.
So I took a nap, and I wake up, and at the time my girlfriend was there, and I was like, "Yo, are you like, is this a dream?" She's like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "Am I dreaming?" So then I started freaking out. So I was like, "Oh, I'm having a heart attack," because I was so high. So I was like, "My heart stopped." So I called 911.
What?
Yeah. So I'm like, I'm having a heart attack. My heart stopped. Listen, like I need an ambulance. Like my heart stopped. So I put the phone down, right? And I'm sitting there. I don't know if you ever done edibles or anything like that. I don't. And I hate that fucking feeling of feeling disassociated.
Yeah.
And I took like the whole bottle, and it was like
geez.
10% THC, so it's like a lot. So then I'm sitting there, right? And I'm like, fucking, what the fuck? Where's this ambulance? I'm going crazy. So I call 911 again. And I'm like, I just called. Like, I'm dying. She goes, "Sir, it's been 2 minutes." And I was like, I thought it's been an hour. And then they came, and they were like, and of course, it's like the firefighters are like, and all the police are like fans. They're like, "Oh, jiu-jitsu, bro." I was like, "Bro, this is not the time. Listen, I'm
Yeah.
dying."
No selfies.
And they're like, "Listen, do you think you're really having a heart attack, or did you just drink the CBD?" Because like the COVID at the time, like, "Do you want to go to the hospital?" And they calmed me down, and eventually I was fine. But like,
It was like a bad trip?
I was just, not, it was different if you gave me an edible and I knew what to expect.
Right.
I just didn't know what was going on because I didn't know that there was THC in the thing. And I was fucking freaking out. I was like, what the hell's going on right now? Like, I didn't know. I was like, I take the CBD every day, but it was miserable. Oh, it was so bad. And like that high is like, I hate that. Like this association.
Yeah.
Oh, it was
You
terrible.
start to doubt things.
I forgot how to breathe. I was like, I don't like weed. Like I get so paranoid.
That
But
is
I take a
terrifying.
couple hits.
The only thing that I don't believe about that story is the part that there was a girlfriend in the room.
You know my girlfriend at the time stabbed me. No, yeah, there was.
Oh.
Yeah. This is one
Okay,
during the
sorry.
pandemic. Yeah.
Have you had one since?
I like dated girls, but not girlfriend, no.
So,
That's what I understand my love life. Trying to see if I'm single.
no, because I was trying to see if there were any lies in that. story.
Who's you in these lines?
The girlfriend part was the one part that
You
felt
think I'll get girls?
unbelievable. So then how did you? So you went from there, and then how does the Logan Paul fight even come about? Like where's
He knows, dude. Like he knows.
So he calls you up.
He knows. He knows. You know what I mean? And like,
Why isn't it a pro bout?
I want it to be because I want it to be under a good.
I was told that the
That's
reason.
bullshit because he's.
Well, you don't even know what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, because you're gonna say because I never boxed before.
Yes.
No, but he got a pro license when he never boxed before. Conor got a pro license when he never boxed before. It's not. That's bullshit.
I mean, Conor had way more.
No, I understand that. I'm not saying that like that, but I'm saying there's people that get them. You know what I mean? I wasn't supposed to get a pro license for my first fight in Bellator, but they gave it to me because I had so many jiu-jitsu fights. That's in Chicago. You need 2 fights.
Really?
Yeah. So
Wow.
they granted me like a exemption.
Okay.
Because I had so many. They had to.
So what
go
about
over
here?
there.
I'm actually
Please.
surprised that they wouldn't make this a pro fight.
It's because the undercard. They don't say
No,
that.
it's the double main event.
No, because the undercard they wouldn't be able to have because it's amateurs. If it's a pro,
but so then why is KSI Tommy?
it's not pro. It's just
Yes, it is.
It's on pro. It's dude,
Box
these
rec.
guys are like they use these things. It's not sanctioned by the pro commission still.
Well, it's the PBA.
Yeah, that's not pro.
Okay, but that's not the British Boxing Board of
Yeah,
Control, but
exactly.
it's the sanctioning body, whatever sanctioning body
It's
is.
everybody
overseeing
that
this.
got kicked out of the fucking real shit that does this one. I shouldn't be saying that because they're gonna fucking.
Yeah, it's the card you're on. Don't be shitting on
No,
it.
not that. Is that they're gonna obviously judge it for him, and they're gonna have a referee that's gonna separate us.
So I asked about that too.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
They said not true.
Yeah, bro.
You think he's handpicking the refs and judges?
What do you think they're gonna tell you? Yeah, he's handpicking the.
Well, you just said that actually.
I know. I'm saying, what do you think? What do you think they're gonna tell you?
I just want no. But like, what makes you think that this is even
It's
possible?
bro, because it's Logan and KSI's fucking promotion. This is what they do. This is what him and Jake do. They fucking put everything in their favor. They do every single thing they could do to put themselves as like.
So then, can I ask you this? Why even sign up for this? If you feel like the deck is stacked
money?
against you, how good is it?
It's good. It's very good money.
8
It's
figures?
Good.
7 figures?
It's
That would-
good. It's high.
Why not
Higher than
I'm
same thing.
surprised that you guys didn't get pay-per-view points.
Because only Logan's not getting a purse. He's getting only pay-per-view
Yeah,
points.
he said that.
But Tommy, I don't think is getting pay-per-view points. It's only KSI and Logan. And for them,
But no show money. They're just getting back end. You're getting front end.
I mean, I'd rather take the fucking the back end. But actually,
Yes.
people stream a lot.
No, but you should have gotten the front and the pay-per-view.
I'm telling you, at the time, I couldn't have had no fucking arguing room. What do you want me to do?
I think you were selling yourself short. If you would have had me negotiating for you,
Maybe we
I
have to
would
talk to
hooked
John.
you up.
Maybe we get you guys in tandem.
John's my guy.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe we
like
get you guys
John.
in tandem.
Well, it's because you were being so
No, dude,
standoffish
that was
towards
you.
me.
I'm never standoffish.
Dude, I'm the one who reached out. I'm the one who reached
You
out.
reached out because of commentary thing, and you were worried about that. So it was,
No. I reached out and said, hey, Logan is coming on. It's only fair. You have to respect that, right? I could have easily just said, nah.
keep going on.
This is from my friend Virna, Jean Giroba.
Is that
She actually made this.
you have a yarmulke for me?
This is Virna right here.
That's not her.
Yes, it is.
Paul Drew. I
It's
don't know the
not-
guy's
you don't
name.
even know the guy's name. You can't do the joke
Guy's
if you don't know his
fucking ugly.
name.
My God, it looks just like her though. To be honest,
So what happens here? You beat Logan Paul.
they're trying to sign me if I beat him. They're actually in like cahoots. Like who wants me, Jake or KSI? But like, why am I doing boxing? I'm a jiu-jitsu
You want to go
guy.
back to MMA? I actually said after the
stupid.
KSI fight, I said, if I was like guiding you, I said, go back to jiu-jitsu, go to your
MMA.
roots. No, well, get a couple of, like,
Bro,
know what DJ is doing?
I want to go tap fucking Islam. I want to go fucking beat these guys. I'm getting old. Listen, it's now, or, never. It's now or never.
Absolutely.
Listen,
29? How old are you?
30.
30.
I just turned 30.
Happy
Listen, thank you. I'm willing to go and fucking go out there and see if what I'm saying is
Kill or be killed.
Let's do it. If I go to the UFC, give me your toughest fight. Give me Ian Gary. Give me anybody. Give me Neil.
170.
Yeah, 170. Anybody.
Leon Edwards.
Leon Edwards.
Colby.
That'd be easiest fight. I actually like
Colby.
But yeah, sure, Colby. Anybody.
Can I actually tell you the difference between you and Colby? I'm going to give you a compliment right now, okay?
Thank you.
There's a lot of reasons why you could have just said like, Ariel takes a pot shot. I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah.
The fact that you're here actually, I think, says a lot about you. I think I've criticized Colby once.
There you go.
And after that, he's like, F Ariel, I'm never talking. It says a lot about you. A lot of fighters wouldn't do that.
And
So
I think-
I'll give you props
I
for
think
that.
this is why people are starting to go towards my side is because I could take it.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
and
I
Logan
give you
can't
props.
do that. Logan can't take it, and he turns into a shell, and he gets mad, and he starts firing all his yes men, and he starts making them sign NDAs, and he's been known for that. For me, I know I'm not perfect, and I could take your fucking banter and this and that. The only thing I get mad with you is like when it's like blatant, like when the guy's like, oh, like I took a picture of Dillon Danis. You're like, why did you take a picture of that loser? Like,
Why does
did he
that
pay
bother
you?
you so much?
Because
That
it was just
such
like-
a bad joke.
Because like he made the guy take it down.
I was surprised he took it down.
He came
I
over, took
shamed
a
him.
picture, and
I
like
shamed him into taking it down. One of the best heels in the business right now.
crazy.
I gave him the rub.
Do you know anybody from AEW?
Yeah, that's my boy Tony Khan, the
Do you actually
snowman.
know? I want to do the rival because he's in WWE. I want to make an appearance against MJF. We've been trying to work on it. It might happen.
You
But
think
I don't know.
so?
But now at the time, we've been trying to work on it.
Why do you want to do? They were just in Queens.
I love fucking ripping MJF. Oh,
Why?
So good. Me and him, imagine. That'd be great. He probably. I mean, he's
I like
good on,
MJF.
me too. That's why I want to do.
But they were just in Queens.
I don't know why. I don't know Tony Khan. I don't
You
know
don't
anybody
know?
there. I don't.
John couldn't have hooked it up.
No one knows Tony Khan from Paradigm.
Yeah.
I would love to do that, and it's perfect because it's AEW, WWE.
Why do you want to go against WWE?
I don't want to go against them, but I just think that
You were
for
just
them,
taking
it's-
picture of Triple H. They
I
had
love
you
wrestling.
backstage.
I love
why
the
go to
Attitude
the-
Era. Fucking
Why don't you go to WWE?
Logan's part of the Karen era.
Oh, I see.
I like the old school guys, like Rey Mysterio and all the guys. Dude, they love me. They were all back there like, yo, fucking Logan, no one likes him. We give him swirlies in the back. Triple H even said that to me.
He did not put it on the
He was there.
Put it on the board. What do you mean they're giving you swirlies?
He
I've
has
been in the
pictures.
back with Logan.
Yeah, you get swirlies too. You guys are both fucking two in hand.
Yesterday, Adam Copeland, Edge. Did you see that?
Yeah,
He
I have
showed
a
up.
picture of him. You saw that picture?
I did not.
Oh, yeah. No.
Oh, you and Ray.
Yeah, and Ray
Yes.
posted a picture of him.
Yeah.
So,
No,
yeah, so
listen,
you
it
gotta
was
talk
nice.
shit.
Grayson posted a picture. I was like, this is
Listen.
cool. And then I couldn't believe it.
Why you act
How
like it's
much-
bad to take a picture of me?
Q rating.
What does that mean?
Low.
How is that? What
At the
rating?
time, you were.
I'm an A-lister. Okay, what would you say? B?
When you want. C+.
I mean, not one dude downstairs. Every single person in your lobby was like going crazy.
They were going nuts.
They were like, I swear to God. He goes, yo, thanks for making my day better at work.
Put it on the board.
And I have video, so I'll
Where's
post it
it?
after.
You love to always say the thing. I have the video, like I have the text messages.
I
But
swear.
you never show them.
The guys didn't even know you worked here. They're like, why are you here? I was like,
Yeah.
Ariel's upstairs. He was like, I swear. I swear to God. And then I went to the gift shop and got this shit for $5. You better fucking pay me back
I
for it.
know it's a poor Photoshop because look at the
It's not a
hand.
Photoshop.
That looks like the Usman arm thing. You know the Usman arm?
No, he has
meme?
fat fingers like that.
Look at that. Look how bad that is.
That's a real fucking picture.
Dude, look at it. It's horrible.
Stop it.
But
It's a real
it's a nice effort on your part to come with a prop. Like his prop with the picture of
You
the
wearing the same shirt? It's the same.
I'm not wearing the same shirt for goodness sakes. I have multiple plaids, my gimmick.
I had to come down here and do this.
How many
I'm doing
buys?
all these big fucking interviews now. I had to come and bless you.
I know. Thank you for that.
No problem.
How many buys?
To be honest with you, that's tough because I think streaming is so easy.
Yeah.
Dude, like you can literally stream a UFC without any effort. They have to do something about it. Like no effort. Like I'm not
And
trying.
they have like the top of the line.
It's so easy, and it's like fucking HD, fucking perfect. You know what
Can
I
I
mean?
tell you what bothered me about the press conference?
What? Hey, give me credit on this.
Tell me.
Logan, you know you're a pro wrestling fan.
Yeah, yeah.
He gets acting classes. He has mic skills. They
Yeah.
do this every week. He's on SmackDown every week. I thought I held my own against him.
You
I
held
thought
your
I
own.
beat him.
You were better. I'll tell you this. You were better at the press conference than you were in the face-to-face.
Yeah.
The face-to-face was.
Because I had to wake up a little bit.
Matt,
Dude. You
yeah,
fucking throw me in.
fuck.
Imagine you just wake you up at 6 a.m. and they throw you in there with some
know, it's
coked out
tough.
fucking motherfucker yelling. He's ready to go. He has props and all this, and I'm not allowed to bring anything.
Okay, so to that point, I actually was annoyed at the press conference only
John
because
Fury.
it ended
It's
prematurely.
stupid.
It wasn't his time.
You know
to
what's
shine.
funny? I like him, but
I like
that was
those guys.
stupid.
It wasn't their time to
was
shine.
stupid.
Why is he sitting up there?
That I agree with you on that. I think they shouldn't.
It
I
should
don't
just be the
understand
four of you.
because Tommy doesn't talk and like it's like I get
But
it.
still,
I thought that I was just
it
getting into my
ended.
groove.
Yes,
I was
If
I
I
ripping
didn't
him.
ask them about it, but like if I was Misfits or
They're
DAZN,
gonna
I
have
would
him
have
there
been annoyed.
again. It's like what the fuck, dude? Like, come on, we're trying to sell a fight. Like, what do
Yeah.
you? You're,
It wasn't his place to do that.
no, he was.
If anything, actually, honestly, I would have rather it be two separate press conferences.
Me too.
Yes.
You want to do one in the States? This fight should be in the States. I don't want to go to fucking
Oh,
Manchester.
not that. I just mean like you and Logan
yeah.
have your own time,
Yeah,
and then the other guys have their own time.
I couldn't even hear him. I was here, and he was like halfway across the thing, and everybody's yelling. I can't hear anything he's saying. But I won that press conference. Even Chael tweeted out saying I won that press conference.
Does Chael write your material?
No,
He's very nice.
I read his material now. Ask
Yeah,
him. He
right.
would admit
Yeah.
to that. He'll admit to that.
Another one.
And,
Come on, you don't write Chael's material.
He'll admit to that.
Get out of here. I know who writes some of your material.
No.
Doug Crosby.
No, no, what that is.
1,000%.
No,
You don't know who that is? The judge?
No,
The disgraced
bro.
judge.
I swear I write everything. I sit at home after I'm done with training. I go in my room, throw in a couple Zimbabwe's, coffee, and I'll just rip.
You could throw in a couple what?
Zins. You don't know what Zins are?
No.
Yeah, because you're like
Was that the thing here?
yeah, you're like 15.
Is that for the veneers?
No, it's like a nicotine. Like Rogan uses it during like the commentary.
You're doing nicotine before your fight?
Yeah, it's fine. Everybody does.
Are you addicted?
No.
Do you smoke cigarettes?
Oh, you crazy.
So what do you need
There's no
nicotine for?
tobacco.
What do you need that for? You're a pro fighter. You should be taking like the best stuff possible.
Yeah, it is. It's really good for your brain.
Does it make you high?
No, I can't say. Oh, actually, I don't know. I can say that. But like a lot of fighters use it for their brain. It's really good for your brain.
For like
Yeah, hit a lot. Yeah, it helps with nicotine. It's very good for the brain.
you been
Watch
sparring?
Andrew Huberman.
Who's that?
It's that doctor that always goes to Rogan.
You love Rogan. It's like your fifth Rogan reference.
Who doesn't love Rogan?
I mean, he's
We'll
not
get
having
jealous because you know.
he's not having you on the show. Why
We'll
you keep
probably have him
referencing
on
him?
after.
You're gonna go after?
Probably, yeah. I was supposed to do Mike Tyson, but then they gave me like a fucking 6-hour notice, and they were like, you have to go to Vegas the next day, and I was like, fuck, I really want to do that though.
Do it via Zoom.
I want to meet him.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
How does life change if you beat him?
I think either way. I mean, obviously the fight is
there
like
any part of you that's worried you get knocked out, it's going to be a meme forever, right? Because there's a lot of people. Part of the process.
Boxing. Okay, imagine Islam boxing. Imagine fucking Khabib boxing. None of these guys are doing it. I'm a pure grappler.
Respect, 100%. Anyone
imagine Gordon Ryan boxing.
But look at Ben. Ben has to deal with that. Look at Tyron. Tyron has to deal with that.
Those guys' careers are already over. Listen,
if Logan
you
knocks
only
you
lose
out,
if you.
Are you worried? Is there any part of you that's worried?
I have no fear.
Okay.
I don't fear nothing. I'm saying, but those guys, you lose only if you let like him win. Like in the sense of like Ronda Rousey when she lost, right? If she would have came back and kept going like that, like Conor, how he fucking keeps going.
Yeah.
You only lose if you just give up in life. You understand? Like Ben Askren has.
This is deep. I like this.
No, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
He only beats me if I don't ever fight again and I turn into a fucking fat alcoholic and then.
I hate when people like if you get knocked out in the second round or something. I'm just saying if. Or he did, like, I hate when people go to fighters' social media and talk shit. Like,
I mean, that's
you guys
part
have
of the
more
game. I can
courage.
take it. Yeah, I know exactly.
It's not fair. But
if he was such a man, the Bellator bag for this was bigger than this.
I don't believe that.
It was.
This is his promotion.
Bellator no. I'm saying Bellator has Viacom money for a fight like that. They put on money.
Trying to sell Bellator.
I know, but because they don't have fights like that. If they had a fight like that, come on, something you know that. You know, Viacom had for that kind of fight.
Obviously, Viacom has the pockets, but Viacom has.
He shook my hand. He said he's gonna fight MMA. You think he will? No.
It's an interesting question.
What do you think wins it?
I would love to see it.
What do you think wins it?
In MMA, the problem is the weight.
Bro, you shot. Come on.
What?
Fucking tap him in 30 seconds.
No, the problem is the weight. I actually
I don't care. I'll fight him at 500 pounds.
I did a interview here for the DAZN like pre thing.
Yeah.
Like their countdown show. And asked them. I was very complimentary to you.
Yeah. Now you are, but before you're like, why are you picking him? He's a fucking loser.
Yeah, I was wondering that. That is true. But, over time we change. I said the biggest question for me that I feel like people aren't talking about enough. What are you doing?
Stretching.
Are you praying? We're almost done.
Get nervous. No, I'm good. No, I like talking to you.
The biggest question is the knee.
Yeah. My knee's fine. For him, it's fine.
But is it 100%?
I think when you have 2 knee surgeries, it'll never be 100%. But
right. Boxing, movement,
it's easy.
Angles.
Dude, boxing's so easy
I
compared
know,
to MMA
I know it's not
jiu-jitsu.
wrestling or jiu-jitsu, but that's a major thing that you've had to overcome. 2, right?
Of course, yeah.
One failed.
Yeah.
And then...
dude, how many NBA players are gone?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that to me is the question that no one's talking about enough.
I think no one cares. Like, because the thing with me is that I'm so hated, or now I guess I'm loved, but like, everybody just wants to always put me down. And that's one thing that you do too, but I don't mind it because I bring it upon myself, whatever.
Sure, fair enough.
But that's the thing. No one ever just gives me credit for anything. I never
want
get
so much credit.
No, because I feel like I deserve some respect for a lot of things I do.
For what? You haven't, let's be honest, you haven't fought in 4 years, 4.5 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Who else is being more talked about?
Yes.
There's guys that fight every month that no one cares about. Every single fucking fighter calling me out, so stop it.
I mean,
it's very hard to stay relevant for 4 years.
Who else is calling you out?
Everybody. There's every single UFC guy. Come on, dude.
Who? Give me a name. Who's calling you out?
Piss me off. You know that. You know that.
No,
I'm the most talked about fighter.
I see people calling out Hamza, Sean Strickland, Izzy.
Strickland just called me out on fucking Full Send. He's the champion.
I didn't see that.
Okay, he just did.
Or did they ask those guys? By the way, shout out, they said something nice about me.
They were trying to defend you, but then
you were lying.
You're hurt.
He was crying.
You were
I've never even met those guys. Fellow Canucks, though.
I've never been to Canada.
You did? Really?
No.
You live like 6 hours away.
I know. I want to go to Drake's mansion.
Can you go to Canada?
Yeah, I don't got any felonies, just misdemeanors. Yeah.
When's the last time you were arrested?
Can't say that.
What was it when they were trying to give you the serve you with the papers?
That wasn't arrest though.
No, I know, but you were evading them, right?
Yeah.
There was once a thing in Vegas, right?
Yeah, that too.
That too.
Yeah.
So how many times total? Is this like a badge of honor?
In handcuffs?
In handcuffs.
Twice.
New York and Vegas?
Yeah. No, Jersey Shore.
Oh, right, with the guy.
Yeah.
What happened with that?
To be honest with you, I was just too lazy. I didn't sue.
No. What happened in the aftermath?
I got just a fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Fine. Me and Burr got a fine.
Both you and him?
Yeah.
Was it weird when he was in the room for the face-to-face?
No, I actually thought it was funny because I knew he was going to do that because KSI was going to do that, and I knew that. So I knew he was going to copy KSI. KSI hired him to come to the press conference.
Wow. How did you know this?
I know everything.
Wow.
I got insider. But you know what's funny? I said to him, I said, at least you're getting the guy a paycheck. He lives with his mom. I know everything about the guy because I can't go into detail with that. But
Okay. Where do you live?
don't worry about that.
Who do you live with?
By myself. I have a penthouse.
Really?
Yeah, you come over anytime.
Would you invite me over?
Yeah, I'll wine and dine
You
you.
have
Treat you like a nice little girl.
Shabbat dinner together?
Yeah.
You and I?
What are you doing tonight?
Do a little challah?
What are you doing tonight?
Doing my show, then I go home.
After Schultz, we should just grab dinner. Get a steak. You like steak? I'll hand feed you.
I don't. Again, another weird one. I feel like you shouldn't be eating steak. Actually,
No, steak. I like steak.
How much do you weigh?
I'm late, dude. I can make 170 tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, but it's not 170.
I know I'm saying, but I could.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not. I've been trying to eat a lot.
You're gonna weigh in at 195. What do you think? What do you think you'll actually weigh?
Probably be close to that.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not a big guy.
It's gonna be a crazy scene.
It is.
Yeah, man. When do you go?
I think either Sunday or Monday. But like,
It's like a week from today.
Yeah.
It's rapidly approaching.
of course, I'm excited.
Are you getting nervous?
No, I don't get nervous. The only thing that kind of sucks is like, I love like I just think boxing's so stupid
Why?
because like MMA like it's just like a free fight.
Don't do this thing. Don't
It
do
is.
this thing.
It's
I don't
dumb.
like
It's
this.
the same
I don't
thing
like
like
when the
Nate said.
guys
These
sign
guys
up for
can't really
boxing
fight.
and then lose and then say,
No, I'm not saying I'm gonna
this
lose.
was a real fight.
It is though. Fight me in a real fight. Me and him were in the street, and I was talking about his fiance. It wouldn't be boxing.
There isn't any influencer MMA league.
Exactly, because they're not smart enough to do jiu-jitsu or wrestling because they can't learn it.
Or arguably, I think the proper
No.
answer would have been, it's hard. It's too hard.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one who's doing jiu-jitsu.
But this is what you signed up for,
I know. I didn't say anything.
and you think you're gonna win.
Yes, I wouldn't have
you-
took it if I wasn't gonna
You
win.
think you'll knock him out?
I think he quits.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he quits on the stool, or they throw in the towel, or I knock him out, or a TKO,
6 rounds.
or I choke him on.
What's going on with the 8 rounds thing?
You know why I did that? Because
Yeah.
I wanted the 12 rounds, and then he was like, "No, let's do 8," and then he was like going back and forth. I was like, "Yo, bro, I'm not giving you what you want anymore. Like I want 12, you want 8. Fuck you. Like I'm not doing everything you want.
Okay.
You know what I
So
mean?
it's
Like
6.
it's like fuck him, bro. Like why does he get to like do all this little shit he wants? I wanted 12.
I actually think 8 favors you.
It does.
So why don't you do it?
'Cause I'm gonna
You
beat
just
him in
didn't want to
6.
give him the
Yeah, it's just
satisfaction.
because he's just calling all the shots. I you're like I'm Logan Paul. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Fuck him, bro. He's a nobody.
I get it.
Like WWE, I would fucking crush it, bro. Bad Bunny's doing backflips like he is. He acts like he's doing some crazy shit.
No, yeah, I don't think you would.
Bro, you want me to do a fucking swanton bomb on you right now? At the table?
Go ahead.
Yeah, lay on the floor.
Imagine
I'm not joking. Just,
a 3D through the table.
Yeah, can I do it?
Yo, you got to admit, he's really good at wrestling.
I thought that until I saw Bad Bunny do the same shit.
No,
Bad
like
Bunny
the
has
match
no
with
athletic-
Ricochet, that was insane.
Bro,
SummerSlam?
You could do that. If I tell you
I
jump,
cannot. Honestly, I cannot do that. He's doing freaking
I could do
backflips.
it. I could do backflips.
He's doing like the Rob Van Dam
Yeah,
thing.
fucking thing. I'll do it right now. I could
mean,
do it without
honestly,
no practice.
maybe pre-knee injury.
No, now I
the
can.
knee is.
I could do it.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why do you want to be a pro wrestler so bad? It's great to see your eyes.
Yeah, I know.
By the way, this is the
Beautiful,
first
right?
time in a long time
Wanna
that I
make
see
out?
your eyes. Look at this. Wow. Yo, look at his eyes. They never lie. Look at those eyes. Actually, we have a counter that states how many. What are we at, by the way? What are we at, Alex? 13.
Says 13.
Oh, 14.
13
What?
nuggies I have to give you.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, so this is good. I feel
You
like
have
we're.
any more questions?
No, I think we're good.
Yeah.
Do you think we're in a good spot?
Me and you?
Yeah.
You gonna get on your knees and apologize?
No, I apologize
No, if
for
you get on
making
your
you
knees
pull
and
out of the fight,
apologize, then-
but you didn't thank me for getting you this fight.
You never got me this fight. You were saying, why'd you pick him? So how does that make any sense?
I put
Now
it-
you're lying.
I put in the word.
So why'd you say to him, why'd you pick him then? That makes no sense. And that was after.
Did that conversation happen?
Well, that was a joke?
He was trying
now
to
you're
put-
lying?
He was, no, I didn't bring it up. He brought it up.
No, you said, oh, yeah, I did say that.
Just trying to make him feel good.
So does the lie counter go up here?
No, there's just one for you. There's just one for you. All right, so it's going down on October 14th, the Zone pay-per-view, double main event,
Yeah.
no pay-per-view points. I think we could change that.
We should.
Do you want me to put it in a word?
Please.
All right. 195, 6 rounds.
Yeah.
I actually feel like we've broken a lot of news here today because all this stuff was up in the air. Drug testing,
Yeah, piss test. Whatever.
piss test, but random.
No.
I was told random.
Okay, random. Yeah, so random in 2 weeks. That's how you know that he's
No.
blending his system. Come on.
Could it happen in,
Please give it to me now.
yeah.
I'm down forever.
Why does he want you to do an STD test?
Because he was just trying to be funny. Like,
trying to be-
his fucking fiance should do one.
And you're going to win.
Yes.
And then the plan is UFC.
Yes.
That's the
Or if the money's good, Jay Paul or KSI, maybe. It's tempting.
That would be big.
It would be big. Imagine him trying to avenge
If
his
you
buddy.
if you knock him out and
In
then
reality,
by the way, if you knock him out, I think Jake would take that fight.
Who does Jake have to fight besides Tommy? If Tommy loses or Tommy,
Yeah, no, I agree.
someone else,
If you knock out Logan, I think you versus Jake is
and then I'm the
gigantic.
A side.
Jake wants Canelo.
You know who I want to box? Nate Diaz.
Oh,
we have a history. It's not far.
But here's the thing. I think this is all possible.
I know it's not far.
If you win, I don't
Nate
think
didn't win.
Yeah, but
what? He got his ass whooped.
He did choke him.
Okay, so if I choke Logan, that means it's demon.
Are you gonna try to do that?
I can't say.
Guillotine?
May not be guilty.
Pull guard?
You better be worried.
So
I have a lot of ways to win. I'll tell you that.
Honestly, I'm giving you props. Like, based on what you've done to repair your brand,
it's pretty hard.
No, based on what you've done, you win this fight October 14th. I think truly the world is yours, as the great what's his name once said, Al Pacino. Yeah, that movie. I really think the world is yours. I don't know what happens.
No one even expects me to put up a good fight. I do. I'm going to get up like 30 seconds.
I expect it to be a good fight. I think people are
underestimating me.
Yeah, I really do. Yeah. To me, the big question
I stutter a little bit sometimes. What, you're going to kill me?
You get nervous in front of the stars.
I get nervous. It's just fucking
big dogs.
I didn't go to college, bro. I'm a fucking fighter since I was 15.
I wish you the best.
I appreciate it.
I hope it all goes well.
A hug?
I'm afraid with all the comments.
Come on. Come on, hug.
But I'm looking forward to it.
Should I give you a hug?
Nah.
Come on.
Well, why are you getting so close?
Can you give me a hug?
This is like the Chael Vanderlei thing. Don't let me get close. I'll give you a handshake.
No, it has to be a hug.
Are we really going to hug?
Yeah.
This is a good moment right here.
Come on.
Joe, he's touching me. His hands are very sweaty. Oh, yeah, this is nice.
Come on, give me a hug.
He's pinching me. That's assault right there.
Is it?
But you saw that, right? Come on. Bring it out.
Yeah, but churn.
What do you want?
A hug.
Jeez.
What? Do I see this?
No.
Go on, see it.
Stop. Get the fuck out.
Go on, see it. Okay. No, all right, real hug.
Okay, no.
Real hug. Come on.
No.
Come on, I was just seeing.
Okay, enough.
I just want to see it.
Can I say goodbye? Oh, there it is. You said, by the way, no, stop. That was enough.
Shake my hand.
It was
Shake my hand.
Sweaty.
Shake my hand.
I need to close
my hand.
the thing.
Shake my hand.
I don't trust you anymore.
I promise I won't do anything. Don't do that because I'm gonna come over there. I'm not that far.
Okay. Yeah, we cracked.
Fuck, I'm trying to bring my hand over there.
I did. That was a good handshake. There he is, Dillon Danis.
We should have done the darts.
Yeah, I only do that for A-listers.
See, now you're
I'm kidding.
We should get a picture of me and you in the shirt, no?
It's a bad Photoshop.
It's not Photoshop.
Okay, there he is, Dillon Danis, everyone. October 14th, DAZN pay-per-view. The only gold he'll ever have is that one.
You keep talking shit, I'm going to fucking hit you with this WWE and the fucking thing.
Much love. We're going to be back in a moment with Steve Cooper and Leigh Wood. For now, though, here's my conversation with Logan Paul from last Wednesday. Final guest of the day, the one that a lot of you have been waiting for. Can't wait to talk to this man. As you know, really needs no introduction. October 14th, prime card, DAZN, Misfits Boxing. It is the fight that, in many people's eyes, at this point has become the people's main event. It's the co-headliner. It's Dillon Danis versus Logan Paul. Logan Paul, kind enough to join us on the program once again. There he is. Hello, Logan. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing, Ariel? Good to see you, bro. Always.
Good to see you as well. Really appreciate this. I know you don't do a ton of these. You don't really need to, so I appreciate the time and the subtle plug as always. What flavor we got there? What is that?
I was thirsty, Ariel. That wasn't a plug. Drink Prime. I was thirsty. My guy, blue raspberry. 20 calories, 2 grams of sugar.
Yeah, shout out. Okay. So much to talk to you about. Can we start here? So much going on in your life, business-wise. Prime, WWE, who knows what the hell else. Why are you coming back to boxing? Why the need to do this? Why did you decide to do this? Before we get to the opponent, the day, all that, why did you decide I need to continue the boxing career?
I don't know what else to do, Ariel. I really don't know what else to do. Like I have this frame that is attuned for combat. I like to work hard. I like to beat people up. I like when they try to beat me up back. And it's a good vehicle for the businesses that you mentioned that I'm building. It's just a good platform, and I love it. I don't know.
You've had such success in WWE. It's grueling on your body. I was there in London. I thought you broke your neck there for a second. It was insane. Did you not feel like you were getting that, that buzz, scratching that itch from that? Because as you know, no one's really wrestling in boxing, or wrestling in MMA is a rarer thing. Boxing's super rare. Were you not getting that feeling that you were getting out of boxing from the WWE stuff right now?
Boxing is just so much more intensely violent, and both sports have their danger and are both extremely primal. I often feel like I'm born in the wrong generation. Like I like the idea of two men, two women, humans going at it with all they have but their body. Like, I don't know. I just feel like I'm built for it, and boxing ignites a certain part of my brain that wrestling doesn't, and wrestling ignites a certain part of my brain that boxing doesn't. And I like going back and forth. Also, who's doing it, Ariel? That's like I gotta make a legacy somehow.
That is fair. When you decided to do this, how does it work with WWE? Do you have to ask them for permission? Is it already carved out? You don't even have to tell them. How does that work?
Yeah, we got to find a time in the schedule to carve out a time to box, because I am, I guess, technically like a full-time wrestler. Like I'm on the roster. I have a contract, and it's also a goal of mine to get WWE championships. Like I didn't just come to partake. I came to take over, and you don't do that if you're hopping in and out of the sport. So we got to find time to box and time to wrestle, and they've been very accommodating.
Was there any talk of them promoting your next boxing match?
Yeah, especially now with the merger, right? The WWE UFC TKO merger. I just think it would be massive. Like, WWE is such a innovative, adaptable enterprise, and if they want to get on board to promote a boxing fight with me, depending on who the opponent is, right, it has to be the right opponent. Could be huge.
Because people think, TKO, you've got MMA, you've got wrestling, boxing is next. And even Nate Diaz had mentioned that they were trying to help put together that fight back in March. Is all of that accurate?
Yeah, they were.
And why, in your opinion, did it not come to fruition?
Oh, man. You know why I think it didn't come to fruition? I mean, I don't know. I think Nate wanted to fight Jake.
Okay.
There's no doubt that any event that I do with the WWE would be massive. They're one of the biggest sports organizations on the planet. Where's the hesitation? I don't understand it. I'm sure he had his reasons.
So when you come together with KSI, your business partner, and say, all right, let's do this, how does it go from like the prime card to you being on the prime card and you being the co-headliner to him being in the main event? Like, how did the whole process come about? Because I think
whoa, hey,
no,
buddy. Technically, it's a co-headline, double main event.
Okay, I was trying to give it the co-headline. To me is number one, by the way, but double main event, fine. How did the whole process come about? Was it an easy deal to put together, or did you consider other options? Your own card, your own thing, MVP. What were the options?
Let me be clear. The only reason that I'm doing this card is because it's the prime card.
Okay.
The idea and prospect of building legacy brands and businesses is very appetizing to me. Like I said, I happen to be able to box. I happen to be able to weather that storm. I'm interested in it. I like it. I like the entertainment factor, but it is nothing more than a vehicle for me to build everlasting businesses. And KSI knows that, and I'm sure he has his own reasons for wanting to do this. But the idea of both of us being on the same card at the same time, coming from bitter rivals, beating the crap out of each other twice in a row, to fighting on a double main event night in Manchester, where we first fought, it was just so exciting for both of us.
When Mams Taylor first told me that you were going to be on this card, and then he told me the opponent, and this is not me trying to be a dick or anything, my initial reaction was why? Why Dillon? Because let's be honest, at that point, his Q rating was very low. And after pulling out of the KSI fight, it seemed like people had just kind of lost hope that he would ever fight again. And, you seem to have had the pick of the litter. You could have gone in multiple different directions. So could I ask you that same question? Why did you choose Dillon Danis as your return fight?
After I wrestled at SummerSlam, I jetted across the country to watch my brother fight Nate Diaz. And I saw you there, Ariel.
Yes.
And I told you who my opponent was. And you said this same thing. You said, why? Why Dillon Danis? You said, and I'll never forget it, you said, he doesn't deserve you. I took a step back and I said, you know what? You're actually right. Why did I pick Dillon Danis? Because he doesn't deserve me. But he does deserve to get the absolute shit kicked out of him. And if I get to be that.
All right. That is my conversation with Logan Paul from last Wednesday. Am I fully on here, Frank? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't fully hear myself, maybe a little bit louder, but I do appreciate everyone who... Whoa, I just went too loud on my thing. I should just leave that to you, shouldn't I?
I cut your headphones during the interview.
Oh, yes, that's what happened. Thanks to Dillon Danis for stopping by. I was waiting for him to punch me in the face. He said that, or give me the wedgie. He did try. Good takedown defense there, would you say? But in the end...
The best.
Jokes aside, I think that was a constructive conversation. I think we accomplished a lot, and I am looking forward to October 14th. More on that card to come. In a minute, I am super excited about this, my friends. As you know, I have fallen in love with Nottingham Forest. Last August, we decided this is going to be our squad. My kids are into football, but I'm no bandwagoner. I'm no bandwagon jumper. And so I wanted a team that was re-entering the Premier League for the first time in about 23 years. I wanted a city. I wanted a club. I wanted a gaffer, a manager, a young group of hungry stars to root for. And quite frankly, I have fallen in love with this team. And I was thinking why I have fallen in love with them so much. And I think it's because the other two teams that I support, the Buffalo Bills, the New York Knicks, they have this baggage. And there's such stress and pressure every time they play. Another season, another heartbreak, another disappointment. The Expos don't exist anymore. This was fresh. This was fun. I went to that game at Etihad, the Man City game last year, fell in love with the crowd, fell in love with the chants, fell in love with the history. I have really enjoyed being a fan of this club. They were kind enough to send a video to my son, Walter, who's become a huge fan. In fact, I just bought him in a one-year jersey on Friday. We are all in. As you can see, based on the jersey over here, we are all in. And there's a great fighter named Leigh Wood who represents Nottingham better than anyone, who's returning to action against Josh Warrington in perhaps one of his most anticipated fights to date. And he's had a lot, including his last fight, which happened in late May when he rematched Mauricio Lara and got his WBA 126-pound featherweight belt back. Now he fights Warrington in a fight that we thought for a moment might happen at the world-famous City Ground, home of Nottingham Forest. But alas, it is happening in Sheffield this Saturday afternoon here in the United States, evening in the UK. It's a true British turf war fight, if you will. Our two guests at this time are perhaps the most beloved figures in Nottingham, one born in Nottingham, another from Wales, but now has become an adopted son. He is the manager, the gaffer, as they call him, for our beloved Nottingham Forest. And what a great honor it is to have both the WBA featherweight champion Leigh Wood and the one and only Mr. Steve Cooper on the program. Is it true? Wow. I do not believe this. I do not believe my eyes. This is unbelievable. Leigh, thank you so much for the time. I love your kit. Mr. Cooper, this is a huge honor. I'm actually a little bit starstruck at the moment. I'm a massive fan of yours. Thank you so much for the time.
It's a pleasure to be on, yeah. And obviously become really friendly with Leigh over the last couple of years. So supporting him as best we can.
This is lovely. Leigh, how are you? All good?
All good, mate. Thank you, yeah. Nearly there. The worst stage for me, just not eating a lot and taking down the days till I can refuel and go to work.
So the last time you were in action, Leigh, the week before, Nottingham Forest beat Arsenal to remain in the Premier League. We're coming off a hard-fought, well-earned draw at home. The deck was stacked against us, and I could say us, right? Am I allowed to say us, Steve? Is that okay? Am I allowed to say that?
Listen, the more we can get in our family, the better. So no problem with that.
Okay, so we have set the table for a big performance out of you, Leigh. Could you tell the people at home, why does this fight mean so much to you? You versus Warrington, like I said, a classic British turf war, if you will. Why does it mean so much?
It means so much because there's a lot on the line. Obviously, we both come up from a similar path. We're both domestic fighters. We haven't won anything as an amateur. There was no Olympic medal, so we've worked from the ground up to get where we are, going the traditional route, especially myself, British, Commonwealth, European, world title. So we've done it the hard way. Two cities, an hour and 10, 15 minutes apart, and we've both become two-time world champions. So there's a lot on the line.
especially for me, I wanted this fight for probably 5 or 6 years when Josh was flying high and I couldn't even get a fight of any description. And I wanted this opportunity so bad. So for me, you know, this is everything. And to get this win over the line, it also brings the Nottingham v Leeds clubs together vocally, the cities, and obviously me and Josh.
Steve, how did your relationship, your friendship, dare I say, with Leigh come about?
Well, as you probably know, Nottingham is a very together city, as is Leeds. But obviously, we're based in Nottingham, and the club particularly is a real focal point for the city and massive fan base. And what we've tried to do as a football club over the last couple of years is try and connect with the supporters as much as we can. And while doing that, you obviously come across some famous faces and some people who've done really well out of the city, and they don't get any bigger and better than Leigh and his journey and what he's achieved. So we were lucky enough to meet him at the training ground, and feel like we've really connected a good friendship, and sort of speak in a real sort of elite way about, you know, his journey and our journey at the club, and it's built from there really. And you know, we've spent some time together. We spent, you know, some time on video calls, and we've been really supporting each other. And obviously, this is his time this week, and he knows the supporters are behind him at the football club, but also the people within the football club are really behind him as well. And it's a real honour to know him. I love talking to him about his plans and what he has to go through to get ready for fights. There's some stuff we can compare to about motivation and goal setting and all that sort of work, and he's a real winner, you know, and that's what we're trying to do at the football club is to ultimately win while doing it a certain way. And what better than to share with you know, one of our own, which is what Leigh is in Nottingham. And just as he alluded to then in the intro, he's a really good guy, really down to earth, really humble. You know, you'd never think he's achieved what he's achieved. And really, that's what we want the football club to be as well, is one built on humility and hard work, and you know, can produce some good performances. So yeah, I'm proud to know him, and obviously we've got his back this week.
Leigh, what is it like for you to hear the manager of your childhood team, your favorite club, speak of you like this, to not only have a relationship with Steve Cooper, but to hear how much he means, you mean to him, and also to the club itself? This has to be surreal stuff, no?
Yeah, you know, Steve's a great guy. There's loads of things he does what people don't know about, and obviously I'm not going to share everything, but like, he helped me out a lot when I got beat. Invited me down to the training ground, open invite. I could go down whenever I want. He got good words of wisdom, you know. One that I always live by as well when I'm training and doing things is control the controllables. He loves to say that, and he's absolutely right. You know, you don't need to worry about things out of control. Worry about what you can control. And that's a great bit of advice, especially in sport, you know. But yeah, he's helped out and helped a lot of people that what other people don't see, what other people behind the scenes, you could say. Yeah, and is an absolute hero in Nottingham. Of course, what he's done of late, took us back to the heights, to the Premier League, and regardless of what happens, you know, he'll be remembered in the city.
Steve, after Leigh's loss to Lara, and then before the last fight in May, Matchroom posted a great video message from you to him. And, you know, what was so striking to me, I mean, I have to tell you, I'm obsessed with the club now. My sons and I, we watch every single match from beginning to end, and here we are living in the States, and I can't help but consume every bit of Nottingham Forest content, from the website to the podcast to the YouTube channel, everything. You know, people like to slag me off, as they say, but I am a true proper fan, and I could talk to you about everything regarding the club. And I love watching your content. And you posted a video or via Matchroom sending him a message. And most people in your position would send like a 30-second, like, hey, you know, we got your back and good luck tonight and all that stuff. Yours was about 90 seconds, and it felt like a proper, like, message from you to him that the world wasn't supposed to see. And you talked about conversations that you guys had privately after the loss and how he helped you as you were having some tough losses and trying to stay up. Could you tell me about some of those conversations? I know a lot of them were private, but just about how you guys helped each other in perhaps a difficult time.
Yeah, and to be fair, most of my stuff is very private, and like things like this I wouldn't normally do, but definitely for someone like Leigh and yourself, of course.
Thank you.
And a new global Forest fan. But Yeah, I think like it was only mutual, the message, and maybe that was a video that was public, but it was just one of many conversations that we've had. But what I would tell you, like I said, it was mutual, and we went through ups and downs last season, as you will be aware. And he was equally as supportive of myself and us in them times as well. We had a couple of spells last year where we didn't win a football match for a while, and that's not easy, especially when you feel the responsibility that you do of doing the best you can in the city and not letting people down. So it was just a matter that one was out in the open, but it was only mutual. I think I remember really clearly after Leigh lost that we saw him a couple of days later. We had a bit of a staff get together, and I was like, "Come on, get yourself down here," and he did. And I remember chatting to him straight away, and he was just so focused on bouncing back. And I'm a huge believer in how you respond from setbacks is what defines you. Huge believer. None of us want setbacks, and none of us want defeats or difficult moments. But in elite sport, unfortunately, they're only around the corner. And it's how you deal with that and respond, I think, is the making of you. And to see him from that difficult loss, which I know he felt with it being in the city and things like that, but to see how he instantly sort of got his head down and motivated to, and I knew he would win a couple of days after because I could just see it. You could just feel it. And, he disappeared again in camp and did his work. And then, we all watched the fight. We were actually in the team hotel at Crystal Palace the night before the game. A lot of us sitting around the screen, a lot of players, Joe Worrell, the captain, and who I know Leigh's friendly with as well. And it was just a brilliant little journey or chapter of his journey to see how he was so focused on sort of redemption, if you like, and getting the job done.
Crazy
to be part of.
Crazy that as fate would have it, you're playing Crystal Palace again this weekend, right? Isn't it amazing? That is unbelievable. Yeah. Time is a circle. Leigh, could you tell us how you were feeling going into that rematch? A lot of people thought too soon, you need to get your mojo back against someone else and then fight Lara. You went right back into the fire, and it was a brilliant game plan from you and your head coach, Ben Davison. How were you feeling, though, leading up to the fight? Were there nerves? Were you starting to doubt yourself at any point?
No, not at all. I felt like the more I went onto social media and the more I seen, I had to just totally come off, like not absorb anything, because some of the things people were saying, it was quite, I was in disbelief because I was so headstrong. But I'm not really one of them characters. I'm not a sponge. I don't absorb what people say. Like, I listen to people that I trust, like my coaches and people like Cooper, and like I'll listen to them absorb that. But like anyone else, it can literally go in my one ear and out there. I'll read it and it won't get absorbed. Some of the things that was being said, like, oh, he's going to get knocked out quicker and Shun is going to get hurt, and like all these kind of messages. But I was so strong, thinking I was winning the fight clearly. And the only reason I got caught was because I got a little bit greedy. I was in my own city, packed to the rafters. Not only was I winning this fight and dominating, I wanted to get the ice on the cake and I wanted to get the knockout. And in doing so, I kept my feet there a little bit too long and I got caught. And it's boxing and it happens. It's fine margins. I actually had 3 camps for Mauricio Lara, because the first camp I did 90% of it and got injured. That was kicking the teeth. The second fight, obviously, I got beat. And then there was the third camp. And the way we prepare is so meticulous and in great detail. I knew him better than he knew himself. And that's why I cruised to victory in the rematch, because I literally knew everything he was going to do before he did it. I knew when he was going to bounce on the spot, try and run out of ideas and start slipping left and right. I knew when to stab him downstairs. I knew when to knock him off balance. And that's pretty much down to my team as well, which gave me that confidence going into that fight.
I know that there are some managers, coaches, Steve, that use the fight game as motivation for the players before a big game, whether it's NFL coaches, NBA coaches, Premier League coaches, et cetera, managers. Have you ever done that with Leigh's career about, getting hit, falling on the mat and, bouncing back up, or any other famous, I don't know how deep your fighting knowledge is, but there's a lot of similarities, right, between the two worlds.
Yeah, definitely. I think Leigh's a bit of a constant at the club, and so it's something that we can recognise on a regular basis. But definitely about sort of having your motivation and know why you want to achieve in a game. And a lot of our stuff on match day is around motivation. You've done a lot of your sort of game plan work and your tactical work, and then it's about delivering when it counts for the players, and that's on a match day. And I guess that's where Leigh is now, getting ready for the weekend. Just going back on what Leigh said there, one thing that really sort of impressed and intrigued me when we first met Leigh, when he came to the training ground, is how interested he was in the behind the scenes stuff. Like, he spent a lot of time with the analysts, and you could see that he was really interested in how our analysts operated and the process behind how we deliver meetings and data to the players. And I can see then that he was a real top performer, because I think the real top performers want to take every inch out of any sort of learning that they can come their way. You know, he didn't just want to come in and watch a training or do the obvious bits and stand on the sideline and see training. Yes, of course he did that, and we love it when he does that, but he spent more time. I remember him being there all day at the training ground. Wow. And I just thought, yeah, this guy knows what he wants, and that's where we built a lot of respect. Well, I had a lot of respect for him anyway, because of what he's done and what he's doing, like I do any sort of top athlete. But to get to know one in a different sport, I'm no boxing expert. I've big respect for the profession and what they do. I think it's amazing, and getting to know a little bit more about what Leigh does, then anybody that does well at boxing, then hats off. So, but with Leigh, I could see how interested he was in the process behind the performance, and you can see that he does that with his own work as well.
How close was this fight, Leigh, to happening at the world famous City Ground? That's what we were told. Unfortunately, it's not. How close was it?
Yeah, it was fairly close. The conversation took place, just down to the pitch and the timing. The situation with defending against Josh, and for that I didn't have the time to wait, and it just didn't line up. It was no fault down to the club, no fault down to anyone else, other than just didn't line up the timing. But when I won the world title, I thought, right, I won this world title, I can probably defend this at the world famous City Ground. And then didn't happen. And then obviously I went to Nottingham Arena, fought Conlan, and obviously beat him in great fashion. I thought, right, this is massive, a massive win now. Surely we're at the City Ground. No, but then the next fight, Laura, it's a massive fight, and he knocked out Warrington, the only person to beat him. It's a huge fight. The time of year didn't line up. The rematch again didn't line up. Then after that, I thought, right, this has got to line up now. The time of year, everything's going to be perfect. And then, we had the new pitch done. It just wasn't ready in time. The players actually didn't even have a friendly on that pitch for the start of the season. And I picked Warrington because I thought that would line up perfectly for that. And then as the ball got rolling and the fight, things was getting agreed, and we couldn't do it there. I thought we're so deep into negotiations and sorting that fight out, and let's just go for that fight. That's a massive mouth-watering fight, and probably the biggest fight in my division in Britain, in the world, from a ticket point of view, from a fan's perspective. So, this time out, I said to Eddie, look, I'm going to fight Warrington, but I'm not going to fight him or anyone else unless the contract for this fight states my next fight, if I fight again, is at the world famous City Ground.
Oh, wow.
And we've got that clause in there. So what I need to do is go out and win. And then I'll have a little break. So I've had 3 fights on the spin this year. It's at world level, not many fighters do that at my weight. So gonna go out on Saturday night. I'm going to impress. I'm going to be dominant. I'm going to win. And then I'll have a few months break. But I'll still take over and train. I'll probably go see Coops for a little bit and do a little bit with them. And then, hopefully we'll get the City Ground fight in May.
What do you think that will be like, Steve? What would that scene be like if Leigh gets to fight there?
Yeah, it would be amazing, because I know how much Leigh means to the supporters of our football club, and vice versa. When Leigh's in town, I know he doesn't miss a game. But I'm not going to ever tell him what to do. But I just really wanted to focus on the weekend.
Spoken like a true manager, right? Just focus on that.
We spoke about this. Spoke about this privately. We spoke about it last week. We had a good video call last week, and I just want him to support him in his focus now in the last bits of preparation. He knows we're all behind him, and let's hope the motivation of what he just explained there comes true. And I think everybody would benefit from that.
Leigh, could I ask you, one of the things that has captivated my imagination about this club is the love and respect that the supporters have for this man, Steve Cooper. I mean, the chants, like I said, the way you acknowledge them, Steve, after the matches, it's also wholesome and fresh. And when we have in like sports these days where there's such a contentious relationship at times between fans and the coaches, that couldn't be further from the truth in this particular case. You would think that Steve is from Nottingham, the way they speak about him and love him and support him, even when people are trying in the outside world, trying to criticize the club. Like in this day of social media, it's amazing. It's like 99.999% positive towards him. Why does Nottingham love this man so much?
It's hard not to like him, isn't it?
This quick, Leigh, answer this quick, will you?
No, you don't like this kind of stuff, does it? But honestly, it's hard not to like him. The results he's been getting hard. Like I said earlier, he's took us back to the Premier League after 20 odd years of hockey. But Nottingham is a city where if we're not doing very well, the fans just don't disappear. It's one of them cities where we still get behind and we still rock up week in, week out. And you imagine we were rocking up week in, week out for 20 odd years to the stadium in the hope of going back up to the Premier League. And along comes Cooper when was right at the bottom of the league in the Championship, and he turned us around and took us up straight away and did it the hardest way possible in the playoffs. And I think he's got a lifetime set of fans from everyone in Nottingham, especially myself.
Is there something to be learned here, Steve, about the way in which people in the public eye, your position, treat others? Because you could see the way you treat the fans, the way you treat the players, the way you treat the media. I feel like there's a lesson here, no? I know you don't feel comfortable with this type of accolades, but it's true. It really does come across.
The biggest thing we've done over the 2 years is be together. It's not about any player, any member of staff. You know, it's about real togetherness, whether that's the players on the pitch connected to the staff, all that connected to the supporters, and vice versa. You know, we're all about the collective. We're all about the togetherness. And you know, okay, I got asked last week, because I did 2 years at the club, is what's the biggest feeling? The biggest feeling for me is being at the club is gratitude. You know, just really grateful to be part of what is an amazing institution of football and an amazing city. You know, and you know, all of the good days that we've had over the 2 years, you know, I've witnessed them as well, and so has my family, and we're really grateful for that. So, you know, the best thing about Nottingham is the culture of the people and the togetherness, and particularly when times are tough. And, you know, Leigh's had some brilliant times, 1 or 2 setbacks. City's got behind him. Football club, as Leigh alluded to, for sure. And that is what makes the city and the football club, you know, what it is, unique. And it's just a real honour to be part of it. But I stress again, you know, everything positive that's happened over the last couple of years has been built on togetherness and real team spirit of all the people involved, especially the supporters.
That is a beautiful response, and I'll let you guys go in a moment. Thank you again for this. I really appreciate it. I know this is a silly question, Leigh, but just want to confirm, are we coming out with the forest gear, the music, all that stuff like you did back in May? Is that set?
Yeah, I feel like that's just part of my identity now. The rematch against Laura was in Manchester, and if you didn't know geography-wise, like around me, it's quite a distance from Nottingham. It's probably 2 hours. And I thought, you know, shall I scrap the Mullican entire? Because I thought if I walk out into that stage in my rematch and there's not enough Nottingham there and I'm singing on my own, it's not going to pick me up. It's going to have the opposite effect. But boy, they showed up. And then after the fight, on my gram, you know, there's a video there of everyone singing it after the fight, and they really did turn out for me. And I can't thank them enough. And I think that now is my identity. You know, I have that walkout song, the Forest Mullican Tire, and then it switches to my Something Inside So Strong, and that's just what I do now.
I love it. Steve, are there plans as a club to watch the fight on Saturday after you guys beat Crystal Palace?
Yeah, I mean, schedule-wise, it's obviously not brilliant because we kick off at 5:30, so it's the later game on Saturday. But of course, you know, we'll be done in time to see the game visually. I mean, one good thing about being away is that obviously, you know, only so many supporters can travel to the game, so that means that there's more supporters at home that can go and support Leigh. So there's a small blessing there. I guess we would all love to be together in the city or whatever it would have looked like. But as it works, you know, I'm sure, you know, Leigh gets brilliantly supported like the football club, and you know, I'm sure he won't be let down again on the weekend.
What is the prediction, Leigh?
You know, I'm just gonna stick to what I practice with my team, my game plan, I know what I need to do, but if all goes to plan, I can see myself getting him out of there probably mid to late stoppage.
And then is it Joe Cordina?
Possibly, I've got a lot of options. I think I need to move up. I think it's getting hard to make this weight. I made it for a long, long time. So this is probably my last fight at featherweight, unless I get an offer I can't refuse, which would tie in with the City Ground. But if not, we'll move up and look at the options. I think when you vacate a belt, you become number one at the weight for that belt. So whoever's got the WBA at the time, we can have a look at that. There's Cordina, which is a great fight as well for a world title. So I don't really want to talk about it or think about it. My eyes are on Saturday night. Josh Warrington. It's been a long time coming, this fight, and I'm going to go out and show what I'm all about.
I love how the tables have turned. You posted a video, I think your friend was telling you, hey, you need to start getting a little more active out there and calling people out. You posted a video that no one engaged with, and now here you are, the king of the mountain, and he's coming after your belt. So a real lesson to just be patient in life, and good things will happen to good people. I referenced that video, Steve, in conclusion, and I'm putting you on the spot here a little bit, but any words of advice, any words of wisdom to the great Leigh before Saturday?
We've done that privately. As I said, I just want him to continue to believe in himself, and we're all behind him. I know enough about boxing to know this is a great fight, and two great cities involved, and two great football clubs. Obviously, we're all in with Nottingham and Forest, but I know it's got the makings of a brilliant event, and we just really, really hope that Leigh gets the win he deserves again.
Tremendous stuff, Leigh. I wish you the very best. Good luck to you. Steve, I wish you and the club the very best. And on a selfish note, I just want to thank you and the club as well, because you guys have been very kind to me. But really, I'm a father of three. My kids and I didn't have much to bond over as far as sports, and I'm a big sports fan. And when we found the club and started watching every game here on NBC in America, I mean, when you guys beat Arsenal, May 20th, I remember I started crying because it gave me something to look forward to for next season that I can watch with my kids. I didn't want to lose that. And I know everyone has their other story, and I'm a new fan, but I've truly fallen in love with the club and everything you guys are about and represent. So you have a fan for life here, and I wish you guys nothing but the best. And thank you for being so kind to an outsider all the way here in the United States.
That's very kind of you. You're more than welcome.
Thank you. And hopefully we could go to the world famous City Ground one day, perhaps for the Leigh Wood title defense over there in the near future. Thank you to both of you. All the best this weekend. I can't thank you enough.
Cheers, guys.
There he is, Leigh Wood and Steve Cooper, the manager for Nottingham Forest. What a time that was. Wow. That was incredible, guys. Could you have imagined when we were picking our clubs last August that we would have had the manager for Nottingham Forest on the show? Come on. GC.
I mean, with the pride of Forest, Leigh Wood, too.
This is a crazy world. We go from Dillon Danis to Steve Cooper and Leigh Wood.
Straight into Money Moicano.
I was on. Why does Rick look so short? What's going on over there? What is happening? Rick, what are you doing over there? Oh, there we go. I was at the Man City game last August.
Oh yeah.
And they were singing I Just Can't Get Enough. And I was like, who are they singing about here? And then my friend Raj told me they're singing about Steve Cooper. They're singing about the manager. They have chants about let's play that. Can we play that? Stevie Cooper. They're singing about the manager. That's the love affair. I want one day, I just want a day. I just can't get enough. You can hear me. This is my video. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. We slip inside as we fall in love, and I just can't seem to get enough. Stevie Cooper. Rick said he didn't know a lot about Steve Cooper. Do you see the magic? Do you see why he's just such a wholesome guy?
Seems like a very nice, understated.
Doesn't want the limelight. Doesn't want the shine.
Yeah.
Big game. What a Saturday it's going to be for us guys. Freaking Crystal Palace on Saturday afternoon, 12:30. And then we roll right into Leigh Wood, and then Bellator 300, and then Grant Dawson versus Bobby Green. I mean, where else would you rather be than right here, right now?
Big weekend.
I'm with you.
Can't believe
weekend for Forest.
Can't believe we just went from Dillon Danis to Steve Cooper.
No, I mean the vibes are the same. It makes sense.
Totally,
chill guys.
Perfect transition.
Two chill guys. That's it.
All right, well, let's keep the vibes rolling along, and last year, I think it was a revelation when Renato Moicano burst onto the scene at Madison Square Garden and freaking cut a promo out of nowhere. And everyone was like, where has this guy been? Where has this guy been? He's been in the UFC for a long time, wasn't doing a lot of interviews in English, beats Brad Riddell and cuts the promo. Maybe, did we give him promo of the year? I think we might have even given him promo of the year. And then all of a sudden, we're looking forward to, 2023. Unfortunately, some bad luck. But he's back, my friends. Renato Moicano back on the program. It's good to have him on. There he is, Money Moicano. Hello. Money Moicano what do you got? You got your own graphics, Money Moicano?
What's up? I'm trying to step up my game.
This is unbelievable, Renato. How are you, my friend?
Very good. How about you? Thank you so much for having me on the show. Thank you, everybody watching.
You're a freaking legend.
It's very good to be here.
Renato, no one has ever come on the program with their own graphics. I'm blown away by this.
Yeah, I'm trying. Like I say, I want to promote my merch. I want to promote my YouTube channel. Thank you so much for the platform and thank you so much for to be here.
Yes, so the breakdown podcasts are over at patreon.com/moneymoicano. What do you do over there? What kind of content can we get over there?
Actually, what I do is I do like YouTube videos. So if you're watching this podcast right now, Ariel Helwani has a big time podcast. He talks about MMA all day. And to me, I'm really small yet, but I do like predictions video. I talk about fighters, especially fighters that I know, like Grant Dawson. He's going to fight Bobby Green, a guy that was supposed to fight. Bobby Green even tried to call me out, but unfortunately I was injured. So I just do podcast, like full breakdown podcast of UFC and talk about MMA in general. So if you want to help us to grow, Money Moicano channel on YouTube. And we have the Patreon, of course, because on Patreon, I do like long format podcasts. So I spend like 1 hour, 2 hours just talking about MMA or whatever,
Incredible. Now, do you do most of these by yourself or do you have guests on?
Sometimes we have guests. Sometimes we have guests. Like last week, 2 weeks ago, I went to Believe You Me podcast of Michael Bisping and
Anthony Smith, yes.
And Anthony Smith. We had a great time. And they both say they're going to do my podcast. I ask you too if you want to come to my podcast.
You never asked me. Oh, this is the first time you asked me, right? That you've never asked me privately. Okay. Yes, of course.
No, I'm asking like if you want to go.
It would be an honor.
And like chat. That would be great. But mostly it's people from America Top Team, right? Because it's easy. So I have Thiago Moises, Grant Dawson, and Zé Colmeia, and I'm going to bring more people. But mostly I like to talk about the fights that are coming up,
I thought you were going to say mostly you like to talk about money, stocks, bonds, things of that nature, investments.
Yes, of course. That's all the sides of the business, but people don't like to talk about money. I love it. Every day I go to the gym and I try to talk about money with other people and they say, no, get over here, brother. I want to talk about
Why?
MMA.
It's prize fighting. This whole thing is about money, no?
Yeah, Ariel, but it's funny because people don't like to admit that, right? I think people are afraid that people are going to call them greedy or they're going to call them like they don't have like I don't know, they don't think about the other people. I just think like money is honest as it can be, money is honest. So that's why I like money.
I appreciate your honesty because at the end of the day, everyone's doing everything for money, right? I do this job for money. We all want to provide. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think in society, it's almost become taboo to talk about these things. The fans would rather you say, I just want to fight for the belt. I just want to fight for the glory, for the honor. You can't go to the bank and deposit a belt. You can't go to the bank and deposit glory. And you know what I mean? It's nice to have those things. End of the day, you're prize fighters. You fight for money. So I appreciate you talking about that. Now, speaking of that, Renato, what has this year been like for you? Because you have the great win at Madison Square Garden. Then you're supposed to fight Arman Tsarukyan, but unfortunately you get hurt. So has it been difficult to earn money when you're not fighting?
Fortunately, like I am smart with my money, Like I said the other time that I went here on the podcast, I like watches, I like car, I like all that stuff. But I do save most of my money and I do invest most of my money. So I'm okay, I can spend. I have like I don't know how to say it in English, but it's like a reserva de emergência, like a safety for 6 months, a safety for 1 year, and I have like my investments, they are all separate, so I can live my life even if I cannot fight for 2 years, I will have money, and that's just the way I think, because as a fighter, we have no guarantee, we have no safety. So I always like to be very smart with my money and with my investments.
What happened before the Arman fight? Why did you have to withdraw?
I was training to that fight. I was so happy, that to get a fight that everybody was afraid of and everybody was talking about him, that people are dodging him. He's a normal guy. He's training here at ATT. I trained with him before, he's tough, but guess what? I'm tougher. But the problem was I had a knee injury. I tore my meniscus and I had to do a surgery. So I'm recovering. I get back to the training, and hopefully somebody accept that fight.
So you're good to go? You're 100% now?
I would not say 100%. Depends. If I know Tony Ferguson went to the show. Man, I could beat Paddy Pimblett even with no knee, brother. If that was Paddy Pimblett, I would beat him with one leg. But since we are professionals and we are fighting UFC, I'm not clear yet. But December, I will be good. I will be good to go. And I am already on training, and I have my eyes on some people. The division is a mess right now. As you can see, people we have guys like Michael Chandler, like he's delusional right now. Conor is not gonna fight him. I don't think we're going to. Maybe never again, because I don't know. Conor is on another level of craziness right now. We can see from the past 2 years how many polemics and how many stuff he's been doing outside UFC, and I think he loves the attention, but he doesn't like to fight anymore. So, Chandler, get over, my brother. You're not gonna have this fight, and I don't know what Chandler is going to do, but other than that, we have the title fight, of course, Charles Oliveira, and we have a couple guys like Justin Gaethje and Dustin Poirier. I don't know what these guys are going to do, but we have guys like Dan Hooker. He doesn't have a fight. I would love to finish him on the first round. On the first round, my brother, because Ariel, I am the best jiu-jitsu of the division right now. I have 10 rear naked choke finish. 10. We don't see anybody that had 10 rear naked choke.
Sure.
And I guarantee you, if he accepts to fight me, I will finish him the first round.
Yes, I saw your tweet. We're showing it on the screen now. You said, hopefully soon. Is this the fight that they're talking about, you versus Dan Hooker?
Yes. I don't know what's going on. I think Dan Hooker, he's want to fight Dustin Poirier, but that fight is not going to happen. From what I heard, he's waiting on Dustin Poirier, but let's be honest, Dustin Poirier doesn't have to fight Dan Hooker, because he already beat Dan Hooker, and Dustin is on another level too, of legacy, of like title fights. I think Dustin will fight RDA. I don't know why. I'd never heard any conversation about that, but that a fight that makes sense. He can go to 170. RDA was a former 155 champion. But my whole problem with the division right now is Dan Hooker. I want to fight Dan Hooker, If Dan Hooker doesn't want to fight, I can fight Jalin Turner. We already agreed on the fight a couple months ago. I was scrolling to Instagram, and he was asking for a fight, and I say, hey, I can go even November, and he say, okay, let's do that. And people are not sending me the contract. I don't know what's going on, but can be both. Dan Hooker is better because he's above on the rankings, but Jalin Turner can have it too, can be finished on the first round too.
I love it. You're chomping at the bit here. You want to get back in there. You're ready to go. I like it. I like what you say about the division as well. But one thing I do want to ask you about, not that I don't believe you, but Charles Oliveira is also in this division. You think your jiu-jitsu is better than Charles Oliveira? Most submissions in UFC history.
No, I don't want to be disrespectful with him, but I feel his jiu-jitsu is better on the ground, not on the ground, on the guard.
Got it.
But I dare you to watch my fights in UFC and see how I control, how I take the back and how I finish. I have like 100% of finish rate on the back. If I get your back, you're done, And that's why what's going to happen with Dan Hooker. I will cut the distance, shoot for takedowns, get his back, and finish him. And then 11 wins by submission, and I will be shooting for the top guys of the division, top 5, because Moicano wants money.
It's the best. Can I get that shirt over at moneymoicano.com? Is there a Moicano Wants Money shirt?
Of course. I'm glad that you asked, because you're doing the promotion for me.
Yes,
brother.
yes,
Thank
of
you
course.
So much. That's why you're a TV guy. You know the timing. Your timing is perfect.
Thank you.
That's one of my...
That's a great one. I like that one. Wow.
Moicano, you see the Benjamins? Look at the Benjamins.
I love the Benjamins. That's tremendous.
Yeah. So we not only have that,
yes,
we have a lot of design. So if you want to help us, if you are an MMA fan, first of all, if you are an MMA fan, you have to support the fighters, through the YouTube channel.
Yes.
A lot of fighters are doing YouTube channels, are trying to get their names over, to people to know them, the personalities, and that's what I'm trying to do. Money Moicano YouTube and moneymoicano.com, and we have a lot of stuff. We have hats, and soon we're gonna have even more stuff. So if you want to help us, take a look, and it's a very good material, and we deliver worldwide. So you in Australia, you in England, USA, doesn't matter.
Amazing.
Go over there and get your fucking merch, my brother.
Yes, Can I ask you a question, Renato? I love everything that you're doing now, and I love your personality, and that you're doing all kinds of stuff like this, the breakdowns, the merch. But you've been in the UFC since 2014, almost 10 years now, and the Renato Moicano that I see today isn't the same guy that we met 10 years ago. And I know people grow up and evolve and mature, but when did you realize, hey, I need to start speaking to the public like this? I need to maybe do interviews in English. I need to start putting out merch, content. When did the light go off in your head that this is something that you need to do?
Another time, your timing is awesome. And
okay, here we go.
That's what I want to talk about. And that's what I talk in my podcast. Because like I say, I like the podcast because it's a long format and you can explain your point. It's not like TV. You have 5 minutes, 2 minutes to make your whole point. And remember, I don't speak in English. So in a podcast, I talked about that. The fight that changed everything for me was the Jose Aldo fight, because like I say, I was the favorite on the fight, So when you're going to fight a legend and you are the favorite, everybody is on your side, because Vegas is on your side. I was not a big favorite. I was not a huge favorite, but I was like a minus 150, something like that. Still impressive, Even I was surprised about that because I grew up watching Jose Aldo. But my whole point is everybody was supporting me, And I was thinking about legacy, and I was thinking about the belt and this and that. But guess what? When I lost, everybody just gone. Everybody was gone, even friends and family. And I start to realize that I say, man, people just like you because you winning. So they don't like you. They like your winnings. And that's why. And I say, man, so I don't want to be famous. Of course I want to have the belt because of the money. But why I am fighting for? And I realized that I was fighting for money. Because if you like me, that's awesome. If you are Money Moicano fan, that's awesome, But in the end of the day, I have to take care of myself, and I start to learn about investments, because in Brazil especially, people think rich people are greed, rich people are bad, and I wanted to change that because it doesn't matter if you're rich, if you're poor, what matters is your actions, And I want to have money can be the same way I am, being home, watching TV, being with my family, and provide. Like, let's say I want to go to Brazil, I go to Brazil, and I start to realize that everything is everything. Like, let's say your YouTube show, why is successful? Because people want to watch you, so people can advertise on your page. So everything is business, and I start to realize that even training is an investment, You spend 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, 1 month, like investing to go over there and perform so people can watch you, and UFC can sell pay-per-view. So everything that you do, your wage is somebody's money, you know. So the economy, when I start to learn about economy, I start to learn about politics, you know, because I didn't know what politics was. And I thought, what is democracy? What's the republic? And I start to read books about Rome and like Republic and Greece and like French Revolution, American Revolution. And that changed my life. And after that, I become a father. And I remember the day that my son was born. I remember I'm thinking, now I'm screwed because I have to take care of this motherfucker for the rest of my life. You know, was like a stone that fell into my head. And I say, no, now it's time to make money. Now it's time to have a good home in a good place and give everything that this guy needs. And not only money, but guidance, you know, guidance and like support and everything that he needs to be a good human being, you know, a man, and to be like a law-abiding citizen. I think my son, listen, Ariel, my son, he has 3 years old. Yeah. He speaks English and Portuguese. He knows how to do math, like 1 + 1 = 2. He knows all the 50 states. So everything that I do, me and my wife, is for making him like a good human being, a good character, learn about money, learn about investments, and learn about the world, because the world is a crazy place.
Amen. Wow, what an answer. By the way, your son is doing jiu-jitsu, right? I saw a picture.
Yes, he started to do jiu-jitsu.
That's amazing. Do you want him to be a fighter? Like if he says to you, Daddy, I want to be like you, I want to be a UFC fighter, what would you say?
That's going to up to him. I don't want to have any control. Of course, I want to guide him on the right path. And what's the right path? It's to be intelligent, you know, to know about his world, know about politics, to be like a complete human being, and to be a complete human being, like they used to see even in Greece, you have to have the mental health and the body. So I want the jiu-jitsu for him to be fit, to him to be able to deal with anxiety and judgments and stuff, and to be fit and to be ready. But I want him to be wherever he wants, in the meaning that he can choose his own path. But I don't want him to be lazy or arrogant. You know, I want to be. I think that's my motive, you know, right now, and that changed my completely. Of course, you are a father. I know you're a father, and if you are a father, sometimes sounds cliche, but this is the truth. You know, when you bring somebody to this world, you have to guide, and that's why I think the world is so full of shit right now, because some people, they don't give a shit about that, you know, about family values and what you do to make the world better. And I think everything passed to the kids, and that is my goal right now. I want to have more kids, and I want to shape him to be a good human being, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but specifically, if he says he wants to be a fighter, would you be okay with that?
Yes, of course, 100%.
Okay. Yeah, no, I know sometimes maybe.
But I don't want to force him to be a fighter.
Yeah, no, I get that for sure. By the way, what message would you give to Michael Chandler right now? I see he was tweeting even very recently, I got all the time in the world, all this stuff. What would you say to him right now?
Really?
Yeah.
I would say all the time of the world with 39 years old, I don't think you're in the right place, man. I am 34, and that's why I'm trying to fight this year, because I'm not getting any younger. And we have to be honest with ourselves, and I'm getting older, so that's why I want to take advantage of that. I have 2 or 3 years on the high level, and Ariel, I do believe you can ask everybody on the gym. I do believe that I can be world champion, but I have to start right now. And my advice to Michael Chandler, I don't even try to fight him. That's just advice. Try to fight, my brother. Your best years are being. You're getting older, brother. You're getting older. You know, try to make one more run, trying to fight the opponent. But right now, it's very hard to fight opponents on the division. The division is all full, is booked, and I don't know. After that, I think the winner is going to try to fight Volkanovski. So 155 right now is in a mess.
But you know, speaking of money, can't you make the case? Hey, he's so close to getting this big money fight. It makes sense to wait just a little bit longer than to take another fight against someone else who is less important, less popular?
Yes, I know what you mean, but I know he wants the Conor McGregor fight, but let's be honest, we don't know.
You don't think Conor is going to do it? You don't think he ultimately fights Michael Chandler?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't think so.
Why not?
First, USADA, we don't even know when he's going to. And to be honest with you, look to the social media. Conor McGregor is going full crazy every day, brother. Every day he looks like I think he got so big that his ego just messed him up, because you could see Conor was always cocky, talking about but he was trying to talk real, even on the Jose Aldo fights and on the old fights. But right now he's just a mess, and I don't think he's going to fight ever. But I could be wrong. Of course, this is just my opinion. I don't know nothing about Conor McGregor's life, but I think even if Chandler wait let's say 6 months to 1 year for fight Conor McGregor, and that fight doesn't happen, he's going to waste precious time because he's old. Look, man, I know you look like you think you're a teenager or something, but you old, brother. Check your fucking ID.
Yes, no, I mean, he's in good shape. It's a tough predicament. It really does. I could see both. I could see both vantage points, but I appreciate your insight. Can I ask? We are rapidly approaching. We're less than 3 weeks away from the lightweight title fight in your division, right? Islam Makhachev against Charles Oliveira, 2 rematch of a fight that happened last October. Who does Money Moicano think is going to win this fight?
Man, this year, before Sean Strickland, I was sure.
Oh, yeah.
I was sure Islam would dominate him again, even on Abu Dhabi. But Sean Strickland went to Australia and beat Easy at least 4 rounds, completely domination. And I just think, I don't know, man, something. This year is the underdog year, so maybe Charles can pull this out. But being realistic, I don't think. I hope Charles Oliveira beat Islam. I think that would be better for the division. I think Charles Oliveira is one of the most exciting fighters to watch. He always come to brawl. He, like the Dariush fight, he always take chances, and that's why sometimes he looks just brilliant, because he take chances.
Yeah.
And maybe he can knock or even finish Islam, but in the reality, if you look the styles, especially in Abu Dhabi, and I think Charles Oliveira is flying to Abu Dhabi 1 week before the fight again. So I don't see. I hope he beats Islam, but I don't see he beating Islam, especially because this is a Muslim country, Arabic country, and I think it's a very tough fight for Charles Oliveira. So I have Islam Makhachev winning.
What about your fellow Brazilian, Paulo Costa Borrachinha with the secret juice? Can he beat Khamzat?
Man, I think UFC wants so bad. UFC wants so bad Khamzat to be a star.
Yeah.
And everybody knows why. Because he's muscling. And believe me or not, I think UFC wants the share of this market, because we have a lot of Americans, we have Brazilians. So the whole, the West market is very good and established. But since Khabib is not fighting anymore, and since Islam is not a big star here, right now he's the best lightweight of the world, but he's not the most exciting, and people don't like him. I don't know, it's his charisma, his persona. So I think UFC wants so bad a Muslim fighter that can represent Abu Dhabi, the oil money, the Russians. If you see to a market perspective, of course UFC wants to make this guy the biggest Muslim star ever, and he has everything to do that. He's funny. Everybody likes him. He's a very good fighter. And I think stylistically, he's going to beat Paulo Costa just because UFC wants.
Oh, no. What do you think? There's some shady stuff going on behind the scenes?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, if you look, UFC is one of the most successful business enterprises in the whole world.
Sure.
They just did this merge with the WWE and TKO. So what I mean is, usually UFC does the right stuff on the business side. They are the best. By far, you don't have another, not even MMA promotion, like a martial arts promotion that have the same level of marketing and the way they pull the fights and the way. So I just think they know that's a very good matchup for him, especially in Abu Dhabi. And I think usually when UFC wants something, they get it. So I think, of course, Paulo Costa has what it takes to beat, especially because he's bigger than Kazmat, but Kazmat is just too athletic and too good of wrestler. And if he puts Borrachinha Paulo Costa one time down, that's going to be a hard fight for him.
I'm very curious to see what happens between now and then. I don't know if you know this, but I was talking to some people close to the teams. It's 3 weeks before the fight, and they're both in the same hotel. And I was told it's a small hotel with just a couple of elevators. This could be a potential problem, right? What if they see each other? These guys don't like each other in the hotel for 3 weeks leading up to the fight. This is a problem, right? Playing with fire.
That's a problem that I want this problem to go down. I love this kind of promotions, you know, and I hope they brawl, because that's gonna sell pay-per-views, you know. Before, like you say, why you change so much? Because when I start on the UFC, I only think about this kind of stuff. Oh, I have to go over there and fight. No, you have to promote the fight. And I think Paulo Costa knows how to promote the fight. If he's being real, the money that UFC is paying him, a lot of people say he's not telling the truth, but Paulo Costa know how to sell the fight, and I think UFC likes that. And let's see. I hope he see Kazmat and he tries to fight Kazmat on the hotel. It's gonna be huge for the promotion.
Are you excited about Logan Paul, Dillon Danis?
Not really. No. Not really. I know people like, because he's being wild on Twitter and stuff. I don't really like that kind of stuff because he went too far. And Dillon Danis is such a dislikable guy. I don't know why people like him so much, in the meaning that he's on the talks all the time. But I just don't like the guy. And I don't know much about Logan Paul and Jake Paul, to be very honest, because that's not my world. You know, my world is MMA. My world is different than that. Especially because I'm a Brazilian, so I didn't grow up watching these guys. So I don't know why they are so famous. I think they are so dumb, you know, so I don't really care about that. And most likely, I would never pay to watch a pay-per-view boxing of these two motherfuckers.
Okay, so you're not going to watch it?
Most likely not. Maybe to make some content, you know, because now I'm trying to be a YouTuber, so I have to be full on this, all the craziness, you know. But as a fan, because I'm a fan, I would not pay to watch.
And by the way, what is going on with these officials? I saw you talking about or tweeting about Chris Tognoni, and then the draw, Valentina Shevchenko, Alexa Grasso. What do you think the problem is here? How do we fix this?
I don't know if the problem is to put like old MMA fighters, because from what I heard, the former UFC fighter did pretty wrong on the last UFC.
Who?
Chris Lieben, right?
Yeah,
Chris Lieben. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that, but I know the judges, they fucked up, but I was biased on the Chris Tognoni fight because 100% for me, he stopped the fight early against Fiziev, my fight. So, of course, I will hold a grudge against him, you know, because I know it's business, but, man, I got mad every time that I watched the fight. Of course, Fiziev got me good with the combination, but I was ready. And for me, as a fighter, you know, I don't think I am thinking about my well-being, you know. I don't think about my safety when I'm fighting. It's not this guy, is another guy, you know. I want to kill and I want to survive what it takes. So I think, I don't know if this is smart or not. Like I say, I could be biased because I'm a fighter, and when you're fighting, something changes on you, you know, because you are in a mode that is kill or be killed. And as a fighter, I think the referees, they should let the fight go a little bit more, you know, a little bit more. They have to give the fighters the chance to fight back, because this is not a regular sport. It's so hard to lose in MMA. You only make half of your purse, you know, and maybe you lost the opportunity for life, you know. Some people never recover. Some people get outside UFC, and so it's too much on stake, you know. So if I'm fighting, every time I'm fighting, I go to the referee and say, don't stop the fucking fight, brother. Let me die. Let me die. I'm 100% willing to die on that shit.
Sometimes they're trying to protect you, but I agree. By the way, speaking of money, again, I keep going back to this, your nickname. We need to get past this show win model. You guys deserve to know what you are making when you step in the cage. You have to agree with that, right?
100%. 100%. But man, if they made a flat purse to everybody, I would be so happy, you know?
It has
to happen because so many bad decisions, so many bad judgments, so many bad calls. And that guy, Chris Tognoni, people watch my video that I did about him and you're going to see. At one fight, I don't remember the name of the guy, was the Nurmagomedov against Tim Elliott. Tim Elliott was poking him on the eye, kicking him on the nuts and grabbing the fence all the time, and that guy didn't take any point, and that would change the fight for sure. And it's not only one fight, several times. So I think the referees, they should be held accountable, you know, because you're messing with the fighter's life when you don't play the game, when you don't play the rules. And I see a lot of people saying, you cannot live on the judge's hands. But listen, my brother, when you go over there, you're trying to fight, you're trying to be the best, but sometimes you're fighting the best in the world too. So it's going to be hard. And you cannot blame the fighter for a bad decision of the referees.
I love everything about what you're saying. This has been great. You're doing amazing things. Again, the YouTube channel, if you type in Money Moicano, it comes up. The Patreon is patreon.com/Money Moicano if you want to support everything that Renato is doing, if you want to support his family, his son, his wife, his career. And then, of course, you can buy the Money Moicano merch over at moneymoicano.com. That is a fantastic shirt. I think GC has, my guy back here, he buys all the merch. He's already purchased a shirt. We love everything that you're doing. I'm glad to hear that you're feeling better. I was very sad for you that the fight couldn't come to fruition, but hopefully by the end of this year, whether it's against Dan Hooker or anyone else.
First round. Dan Hooker, first round. Dan, I'm telling you that. Fucking first round, my brother. Be careful. I'm going to put you on the ground and finish you rear naked choke, okay? Don't tell me that I didn't advise you, my brother.
I would love to see that fight. Renato, thank you so much for coming on. All the best to you, my friend, and we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Thank you so much, everybody. MoneyMoicano.com. Peace out.
There he is. Money Moicano. Renato Moicano. What a legend, this guy. No one in the history of this program has ever come on with their own graphics. How did he do this? How did he even pull that off? I was like actually
framing around it. I mean, it looks fantastic, and the graphic was moving too.
Yes, I was fixated on the graphics. How did he actually pull this off? How do you do that? No, I'm actually being serious. From a technological standpoint, this is how bad I am at this stuff. Did he like route it via his camera to the zoom? How do you actually do that?
You do it all, and you route it to OBS, and the OBS is your output to zoom.
Money Moicano pulling this off?
Yeah.
I don't even have a webcam.
He just did pull it off.
I know, it's amazing. I don't even have a proper webcam at home. I do it off my computer. That was incredible. Great stuff. Really appreciate him coming on, and go check out all those links that we just talked about, because it's good to support the fighters. I'm still, we haven't had a lot of time to talk about Saturday night in Paris, but I am blown away by what I witnessed. PFL Europe back in action, this time in Paris. And it's unfortunate that a lot of people here couldn't watch, because it was one of the great scenes in MMA this year. You had Cédric Doumbé making his PFL debut. Of course, we had talked to him after signing with PFL and thinking that he was going to fight in June. And I remember saying, like, why is Cédric Doumbé fighting in some random American city? I think it was Atlanta. And this is not a shot at Atlanta, but he has no connection to Atlanta. You need to have him fighting in Europe, and specifically in Paris. Well, there was an injury, and the wrong was righted, because we ended up getting him in Paris. And this was an unbelievable scene. If you haven't seen the footage on the PFL Europe and PFL social channels, this felt like a gigantic fight. It reminded me a lot of 2014 Conor McGregor fighting Diego Brandao at the 3 Arena in Dublin, Ireland. It was one of the best crowds and best scenes of the year. In fact, as we said, the great Kylian Mbappe, along with other members of PSG, were in attendance to watch this fight, and this fight only. Unfortunately for them, but fortunately for Cédric, the fight didn't last very long. In the end, it lasted just 9 seconds as he knocked out Jordan Zebu, who he predicted he would knock out. In fact, he walked out with an actual mattress that said Bonne nuit, Jordan, which translates into good night, Jordan. I mean, that's some kind of confidence right there. He is a superstar. He is a megastar, a massive, massive coup for PFL. And dare I say, maybe the biggest star on the PFL roster already with just one fight under his belt. Of course, we know about his great kickboxing career. Here he is, a.k.a. the best, Cédric Doumbé, after the big win on Saturday. Hello, my friend. Ça va? Comment ça va? Félicitations.
Hello. Bonjour. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ariel. Thank you for having me here. And, I appreciate it.
So, Cédric, you may be the best, but your internet connection, I'm told, is not the best. What is going on? How does a star like you not have good internet? What is happening, my friend? You know, I can't even see you right now. You're so small and pixelated. What is going on with your internet?
I'm very sorry. I don't have internet. My internet is fucked up. I'm on the data right now. I'm very sorry.
This is crazy. I'm talking about you like you're a massive megastar, like you're a huge deal, and you don't have Wi-Fi, my friend. What's happening over here in France? What's the problem?
PFL didn't pay me yet. They didn't pay me yet.
That is unbelievable. Okay, well, hopefully it's going to get better. This is the best it's going to be, yeah? All right, well, hopefully. Okay, now you're bigger. You're coming in and out, but we're going to fight through it. First of all, congratulations on the scene. Could I ask you, after everything you've been through this year, all the drama, UFC, no UFC, signed with PFL, injury in June, and it all turns out like this on Saturday, is this beyond your wildest dreams? Could you not have even predicted that it would turn out this well for you?
Well, my preparation were very good. That's maybe my second best preparation I ever did. I was on shape. My diet went very good. No cutting, no weight cut. I didn't do the bath. I was already on weight, so I was very ready. I predicted that I will knock him out at the first round. I said that if he's very tough, maybe the second round, but for sure I will knock him out. And then 10 seconds, even 9 seconds, I didn't expect that. I knew that he wouldn't, eat my punch. He wouldn't go through my power. But 10 seconds, I didn't expect that. But I knew that I will knock him out.
When the debut in June got canceled, did you feel like it was a blessing because then you can make your debut for PFL in September or in Paris, or was the goal initially to fight in June and then fight in September as well?
No, the goal was to fight in June. No September in my mind. In our mind, no September. But when I canceled the fight because of injury, we found out that PFL Europe gonna stand in Paris, and it just makes sense for us. PFL Paris, the first PFL event in Paris. I have to be there. I have to be part of that. And I was even a little bit injured. I still injured, but better than last time. But I really want to fight in Paris in front of the crowd.
You were injured going into Saturday?
Yeah, a little bit. My wrist.
Wow. So good thing that it only lasted 9 seconds. How did the wrist feel after you did land some punches, obviously. How did it feel after the 9-second fight?
Yeah, everything is perfect, No injury.
All good.
It's good.
Were you expecting the crowd to be like that hyped? Were you expecting it to be that full in support of you?
Listen, MMA is very new in France, and French people they don't used to get a big superstar like me. It's right that I talk a lot. I have to talk a lot. I predict the fight, so they don't used to have a sportsman like me. So we never see that in France that a combat sport or even a sport event can bring so much fans, so much star. We got the half of Paris Saint-Germain team. They were there. That was crazy. We saw Kylian Mbappe, my friend. He was there.
Crazy.
That was crazy. I didn't expect that. All the French people, even people who doesn't know about combat sport, they were watching that fight because they want to say, oh, he's going to lose, Everybody wanted to see that. And I think I made one of the biggest performance in MMA in Europe, That was insane.
How did you get Mbappe and the PSG team to come to the fight? Like, did you offer them? Did they reach out to you? I heard that Mbappe, and we're watching footage of them reacting to the win, and Mbappe's face is amazing. He's shocked. I heard that he likes to watch your videos. But how did it happen to where you got them to come to the arena to watch you fight?
But as I told you last time, I had a FaceTime with him, and he told me that he had know nothing about MMA, but he will wake up at 5 for me if I fight in USA, and he heard that I would fight in Paris. Usually he never come to this kind of event. We never saw him at UFC Paris 2 times, but this one he says Cédric Doumbé have to be there. He even got a soccer match that night, and after his match he took the plane with all the team, and then they came. They all wanted to watch that fight. They all wanted to be there.
It's unbelievable. Did you get to talk to them afterwards, or was it so crazy that you didn't see them?
Actually, he called me, but I was talking. I was on a airplane mode. I didn't have Wi-Fi.
What is going on, Cédric? You're a superstar now. You got to keep that phone open for guys like that calling you. What are you talking about?
That's right.
A lot has changed. Do you feel? I saw on your Instagram you're doing a bunch of media today in Paris. Do you feel like things have changed already? Like 48 hours later, do you feel? I know you're very famous already there, but do you feel like things have changed since this fight on Saturday?
Yeah. And I still can't believe it. It's like I'm making something new, in France. And I have to thank also MMA, because it's not only because of me, it's also because of MMA, because of what people did before me. Conor McGregor did a very good job with by bringing the MMA on the top. And I think, things are changing in France. People are really enjoying the MMA. And I think now France will show that we got a very, very big talent in France. We saw that Cyril Gane is a very good fighter. We have some good fighter in France, like Benoit Saint-Denis, also Abdouragimov in PFL, just signed in PFL. I'm pretty sure that France will show that we are, I think, in the top 3 of best fighter in the world.
Yeah, and certainly crowds as well. And you've had some very big kickboxing matches too. And I know that we primarily cover MMA here, and this is probably a stupid question, but you've never had a reaction like this after any of your kickboxing matches, right?
You mean my reaction?
Like meaning the response to the fight, the build-up, and then the aftermath. It's never felt like this.
Yeah,
You're fighting
never.
Nikki Holtzke and all, like it's
Never,
not even
never.
close, right?
Yeah. No, not
Why
even
do you
close.
think that
I
is?
think-
What's the difference? Because those fights were arguably bigger in their respective sport in kickboxing. But why do you think it's so big? Is it because of where MMA is now in Paris?
Yeah, I think it's because of where MMA is now in Paris. Now it's legal. Before it wasn't legal, now it's legal, and now people start, we are, MMA is everywhere on TV now, mainstream, on TV. So people, even before they were watching soccer, they didn't know anything about MMA. Now they are interested in MMA, and people started to get excited by MMA. So that's why I think it's very huge. The hype is very huge now in France, and I think I'm the number 1 in France. Even in front of Cyril Gane, with all due respect.
Okay, I was going to ask you that. We have Cyril Gane, we have Benoit Saint-Denis, we have Manon Fiorot, we have Nasruddin Imavov, we have yourself. You think that you're a bigger name than all of those?
Of course, I think I'm the leader. With all due respect, I'm way far the leader.
The general sentiment after your win on Saturday was, man, the UFC screwed up. They really fumbled this one. How could they have let a big star like Cédric go? Did you feel that way as well? Did you feel like you wanted to show not only the world, but the UFC in particular, that they made a mistake letting you go?
No, I didn't even think about them. They did what they did. They fucked up. They fucked up. It is what it is. Now, I'm part of the PFL. For me, PFL is the future. is the future. They are doing very great. We got Francis now. He's part of the team. I mean, I'm part of the future. We are changing something. We are doing something great. So I didn't even think about them. They are doing their thing. I'm doing my thing. I think I'm the best. They lost something. Now PFL earned something. So it did what it did.
Do you think they regret it?
Of course, for sure. I'm pretty sure they regret it.
It's interesting because PFL is doing some things, and there's some talk that maybe they're going to buy Bellator, and they've got this year. But I feel like, Cédric, to your point, I feel like you may be the biggest star in PFL already. Are they going to keep you in the European promotion, or are you going to come over and just...
No.
Okay, what are we doing?
The European promotion is like the PFL Europe just borrowed me. They just borrow me for that Paris event. But I'm part of PFL World, and now I wanna. Of course, I'm a big star. I'm the biggest star, I think, in the PFL. Of course, just behind Francis, because he's the UFC, the heavyweight world champion. So I'm gonna step in front of him. Now, I wanna make big fight. Before that 1 million tournament challenge, that I know I will win for sure. I want to make big fights, like big super fight, face big guys like, I don't know, Jorge Masvidal or Ned Diaz or maybe Anthony Pettis. I want to face this kind of guy, because I know that I could knock them out. I know I'm better than them, so I just want to show to the world who am I.
Of course, and obviously I'm not trying to diminish Francis. Francis is the man. I don't quite equate him to PFL because he hasn't fought in PFL yet. I was talking about you who has fought for PFL, but I appreciate your respect and admiration for him as well. That's also, to your point, I would keep you out of the tournament. Just do super fights with you and do every single one of them in France. Do them at the PSG Stadium, for goodness sakes. Why would you even want to go into the tournament? Is it the $1 million? You should be getting $1 million. You're drawing crowds like that, and then Mbappe, you should be getting $1 million per fight. What's going on here? Come on.
Exactly. And then I can buy Wi-Fi. Yeah, I can pay the Wi-Fi for the year.
You're like in an attic right now. Where are you?
Right.
Why does it look like you're so cramped over there? Where are you right now? Are you in some closet? What's happening here?
That's my room. No, that's my room.
Oh, okay. All right. You're just a big time star, so I figured you'd have some Wi-Fi. You said last time 10 times. You got 10 times. I feel like they got a deal. I think it should be 20 times, 30 times what the UFC. You're bringing a lot of attention to PFL in Europe and all over the world.
Yeah, and I'm really enjoying it, and I'm just doing my thing. We train all the time for that. I've been training for that. I've been waiting for this type of moment, so I can wait to fight, to train and fight because I'm built for that.
Okay, now I have to ask you about the big stuff. One thing I appreciated about you was you were doing the interview in the cage with Sean O'Connell, and you were translating yourself, which is a rare thing. Like you were answering in English, then you were answering in French, and then you were answering in English. And it's rare that I get to understand what the foreign language is, but I speak French, so I was very curious. Oh, did we lose him? Did the Wi-Fi or whatever it was?
It did, but we'll get him right back.
Crap out. Now I'm talking to myself. Hey.
Sorry.
Oh, is he back?
Yes.
Cédric, are you there?
Yeah. You said I was translating myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because initially he was doing the interview, and I was like, man, this crowd wants to eat up everything that he's saying. We need to do this in French. They don't really understand what he's saying. So it was great that you switched. And in the cage, you said something to the effect of, this knockout wasn't for Jordan. This was for the person who hits his wife. And I heard that, and I was like, I don't really know what you're talking about, but I understood. You didn't translate that part. So I was like, all right. But then after I saw the other stuff online and your scrum, and then the article in Le Parisien, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were talking about Fernand Lopez, right? A man that you used to coach with, and we spoke about your feelings towards him. Could I ask why you brought this up then, and what has the aftermath been of you bringing this up? Because I know now in France it's become a very big story since you brought this up, and I think he has had to address this as well, yes?
Yeah. So I want to do it like quickly. It's like, in France here, I'm a big part of. I don't know the English of the word, but it's like association.
Yes.
Like, I'm a part of that. They are fighting against violence,
domestic violence, right, towards women.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not a secret that I don't like Fernando Lopez. People know that, and but people didn't really know why I don't like him. So it's been like maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I didn't want to talk about this story because I just wanted to protect that woman, because that woman is my diet, my nutritionist.
Okay.
So I didn't want to expose her because I just want to protect her, because she doesn't deserve what bigger exposure like that. But with the emotion, I just want to show to the people, and it just comes out. I just told them that it's not about Jordan. Tonight it's not about Jordan. I ain't got nothing against Jordan. He's a good guy, but I knock the guy who hit his ex-wife multiple times, and who I don't know the term. He made a submission to his ex-girlfriend, but he didn't submit her. So he got arrested for that. This type of thing, make me just almost want to cry, because I really don't like this type of stuff. That's why I left his gym, because even in the gym, everybody knew that story, but no one moves. I didn't like, the atmosphere in the gym, the mood. That's why I left, because I cannot work with a type of guy, a man like that. So I just wanted to share my feeling with the crowd. I didn't do it in purpose. It just comes out,
Okay. And is she okay with you bringing this up? Have you talked to her since?
She sent me a message. She said thank you. She said that the justice did his job, but that night I made justice for her. So she's very happy that now everybody knows.
Do you feel and so it doesn't sound like you regret it, but I'm just wondering, like, this has now become a huge story in Paris, right? Has this taken away?
Yeah.
Like, is there any part of you that regrets bringing this up, or are you at peace with it?
Not really. I'm really at peace with that. No, I don't regret, because if I can do more, I would do more.
Okay.
For her, for all the victims in the world, if I can do more, I would do more. But I'm just Cédric Doumbé.
Yeah, I think you made a video. You were inviting him to the fight, right? You said, "Don't be afraid, come to the fight," and all that stuff. I love your content. It's very clever what you do. I'm wondering, did you see him at the event?
I saw him, and when I knocked the guy out, I was staring at him, and he looked at me.
Did you say anything to him?
Nothing. What do you want me to say after I knock out his guy? What do you want me to say? He didn't even came in the to coach his guy.
Wow.
It means what it means. This guy. I don't even want to talk about him longer, because
one thing I wanted to give you credit on. I don't know if you can still hear me. The connection. Oh, you're there. Okay.
Yes.
Another thing that you said in the cage was, I thought was very, very kind of you and respectable, was you told the crowd to not go on social media and bombard Jordan with hatred and to make him feel bad. You told the crowd to show him love and to support him and to clap for him, that he's not a bad guy. I thought that because it got very heated between you guys leading up to the fight. Why did you feel the need to do that?
Because Jordan is very young. He's 24. No, he's 23. He's 23. He's very young. I've been truth of one of I've been truth of what he's being truth. Like, I was young, when I fought Nicky Holtzken. I was 24, so I know what is this type of feeling. And for him facing a guy like me, I'm not old. I'm still young on my shape. I'm 30 years old. facing a guy like me with the trash talking. I'm bringing the mattress. I'm saying that I'm gonna kill him. Jordan, you're dead. The crowd, the pressure was so high for him. So with everything to get knocked out, I really feel bad for him. So I know that some people when they lose a fight, when they got knocked out, after that they are not the same anymore. And maybe they stop the career, maybe they doesn't want to fight anymore. So I talk with him first. I say you have to forget this loss. Really, you have to forget this, because you will never face again a guy like me. You know, don't think you are bad. Don't think you did bad. It is what it is. You took one shot. It is what it is. You know, maybe you will take another shot in the gym, maybe in the fight, but you are a warrior. You know, I can see you. You build. You're very strong. You have to keep your head up. You have to keep going in the gym. We can train together. I'm gonna help you with the tracking. And I also wanted to the crowd to support him. I think he was 40K on Instagram. Now he's more than 100. And I really respect. I want to say thank you to the people, because they are really showing him love, and they are really supporting and sending him a good message. And I want him to come back. You know, I didn't really want him to go on depression, something like, because we're still human. You know, it's not good.
That says a lot about you. Not a lot of people would do that, especially as it got so personal leading up to the fight. Just a couple more things, and then I'll let you go. The chant, like, that's something I've never seen before. You were saying this leading up to the fight. Jordan, Chemor, you're dead, and then the crowd is chanting before. For them to be so in tune with the buildup. Did that surprise you that they were all chanting? I've never seen that before. Did that surprise you?
No, you know why? Because during my training camp, I say in my Instagram page, I was like, let's get something. Let's imagine something. If I jump in the cage and then the referee called me, and then I say, wait. And then I scream, Jordan. And then the crowd respond, you're dead. And then I repeat, Jordan. And then you say, you're dead. And then I go and I knock him out. That would be insane.
Yeah.
And then people say, you have to do it. And I say, I will do it.
Oh, my God.
And then I did it and then knock him out. That was crazy. Man.
Unbelievable. Whose idea was the mattress?
That was my idea. The mattress. I had the idea maybe 2 hours or 1 hour before the fight.
And how'd they get a mattress so fast?
I have mattress home.
Oh,
I have it home.
You brought it from home?
Wi-Fi, but I have mattress.
You brought that mattress from your house? That's where the mattress came from? Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, my God.
I put it in the taxi, and then we bring it in the hotel. And then I ask my cameraman is a drawer also. You know, he's an artist. And I told him to put, to draw good night, Jordan. He did it very clean. And then we also put a sponsor on it.
Smart.
Then we can earn more money.
Where's the mattress now?
He's home now.
You could sell that. You could probably sell that and make a lot of money off that thing.
Yeah, that's right. And you know what I wanted to do first also? I wanted, after the knockout, I say, we bring the mattress with the workout with Goodnight Jordan, and then after I knock him out, you give me the mattress, and then I put it down just next to Jordan.
Oh my gosh!
We wanted to do that, but PFL didn't allow us to take the mattress after the knockout. That was crazy.
Maybe for the best. And then I saw the scene afterwards of you going out. The crowd was like, they swarmed your car, right? Everyone was going crazy around your car. It was just amazing. This footage that I saw when you left the arena.
No, that was my family car. Actually, my mom, my father, and my sister.
Wow, you weren't even in there.
Yeah, no. No. I saw the video like you.
Unbelievable. Okay, so are we going to see you again this year? Are you going to fight again in 2023?
I don't know, but I will ask to PFL. I really want to fight, as I told you. big names, Masvidal, Paris, or Nate Diaz, big names like that. Of course, I won that 1 million in the tournament, but I train for fight, so I want to fight as soon as possible.
All right. Well, congratulations again, Cedric. Very impressive what you've done so far, and it's a lot of fun to watch, and it's so great to see a whole country get behind you. It reminds me a lot of Conor in 2014 to see the love that they have for you, and I can't wait to see where this story goes. So keep it up, my friend. Félicitations. Enjoy the victory. Enchanté. Great to have you back on, and we'll have you on in the future, hopefully with a better connection than this.
Thank you, Ariel. Thank you very much.
All right, there he is, the best. Cédric Doumbé, who our good friend New York Rick has been touting for a while. I was thinking about having him come on to talk to Cedric, but the Wi-Fi was making me nervous. What about that performance? Well, we'll talk a little bit more on the back end, New York Rick, but you were able to gloat after that one. So it was Cedric and Israel. Those are the two guys that you told us about, and both, at least thus far, both prophecies have come to fruition. Well done. I tip my cap. I don't know if he's there. He might be working. Oh, there he is. Hello. This has to feel good, right? I mean, you nailed it.
It's not fait accompli, right? There's still a lot to go, but I've definitely been on the bandwagon. If you know anything about this dude, you'd be a believer too. Like, just think about Saturday night. He did this for every fight. Like, this is not new. All of this is the breadcrumbs are already there.
Man, it's amazing because I remember when the UFC drama was going down, and you were saying like this, they can't let this guy go, right? They can't let this guy.
Look at Saturday.
Yeah.
Like who gets to stop the referee from beginning the match to talk to the crowd and get them chanting like that and have the arena on their feet? I mean, he's a star. Like it'd be easy to say they effed up like he said they did. I'm sure there's more behind the scenes that kind of
there was that sentiment. Yeah.
But he's somebody who I would have done whatever it took to make sure that he's fighting for my promotion.
So the thing is, like, the UFC is so big that when something medical comes up, especially when it pertains to the brain, the head, no one is bigger than that, right? A tragedy would sink the promotion. So, I didn't say that on Saturday. Of course, the natural thing is like, man, how could you let this guy go? But the beauty of this is, it's a sign of the times. This sport is truly evolving and growing to the point where, like, France has become a hotbed. France was for the longest time, it was Czech Congo. That was it, and then, you hear about Francis and Cyril. Now look at it and look at the crowds. So this is good for the sport. This is healthy. It's good to have options. It's good to have competition. I'm sure the UFC would have loved to have him. And it is worth noting they did get to him first. This wasn't like they missed out on him, but a red flag comes up and you're going to be cautious. Their caution is PFL's gain. And I mean, yes, the Francis argument is a strong one, but outside of Francis, who hasn't fought for PFL yet, I feel comfortable in saying this man is the biggest star in PFL. Is that a crazy statement?
No, I don't think that's a crazy statement at all. I mean, look at the arena.
I mean, yeah, how many people could do that? I mean, most PFL events here are hardly selling any tickets, let alone that, right?
I don't think there's many people in it. I have to be careful, right? This could border on hyperbole. This could get out of hand. But I don't think there are many people who you could do that with that could just walk into arena and have the world's biggest athletes like rooting for them in the front row and the arena chanting like that. The list of people who can do that is pretty small. And he's on that short list in Paris. But yeah,
in France, yeah. And we'll see outside of Europe. Someone asked me this. Mbappe, the most famous athlete to ever attend an MMA event? It's a good question to ponder. I was asking you that question. I don't know.
Has Ronaldo ever been to one? I don't know, but I'm sure he's up there.
Ronaldo went to Jake Paul, Tommy Fury.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's up there. I mean, Shaq has been, Tom Brady, but like, who's bigger?
Is The Rock an athlete?
I feel like, is Mbappe bigger than The Rock?
Fuck. Worldwide?
I feel like he is, right?
What are the IG followers? We'll chew on this one.
I mean, the
Rock is. I mean, The Rock is.
The Rock has like
massive.
300 million something.
Yeah, The Rock is pretty massive.
I'll say this though.
It's big.
You said it on Saturday in the group chat. People were saying Sergio Ramos was the biggest star to ever attend an MMA event, and that was for the fight night in Jacksonville, right?
Yeah, it's Poirier.
no knocking Ramos, legend, but like Mbappe is probably 3 times more famous than him. I mean, certainly currently, right? No?
I think he's bigger. I don't know about 3 times.
3, 2.
Sergio Ramos is pretty famous.
Well, perhaps in the near future, we'll get Erling Haaland at an upcoming PFL event as well. Maybe this is the place for all the footballers because there's a young woman out of Manchester who's doing very big things. And on Saturday, also on that same PFL Europe card, which to me was the MMA card of the weekend, and I know there were several, but there was nothing more riveting than that card. She had an absolute beauty of a finish, went to the body, went to the head, showed off the striking in a big way, and punched her ticket to the finale in December to try to get that $100,000. We're talking to Dakota Ditcheva, who is kind enough to join us once again on the program. Hello, Dakota. How are you? Thanks for coming back on.
I'm really well, thank you. Yeah, I'm good.
Congratulations on the big win. Congratulations on everything. And we've talked about this a little bit. I am not a Man City supporter, but it was nice that you gave the Man City supporters something to be happy about on Saturday. Not the best earlier part of the day. No, is that a zinger? Is that too much? Was that?
I mean, did
Wolves?
you watch the game before that?
That one, there was a little bit, it was nasty, the red card, which dare I say that performance may have proved to be the difference in this game, not having Rodri there. We don't have to get too, but the red card, he was very dirty, I thought, in that game. It was very, very ugly.
I mean, I'm not sure about that. It's football. They're not ballerinas, are they? So it wasn't too bad.
Were you even aware that they lost to Wolves before you fought?
I was, Do you know what? I watched the first half and then I went to sleep and everyone stayed downstairs watching the second half, but I didn't even stay up to watch it. So I had a bit of a sleep before I fought, but I wasn't I wasn't too bothered about watching the second half. I was getting myself frustrated.
Yes, I can imagine. Okay, so a big opportunity for you. Here you are. First of all, that crowd, I was just talking about it. Could you, for Cédric, they were all there, but it just felt like the whole card was a big deal. Did you feel how big it was, and were you surprised at how big it was in Paris?
Yeah, I'd heard great things anyway. A few people had told me before about the crowd in Paris, just because obviously they haven't had the sport there for that long that's been allowed. So it's kind of like they've all gone crazy for it. But even when I was warming up, we could hear the crowd so clear. We could hear everything they were shouting, and it was just like the atmosphere was there the whole time. It was crazy, and honestly, it was one of the best crowds I've ever been a part of. Basically, it was really good.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you would have said it was the best crowd because it just seemed so magical. Yeah. Were you surprised at how big Cédric was? How big of a deal that fight was?
Yeah, I was, but then I suppose his walkout and his personality and everything, I can totally understand why, he had a crowd like that, because honestly, he was just he was just playing to the fans the whole week. Even our ceremonial face-off and stuff, he gave his fighter a pillow with his manager's face on and stuff. He was just building it all up. So I can totally understand why he's got such a big support like that.
It feels like your star has grown every time you have fought. Were you getting more attention? Were you feeling that the pressure was mounting here going into this semifinal fight as more and more people are getting to know you?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it's all coming at the right time, though. I feel like PFL are doing just the right amount for me. They're building me up slowly, and it's just it's nice to be settled in one organization, because before PFL I wasn't signed with anyone. I was kind of just fighting here, there, and everywhere. So to now be with an organization like PFL, I feel like I've kind of built up a bit of a fan base, and it's really nice, actually. I'm enjoying it.
Are you feeling like PFL? Does PFL Europe to you feel like the PFL, or does it feel like two separate entities?
Personally, I feel like I'm just part of PFL.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's because I fought on their main cards before. I don't know whether that's why, but it just feels the same. They treat us the same. I've been on other cards, and they do the same media with us, and they just treat us exactly the same. They're really good with us.
The reason I ask that is it feels like they have something really special in Europe. And it feels like as they continue to grow, they are a bit taking a stranglehold of the European market, especially we don't know what's happening with Bellator. And I know there are other organizations out there, but they have done a great job of finding new young talent. And so I was wondering if it felt like what they were doing with PFL Europe in particular felt different from the global PFL league, so to speak.
Yeah, I haven't really been in the main season, as in the tournament, so I wouldn't know. But I feel like they've really caught on to a good market here. They picked up a load of fighters that you know, we're missing a little bit, you know, that in between stage of like, you know, kind of where we're all fighting now is kind of that in between stage before we hit the big season. So I feel like they've really hit a market where we're finding a lot of new young talent that are showing, you know, big things.
So how are you feeling? Okay, first 2 rounds. How are you feeling about the fight and the performance at that point going into the third?
I was really calm throughout the whole thing. I think first round a bit boring. I hate a fight like that where it's just on the cage. Definitely should have got off it quicker. But at the same time, I've worked with Mike Brown a lot this camp, and he's kind of said, you know, to be patient. Like I was still striking while she was kind of just holding. So I should have been a little bit more like, you know, getting off the cage. But at the same time, I was kind of quite comfortable and knew she was never going to take me down. And even my coach said the same thing. He wasn't panicked that she was going to get me down or anything. So just a little bit boring for the fans. And every time it got to the cage, they all started booing. And I think that made the ref kind of split us up a little bit after that. So the crowd definitely helped me out a little bit.
I haven't seen the scorecards, but I was just wondering if you felt like you needed a finish in the third to ensure victory.
No, but I wanted to finish because I wanted to do my Harlan celebration for my little brother.
That was okay.
So
go ahead.
Yeah, in the second round, after the second round, I was in the corner. I was thinking, this is my last chance now to do this celebration. Like, if I don't get a stoppage, then I can't be. You know, I need to just humble myself if I don't. So I was happy anyway. That must have spurred me on a little bit.
So that was for your brother?
Yeah, my little brother, he was kind of like, you should do the Harlan celebration. We were like, yeah, obviously my family are blue through and through. So it had to be some kind of city celebration. And I'm not a trash talker. I don't do all that stuff. I'm not very good at that. And it's just not my personality. So the Harlan celebration was enough for the city fans, I think.
Honestly, it was fantastic. Dare I say, I want to give myself a pat on the back. I was actually impressed that I caught it right away. I was watching it. And I don't even know if the broadcast, you know, I don't know if they're big football fans. And I knew exactly what you're doing because my kids do the Holland celebration as well. As I told you, they like Mad City. So I was like, wow, she actually pulled it off. Have you any idea if he has seen it? Because I was trying to find on social media any sort of reaction, anything from him at all.
No, I did. It went viral on Twitter with like loads of City fans. I've gone up like 2,000 followers and I don't even like use Twitter. So all City fans are behind it. But I don't think Harlan's noticed it yet. So we'll keep pushing it.
Is that the thing now? Are you going to do this after every finish?
Yeah, probably something to do with City. You know, like I said, I'm not a trash talker, so I'll just keep being the funny self that I am, basically.
No choking like Rodri. It's good to not be. You know, it was a little.
Do that one.
Yeah, that was a little.
We'll forget that. We'll forget that, Ariel.
Yep. But what about the actual finish itself? My God, it really displayed your elite striking. Was that something that you were seeing that was open? Go to the body, go to the head. We don't see it often in MMA. I feel like the body is an underutilized target, so to speak. Was that something that you saw going into the third round that was open?
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, she was catching my kicks a little bit, so I was kind of caught onto that in the last round a little bit too late. But so I started to work my boxing a little bit more. The body shot I didn't even throw it at all in the fight until I dropped her with it, which is a bit strange because I actually use it a lot in the gym on pads when I'm sparring. You know, I drop a few people just lightly with it when I'm sparring. My brother on the pads, if he doesn't tense, I always drop him with it. So it's something I use all the time, but it wasn't like I wanted to get that shot when I went out for that round. It just kind of think it was just it's just natural for me now that I just threw it and it landed. Yeah.
Wait a second. Your brother holds pads and you hit him with body shots just to crumple him? Is that what you're saying?
Basically, yeah.
Wow. Why? That's not very nice.
I mean, you know, it's a bit of a weird relationship, our family. Mum's obviously a coach as well, so any arguments are always settled in the gym. It's always nice to give someone a body shot and not be fighting at home. You can get away with it a little bit more there.
I know that you're pretty young in your MMA career, but do you feel like, as far as your striking is concerned, you're already light years ahead of a lot of the people who are, with the same type of resume as you, but even people who have been, in the game for quite some time? Do you feel like this is what really separates you and will expedite your path?
Yeah, definitely. I just think my fundamentals from, I put all my striking down to my mum, from being young. She's always been my coach, and my fundamentals are so strong that I don't think I will need what I think that'll just carry me the whole way, to be honest. I do feel honestly very, very confident in my striking now. At the start, it was kind of, I lost a little bit of confidence in my striking because I had to change a few things. People were timing my strikes for the takedowns and getting me down all the time. Now I'm confident with that. I just feel like I'm back to the top of my striking game again, and I don't feel like anyone can match me these days.
How do you feel about your grappling and your wrestling and your takedown defense? How do you feel that you are stacking up these days?
Yeah, I mean, takedown defense, I don't feel like many girls my weight will be able to get me down. Even heavier, I train with heavier girls, so that people feel lighter for me when I'm in there. She didn't feel strong to me at all. She held me on the cage, but other than that, she couldn't get me down on the cage. So I just feel like the more I grow in confidence with that as well, I'm just going to be unstoppable after that, to be honest.
Now, what about the fact that there was once a famous moment in MMA history where Matt Hughes had just won a big fight, and then George St. Pierre walked in and they asked him, hey, what did you think of Matt's performance? And he famously said, I'm not impressed with your performance. Now, akin to that was what happened, I thought, on Saturday, where Valentina comes into the cage and kind of craps all over your performance. What did you make of that?
I mean, she made me jump. Did you see it?
I didn't see that. What happened? I missed that.
She said boo and it made me jump. But, I mean, it was quite funny, to be honest. But, yeah, I'm not really bothered. She had a lot to say considering she's just got a bye to the final. She's not even fought her way there. Like, she may as well just, to me, she may as well just quit now. I'm not scared of her at all. Like, I'm excited to get in there now. She's made me jump. I'm scared of my own shadow, to be honest, Ariel.
Wait, what did she say?
Anywhere.
She said boo in your ear or something? I missed the boo.
We were having a face-off and she went boo. And I was like, oh.
You flinched.
Yeah, I flinched a little bit. But, I mean, doing things like that to me just makes me mad. And that's one thing you don't want to do. So now I'm going to go in there and I'm going to end up, I don't know, maybe breaking a nose or something.
Oh, my. Did you feel like it was disrespectful what she said about your performance?
No, I mean, she's boring, although no one wants to know about her if she doesn't say things like that. So fair enough, I'll let her have a moment. We've got to build it up a little bit. It's the only thing she can say, right?
And forgive me for not knowing, but why did she get a bye?
So her opponent pulled out through to injury, the girl that was originally in the tournament, and then the fighter that they had replaced didn't make weight.
Oh my!
So she got a straight bye. There was another flyweight fight on the card, which I thought they were going to switch. Maybe put one of them girls in with it, but they never did that. So she got a straight bye instead.
Okay, and so you're fighting her December 8th in Ireland, which should be another great scene for the 100,000. And then what happens? If all goes well on December 8th, what happens to you? Do you then go into the big tournament? What's the plan then?
Yeah, there isn't a flyweight division in the main season yet. That was kind of the plans for next year. We were talking about it, but it's not 100% set in stone. So, I mean, PFL, they're doing crazy things at the moment, aren't they? They've got so much going on, so many opportunities coming. So my main aim now is to just win that final in December and then see what comes next year. I'll be if it's a tournament, I'll be happy to do that. If they give me a fight on like an Ngannou card or something like that,
nice.
I'd love to do that too.
Yeah, I mean your star is definitely growing. That it would it would make a lot of sense. Also, if they purchase Bellator, they have a flyweight division. In fact, their flyweight title is being defended this weekend. So perhaps that's where the division comes from, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on there, but I mean, I'm up for anything, we'll just see what happens. I'll just take everything day by day, but just got to get that win in December and then the world's my oyster.
Yes. By the way, when you see the Alexa Grassos and the Valentina Shevchenkos of the world fight just a couple of weeks ago, they're the creme de la creme as far as the flyweight division goes. How far away do you think you are from talent like that?
I'm going to be humble, but I mean, like, I'm not far, you know what I mean? I feel like I could hold my own 100%, I'm gutted for Shevchenko at the moment. I feel like she's always been my favorite, so I did want her to get that belt back. But yeah, I feel like I'm catching them up now. So I used to look at them as like, my idols and stuff, but now I feel like I'm slowly creeping up to their level. So
wow. So you think like even like if you're fighting the big dogs, so to speak, next year, you've arrived. You feel like your confidence is there, your skills are there, you can hang with anyone.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's mainly in the mind. My skill set is there, 100%. It's just I got to believe in myself. And each fight, I'm doing that more and more. And that fight that I had on the weekend was probably the most comfortable I've ever felt and confident. So I feel like, another 2-3 fights and I'll be unstoppable by then for sure. And I'm only young, I've got time, right?
Sure,
as well,
sure.
So.
Are you feeling like the competition in PFL is starting to not get you excited? Are they not big enough names, or are we not quite there yet?
I mean, I just fight who gets put in front of me. I was the first flyweight girl to sign for PFL. So whoever wants to enter into PFL knows I'm there. If they want to come and fight me, then fair enough. But this is my division now at the moment. So I'll just fight whoever gets put in front of me. But we'll see. I'm in contract till mid next year, and I'm going to speak with PFL as well. So see what's next for me after that, and we'll just see what happens. Yeah, see who comes up after this.
So this is very exciting. You win the tournament in December. Now it's time to really talk, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
As I said, as soon as I win this tournament, we've got to speak about what's next for me, because we need some good fights, good competition,
and some good money. Let's be honest.
Yes, of course.
It's the prize fighting business.
Exactly. It's a business at the end of the day. We've got to remember that, right?
Absolutely. Overall, though, are you happy with PFL?
Yeah, do you know what? They've treated me so well, and honestly, they look after us really well. Like I said, my followers, everything they've done around me, my fan base is just amazing. They're a really great bunch of people to work with. So I'm super happy with them. I'm looking forward to, if it's the main season next year for a tournament, I'm looking forward to doing it all over again with them. Yeah.
Now, I know you're all over the world. Are you in Manchester right now?
I am, yes. Back
Okay.
to the rainy Manchester.
I just wanted to ask because it's not quite 100%, but there's a chance that I might be going to Manchester very soon. And so I was wondering if you had, I've only spent in total 20 hours in Manchester in my life. I went one time several years ago for a Conor McGregor pay-per-view where I did an interview with him at some venue, a black tie event in Manchester. And then unfortunately last year I saw Forest Man City 6-0, much better than the 2-0 of a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So it was a nice, improvement on that front. But is there something I need to do? Is there something other than go to Etihad Stadium or Old Trafford? Is there something I need to do that is a must-see or a place to eat? Like, is there from a local, a place that someone who is visiting Manchester, must do?
You need to visit the Etihad area.
Oh, that's it? That's it? I've already been there. It was a dreadful
go.
place, if I'm being honest. It was void of any personality and passion. It was like I was in some sort of cathedral. There was nothing in there. There was nothing going on.
Honestly, you need to come on a day where you can go to a game and see what a proper city crowd can, we'll show you a good time in there. Show you how to win, Ariel. Show you how to win, champion.
Okay. Yeah. Or maybe I should go to a Wolves match. I don't know, in terms of winning and whatnot. No, it was a great, it was
I'm not sure about that, but.
Are you going to go to the KSI Tommy Fury event in Manchester?
Yeah, I'm hoping to. Yeah, I'm actually going to Bulgaria to see my family before I head back to the States next week. But I'm going to catch that Tommy Fury fight, before I go, for sure.
Are you into this crazy world? You like it?
I mean, I like it. Yeah, I like to watch some of it. Gets a little bit cringy at times, but yeah, I do enjoy watching the fights, that's for sure.
Are you Tommy's kind of a local guy, right? The Fury family. So does that mean you're backing him?
I mean, I'm backing Tommy anyway. Yeah, he's come from a boxing background as well, and these YouTubers, not sure about them.
Okay.
so I'm definitely backing Tommy. Yeah, he'll get the job done. From a fighting family.
What about Logan Paul, Dillon Danis? Do you have a take on that one?
I don't know. I'm hoping. I don't know whether Logan's trying to be a little bit like Jake. I'm not sure he's quite there yet. So I'm definitely with the Danis. Yeah.
Wow, really? That shocks me.
Yeah. And I'm a McGregor fan as well, and he's obviously McGregor's friend. So yeah,
wow,
that's who I'm going for.
You might be the lone woman on the planet who's not related to him that's rooting for him. Golly. You don't think he's taking it too far with all the tweets and all that stuff?
I stay out of the politics.
Okay.
I just like the fighting side.
Fair enough.
The politics to me, I'm not a trash talker, so I'm not interested in any of that now.
Okay. Probably a good rule to live by. All right. So congratulations on the big win. Good luck in December. Very, very impressive. The finish was impressive. The celebration was impressive. The whole thing was impressive. So well done. And looking forward to what you do in December against Valentina. And hopefully for your sake, you get that $100,000 and then big things in 2024.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ariel.
All right. Talk to you soon. There she is, Dakota Ditcheva, who is one of the rising stars in the PFL. They've got a special thing going with some of the talent over there, in particular on the European side. Like I said, Lazy King and herself and Simeon Powell and Lewis McGrillen and Cédric Doumbé, and I'm forgetting one. The European scene is great. Who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting someone. I'm looking at it right here. This was PFL Europe 3. There was one from, I think it was PFL Europe 1. Simeon Powell, Lewis McGrillen, Evans. Jacob Nato. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Valentina Scatizzi is her opponent in December, the finale. Jacob Kazuba. Anyway, it's Franz Malambo. That was one that I was forgetting. So yes, there's a lot to like, and I am very curious to see where it goes and where the PFL goes from here. Now, my friends, it has been a crazy day. We have been here for 3.5 hours, and the day isn't even over yet. Still to come. It is Tony time. MFers. Alert the masses. He doesn't do a lot of interviews. Tony Ferguson, El Kukui, is scheduled to join us in about 6 minutes' time to talk about his upcoming fight against Paddy Pimblett on December the 16th. That is the last UFC pay-per-view of 2023. It's going to be a big one. I am looking forward to that very much. He is going to join us in 6 minutes. In 5 minutes, UFC, 295, right? 296. Madison Square Garden is 295. And what a card that is shaping up to be. Leon Edwards versus Colby Covington for the welterweight title. Alexandre Pantoja against Brandon Royval for the flyweight title. A rematch, of course. Shavkat Rakhmonov against Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, who we spoke to last Wednesday. Paddy versus Tony. Vicente Luque against Ian Machado Gary. And that is just the tip of the iceberg. And late last week, we found out that Casey O'Neill's returning, friend of the program, against Ariane Lipski. Irene Aldana in her first fight since the loss to Amanda Nunes against Carol Hosa. So a lot to like there. And of course, a place that you can go to for all your UFC action is our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Let's give a shout out to our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. This weekend, we have Leigh Wood against Josh Warrington. We have Bellator 300. We have Grant Dawson against Bobby Green. So a lot to like from the world of fighting. The NFL season is going strong. Anyone catch the Buffalo Bills Miami Dolphins football match on Sunday afternoon? I know Frankie caught it. Frankie, you catch that? I mean, golly, did you see those Miami Dolphins players showing up with the emoji? They were doing the thinking emoji. They had that on their shirt. And what happened? I actually
missed that.
Yeah, they all showed up wearing the emoji on their shirt, the thinking one, because I think they didn't like the fact that they were the underdog going into a game where they were coming off the weekend before a 70-point beatdown of the Denver Broncos. But lest they and everyone forget that the beasts of the East are still your Buffalo Bills, America's team. And boy, did Josh Allen and company, Stephon Diggs, what a performance out of him. The defense was fantastic, special teams. Everything was great. There was one dark spot. Obviously, the bummer was Tre'Davious White getting injured. But in any event, you better get on the Buffalo Bills now. We're going to London to play the Khans family, Jacksonville Jaguars. Can't wait for that on Sunday afternoon. A lot to like this weekend. Anyway, the NFL season is going strong. DraftKings Sportsbook is hooking new customers up with an offer that's even stronger. Bet $5 in any game this week to score $200 instantly in bonus bets. And DraftKings isn't stopping there. All customers can take advantage of a sweetener offer every game day this October. And some might say that's in honor of my daughter's birthday, October 28th. I don't know if that's true, but anyway, it is true that you get a sweetener offer every game this October. So get in on the game day greatness. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TheMMAHour. New customers can score $200 instantly in bonus bets when you bet 5 on the NFL. That's code TheMMAHour only on DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Football League. Now, the crown is yours over at DraftKings Sportsbook, but if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. Connecticut, help is available. Problem gambling. Call 888-789-777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino Resorts, licensee partner Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, 21 and older. Age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 106 hours after issuance. I think that's wrong. Anyway, at least 100. See sportsbook.draftkings.football terms/football terms for eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and responsible gaming resources. Now, I do also want to give a shout out to our good friends. We have a second here, yes? Over at BetterHelp. As I've told you, BetterHelp is perhaps one of the most important sponsors that we've had because of what they can do for you. All of this is great. You know, when we talk about all great things, all great sponsors, all great partners, but very, very hard to argue against what's most important, and that's here, your body, your soul, your mind. And so I'm very excited anytime an episode like this one is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Does it ever feel like your brain is getting in its own way? It has happened to me. I'm sure it has happened to you. You might know what you should do, but your brain keeps second guessing. Making the right decision is not always easy. Therapy might offer a way to figure out what's holding you back. I've talked about this. You know it by now. I don't have to keep going on and on about it, but you may be involved in a situation where you need to make a big decision, where something is holding you back, where you're trepidatious, where you're nervous, where you're anxious. There's something blocking. There's something wrong. You need to get something off your chest. You need to feel better. You need to have someone to speak to, not a family member, not a friend, perhaps a third party, an independent voice and mind, independent advice. That's what you can get with BetterHelp. And it's all from the comfort of your home. So if you're thinking of starting therapy, you can give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp can give you a place to sort through all those thoughts with a licensed therapist you can connect with on your own time. That's the best part. It's entirely online, and it is designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp at betterhelp.com/MMA-hour. Again, that's betterhelp.com/MMA-hour and get 10% off your first month. Once again, that's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MMA-hour. Please support them because they support us, and please support yourself as well, most importantly. Now, matter of moments, we're going to be joined by the great Tony Ferguson. That will be our last guest of the day in what has been a crazy day. Which started with Dillon Danis in studio. And I'm curious I haven't really looked at anything online. What are the people saying about that? Are they happy that it seems like we buried the hatchet? Are they feeling like I 10-7'd him and then, out of perhaps, sympathy, I let him, hug me and he was talking a lot about touching me. It was a little bit weird in that regard. What are the people saying, New York Rick? I know you're very in tune with the people. What do they have to say?
Yeah, not as much on the touching front, but
really interesting.
A lot of people are vouching for the chemistry that you two have.
Wow,
happy to kind of see you two reunited. I think they're appreciating the magic that you two have produced today.
Magic.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
It seems like old friends getting together.
Wow,
a lot of ribbing, but.
The tone.
At the end of the day, you guys were both laughing.
The tone is very different. I think the feedback in the tone is very different from the first in studio.
Okay, more positive, you would say.
I think people are more interested in you as a pairing as opposed to like the who's beating who situation.
That's good. I listen. Like I said,
I haven't seen anything about wins or losses.
Good. Like I said, it wasn't about that, and I was hoping to bury the hatchet in December. I think he was in a different place. And by the way, this only kind of came to mind now. Maybe this is a sign of things to come. October 14th, right? Like maybe, excuse me, I got a little burp there stuck in there. I tried to fight through it. It's been a lot of talking, Maybe this means he's in a good spot. He's a dad now. He's got
I just feel like there wasn't a lot of confirmation there. Not having the name after a month. Now he kind of read me the riot act before he went on, so I don't want to.
Yeah, what happened? I was getting ready for the show, but then all of a sudden I was like, wait, is Dillon in the control room? What's going on? Is this is this an ambush?
Just popped in here and he
no ambush. He was chilling.
He wanted to know, he wanted me to answer for the things I've said about him. Now, what I informed him of is like I'm the one who always bucks the trend. I would never talk about him.
Rick's betting on him.
I think I'm going to back Dillon Danis in this fight.
He's like plus 325.
You're kidding. Wait, he's plus 325 when he did. I recently watched the interview on the Full Send podcast with the Nelk Boys, and at the time, I think he said he was plus 600. Has it gone down, or was that never true? Is that another lie?
I don't think he was ever that high.
I don't think he was ever that high, but he could have just been
added to the list. Alex, can you add that one to the list?
The list was pretty high.
That's
what we ended up with.
Yeah.
I don't think we counted. I think he has a kid. It is crazy that he hasn't named him yet.
Or maybe he did and just didn't want to share it, but he was very secretive about that, and that's fine.
That could also be true.
But yeah, I feel like the value's on Dillon, if I'm being completely honest. What has Logan Paul shown that?
Is it not ironic though that there it is. What a graphic, by the way. Shout out to GC and Frank for that one. I mean, look at that thing. That was fantastic work on you guys. I think at first he wasn't sure what we were doing. What happens when it goes to 13? Because I think we just spotted another one. What happens when it goes? It grows a little bit every time, right?
Just keep playing it. I mean,
yeah. What at 14?
Honestly, what did you say in the middle of the interview?
Well, at the beginning of the interview, when you were just racking them up real quick, I mean, it expires at 25. I gave him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt. I only had to go to 25.
Oh, you were getting nervous
at the beginning, yeah.
Yeah.
I was getting a touch nervous.
No, it was good. It was good.
Yeah.
I mean, if Rick bets on Danis, I guess I'll join him.
I feel like I have to, honestly. They're throwing it in my face.
I was kind of surprised that what's that, Frank?
I was saying, now that Jake and Logan have buried the hatchet, I'm Team Logan.
I was gonna say you got to be Team Paul. You gotta stand your ground, Frankie.
Yeah, you can't jump. Although,
when they
by the
were
way,
at each other's throat, it was just Team Jake.
There are some people who think that those guys aren't on the same page. So maybe...
I mean, not moments ago. Hold on, let me see.
What happened?
No, 4 hours ago.
What happened?
Jake Paul. Logan fought Floyd, and I will fight Canelo and show the world why I'm the greatest sports story ever. See you soon, Saul.
Oh yeah, he really wants the.
I think he did another thing about McGregor was 29 when he fought Floyd. He's only 26.
Yeah. Why do you need to talk about Logan fighting Floyd? Like, what's the significance there? It feels like a point of comparison. It feels like he's trying to show.
I think he's saying if his brother can fight Floyd, he thinks he can fight Canelo.
So are you saying, New York Rick, that perhaps they aren't on the best of terms?
Listen, I've long said that fight is going to happen.
Wow.
That fight will happen.
Wasn't Logan on the show last week saying that it's never going to happen?
Yes, that's why I think that's why my reaction
Jake was on the show saying it would never happen.
That's why this reaction is wow.
No trust for the Paul brothers, I guess.
No, they are elite salesmen, and they are selling again.
Okay, but here's the question: does it happen because like they truly despise each other, or does it happen because they sit around and say we can make the most money sparring each other? Basically,
see, that's
make the most money sparring.
That's
each other.
an
I don't think they despise
question.
each other.
I don't know the answer to that, but I think it's kind of irrelevant because they're going to sell you on the idea that they despise each other, even if it's not true.
Oh, what happened?
I think everything just went down. A little
we're
technological error.
Keep talking.
Okay. And we're back. Sorry about that, guys. We just wanted to show you our new slate. I'm looking at the YouTube channel here. We're back up. Yes.
Yeah, you're live, man.
We're live.
The world.
Were we ever not live?
We were live the whole time, but we did have to put a slate up. Yeah, everything back here just went black.
Okay.
Yeah. Glad it got fixed quickly, though.
Yes.
I mean, technology is great stuff.
Okay, well, here we go. It's such a long show that I guess our system crumbled.
Needed a break, yeah.
Do we feel good about everything back there, guys?
100%.
100%. All right, that was like when people say 100% but aren't actually feeling 100%. 120%.
101%.
Let's make it 300%.
Anyway, Kukui's here, so now we're at 120%.
Oh, I can't wait for this. He's one of the great characters and one of the great fighters in the history of the sport of mixed martial arts. He returns to action on December 16th at UFC 296 in Las Vegas against Paddy Pimblett, a fight that has captured the imagination of the community. Everyone has a take on this one. I can't wait to hear Tony's take on it. Here he is, El Kukui himself, Tony Ferguson. Tony, my old friend.
What's up, brother?
How are you?
Good, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you don't do a lot of these, so I really appreciate it. This is a big one. Could I ask, first and foremost, let's actually start in Salt Lake City. I know afterwards you were a little disappointed about what happened, and you kind of brought to lights, Tiny. How are your eyes? How is everything afterwards? Were there any serious injuries after that fight against Bobby Green?
At first, it was kind of blurry, a little bit of double. Kind of not freaking out, but it was a little bit kind of just worrying about it. A couple weeks went by and everything started clearing up. Everything's pretty good. A little bit blurry, but no big deal. I'm going to be real with it. So slightly disappointed in the loss, but we learn. We live and we learn.
Was there any talk about immediately rematching because you felt like it didn't end the way it should have ended? Was there any talk on your end, the UFC's end, about running it back?
I think everybody just kind of left me alone. They knew I was pretty pissed off about it. No real big talks about it, but I know that obviously the brass, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they want me to win or lose, but I don't think they ever want me to lose. Same thing with the fans. And I'm just glad that we went out there and we actually competed. I mean, a guy like me with a bunch of losses like that, you know what I mean? A lot of people want to start talking about getting cut or retirement or doing whatever. I just been really just focusing on myself, finding my smiles and making sure that everything, all my ducks are in a row, and making sure that I'm mentally and physically and emotionally focused on this next one. And that was really what this time was about, was making sure that I could get myself back to where I needed to be in competition wise, and not just taking fights and then just randomly going out there and putting myself in shitty positions. The last couple of fights, I've really done that. Fights before that, I would really do that, put myself in uncompromisable positions just to create opportunity and not really capitalize off of it, but that goes right into training with it. So right now I'm in a good spot.
Do you have any regrets when you talk about like things that you did in the previous fights?
No regrets. Nah, man, not one bit. I went out there. The fans are just amazing. Win or lose, they just been fucking hype. I can't believe it. And no, man, I love going out there. I love competing. I love competing against these international fighters. That's one of the biggest things that I love to do. Chasing after Khabib once in a while. The McNuggets, obviously, that got old really fast. Once Khabib retired, and that kind of fucking went everything, the energy level and everything off to training for that fucking dude. But it's still Tiramisu Tuesdays, McNugget Mondays. So maybe once these guys grow some balls, I'll come back to the game. But for right now, like, I'm going to be real. It's I'm with my old team. And the last time I was with my old team, we were slicing and dicing fuckers up. The last time we competed with my old team was Edson Barboza.
Wow.
So you're talking about I haven't really sparred or moved around and done this. I said it many, many times, but in reality, I've been going over there. I've been getting my pad work from my boy, Tyler Wombles, that classic fight team. And it's like we never missed a beat. It's completely different than the last couple of years of pad sessions and just training and training partners. And it's an eye opener to what I have missed. And I have not let myself go, but with pandemic, it hit me pretty hard, man. I had my team set and, we had a 12-fight win streak, but I never really talked about it, how hard that really impacted me when my team broke apart. But it fucking sucked. And then trying to put people together to keep that shit going, man. It was almost like kind of like a relationship. Sometimes you just got to say bye and then just move on. And I think finally I did that, and I'm able to trust again, which is very hard for a guy like me because everybody looks at me like a superhero. They always look like I have the right answer. And I usually do. I usually like to have the right answer. But this time I asked for help. And I asked for the right help, not just with Tyler, but a lot of other people, including my agents and family, friends. And it's been a blessing to be able to listen and to be able to comprehend and then understand of what I have to do in order to get back to where I want to be.
I think all of this is music to all your fans' ears, and you have a ton of them, as you know. On the Monday after the Bobby Green fight, you posted on social media, like, you're not going anywhere, so enough of this talk. Did that thought of leaving the UFC or doing something else, did it ever cross your mind, a change of scenery? Did you think about any of that?
Absolutely not. I love the UFC. I mean, I started from the very bottom mail room all the way up. I tried out three times for the Ultimate Fighter. And I try to explain to my kid that, you know, like on Instagram and everything else, it looks like everybody gets it done the first time. But then, you know, I show them a bunch of things where people, they fail until they get something right. And just like a good experiment or, you know, when the light bulb or whatever that came up, people just didn't come over that overnight. It took many, many years to be able to do this, a lot of failed attempts. And I'm not ready to retire. You know, getting cut was never in my thought process. Retiring was never in my thought process. Only thing that was in my thought process is, what the fuck are you doing? Get your fucking shit in the gear. Do what you have to do. And train the way you fucking need to train. Like, quit fucking horsing around. Like, quit, you know, like, quit trying to help so many fucking people and help yourself get to where you fucking need to be so that way you can help other people. And that really put myself in gear. And like I said, it's not easy doing what we do inside that cage. It takes a lot of fucking balls, but we don't have the only occupation where it takes balls. So I'm blessed to be able to do what I do. And like I said, it's never been a thought in my head that to retirement. I've been competing for 35 years, Ariel. I don't know anything different but to win and to lose, or not lose, but I know how to lose. Losing is not, I don't like to lose. I fucking hate losing. But I do know how to lose. I don't like to be a sore loser, but I know how to get back on my bike and I know how to get going forward. And I know a lot of times when I was training, I always want to box. I want to box. I love wrestling. I love wearing shoes. You know, competing in all of my sports, I always wore shoes. Never wore shoes in MMA, which is crazy. And I never practiced in a cage. The only time I'm in the cage is during the fight. And the only time I'm really sparring is in the fight. So there's a lot of different factors that I can check off. And I might have said this before in my other fights. So you always hear that, oh, you've said this before. Yeah, but there's a difference between saying it and then actually doing it. And instead of partially doing it, is doing it how you're supposed to. And that's where I'm at right now. And I got people checking on me, making sure they're like, hey, when are we going to do this? When are we going to do this? When are we going to do this? And when are we going to do this? And I'm also coaching football. My kids' Little League football team, I'm helping out with that. And it's been freaking awesome to be around a team. And I miss that vibe where it's not just a few people. The game has changed in MMA, where it used to be the Fertitas used to say, you know, quit taking pictures with the whole class. You don't need to be that. The camps need to be centered around what you're doing. And that's what I started doing. But the game has changed. The game always changes. It always evolves. And now you have a whole bunch of people going out to these big teams and competing and practicing. And a big dog is going to think he's a big dog if he's around a bunch of big dogs. A big dog is going to think he's a small dog if he's around a bunch of small dogs. I got a German Shepherd that's around a couple French Bulldogs, and a little fucker thinks he can fit through the small doggy door. So it's interesting how that shit works, but I still got the character to do this stuff, Ariel.
And so could you tell us, it was 2 Fridays ago, out of nowhere, Dana White announces Tony Ferguson, Paddy Pimblett, December 16th, the last pay-per-view of 2023. And this isn't one that people were talking, like rumors, whisper, like this one came out of nowhere. It was like an atomic bomb out of nowhere. Could you tell us, from your perspective, how did this come about? How did this fight come about? Did you ask for it? Did they approach you? Could you tell us the backstory?
I've been in contact with Hunter. Hunter's a good friend of mine. The brass have always been pretty cool. You know, they don't know me anything. I don't know them anything. I always send Dana a message once in a while. And we got a couple mutual friends and fighters, and I've been real with them. I've been as real as I possibly could with them and my agent and my family, my wife particularly, and my kids, and just been real honest with them and myself. And I've been digging deep, man. I really dug deep to what I really needed to do. Found myself emotionally and learned how to smile again, especially in this sport. Especially after 6 losses, you would think that you would just give up, go hide, and be depressed and go sleep all the time and do all this other shit that a lot of people would do. I mean, I've seen these guys retire off of like maybe 2 fucking fight losses and say they don't have it anymore or whatever the fuck. I'm like, look at them and I'm just like, geez, old Pete's, man. Like, what the fuck? Like, slap yourself around a little bit and get back on the drawing board. But, you know, we just had a kid who hurt his arm. I don't want to say his name, but, you know, shout out to him. He was a little stud, man. And you know, the whole entire team after the football game when we won, they were shouting his name, because it takes a team like that to be able to push through a lot of stuff through adversity. And I have injured myself plenty of times to be able to get myself back to where I needed to go. And a lot of these fights, I have been hurt, but not injured. Hurt is something like, and I don't feel a lot of pain. Like, it's just the pain comes from the loss and the days after the loss where it's like, fuck, man. And then you see a lot of people, they always leave me like these teardrop emojis or something like that. And they say, please retire and all this other stuff. And I don't even have my family telling me that shit. But sometimes that stuff right there, I see it. I just want to like reach through that fucking screen and be like, yo, snap the fuck out of it. You know what I mean? Quit leaving these fucking messages. Quit being so damn depressed. You guys are like depressed. Why? Because one person out there is doing something and you're going to let that affect you? Fuck no, dude. Like, I had to kind of think about like how inspirational the stuff that we do in the UFC is. It's not just myself, it's the UFC and what we do inside there. And never really sat there and thought about, you know, the wins, losses, or the trophies or anything like that. I've always just been compete. And I know when Khabib left, a little part of me left with that. Kind of sucked a little bit because we've always had that I don't want to say negative energy, but that hype that was built around that. And then when that disappeared and the pandemic hit and fucking team left, and then just a whole bunch, there was nothing else left for me kind of, except what I told myself is I wanted to compete. I wanted to compete enough so that way maybe possibly win or lose, Khabib would come back. And we almost coached on The Ultimate Fighter, the season where Chandler and McGregor coached. We were verbally agreed to have coached. And a couple months back, I think that was like in November, and then a couple months passed and he didn't even go corner Makhachev, which is one thing. And so he had a lot of different things going on in his life where he had to kind of second guess himself and not want to come back. So that was like another bummer. I was like, fuck, okay, really? And so I had to find myself and kind of, like I said, let go of a couple things because, I mean, anger is not one thing you want to keep holding on to, you know, and then that frustration that comes with it when you don't have that ability to take care of business or to make that amend. You know, I still don't want to shake the fucker's hand. He's still fat in my book. Connor's still a fucking little bitch too, but at the end of the day, there's another day the next day. So that's preparing for whatever's going to be coming next.
Are you still holding out hope? Yeah, it does. Are you still holding out hope that you can coach opposite him? If you can't fight him, is that still something that you're hoping will happen?
No, you know what? Tiramisu Tuesdays is always going to exist. Like I said, and Mondays or McNugget Mondays, that shit's always going to exist. You know, I've planted that with CSO and all these different types of brands, and I don't give a fuck anymore. What I want to do is I do want to coach a season. I really do. I'm a great coach. I know I'm a great coach because I've had great coaching. I've listened to all my coaches. I still keep in contact with most of my coaches, even my old football coach from when I first started football. I just saw him. He lost his son, little Randy. I won't say his last name, but he lost his son. He OD'd on some stupid shit. Oh. And I went back home and I saw him, you know, through the grapevine. I heard and I contacted my friend, went over to his family's house, thankfully, and then saw him. I was like, Coach! And he had a big old smile on his face. And he's like, you still calling me coach? I'm like, hell yeah, man. Like, you guys set the pace. A lot a lot of these coaches had set the pace for me. And I'm lucky that my family, the same thing. Anytime that I was either injured or, I transferred school one time and I couldn't play for a whole semester. That was football or wrestling. But I still went to practice. I still suited up every fucking game. And I went like as if I was going to play, but I never got the chance to play. I couldn't play because there was rules. But I never knew anything else to not sit on the sidelines. I was always up by the coach, always not trying to coach. I was always there supporting my team. And that set something in my mind that is unbreakable. And I'm unbreakable, Ariel. Like I had to start believing that. And I had to start telling myself that again, because I wasn't telling myself that. I was telling everybody else that. I'm hyping everybody else up, including friends, family, fight, whatever the fuck, whoever it is, lots of loved ones. But I had to finally start telling myself that because I started to see myself kind of go like this a little bit. Not being happy doing what I'm doing, not competing with a smile, not having fun with training, always kind of like bummed out. Every time I would go to my academy, I'd be fucking just like dreading and pissy and just like, fuck, here we go again. Because I would have people tell me like, why are you training all day when you're wasting your time and all that fucking shit got bumbled up in my head where it was just kind of like I stopped believing in myself. And it was fucking terrible. It was like the worst fucking thing, dude. Just because here I am like listening to these fucking people that have never been to the top of where I have been. And they've never been as low as I have ever been. So why am I listening to all these people? Why am I giving them the time and day if they're telling me this shit, especially if I'm supposed to be trusting them in my camp? Fuck that. I had to step back away, listen to myself, listen to some good advice from some good people, and really think. Put my thoughts down on paper, not just on Instagram, but put them on paper. Think about what I could do, make some phone calls, ask some questions, ask for help. And fuck, man, people kind of like, hey, we've been waiting for you. Where you been? And that's been the A+ right there.
By the way, when you say ask for help, are you like who specifically are you talking about?
Fuck, my agents, my family, trainers. Like, dude, I never asked for help. And even just like someone just reaching out, man, that's all it fucking takes to be like, hey, dude, what do you think? Like, and people be like, yo, dude, you're the fucking champ. Like, yeah, I hear that a lot. Well, come in. Let's go get some training in. Well, fuck yeah. Thank you very much. That's all I was hoping for. Thank you very much, because I've been doing this shit by myself not by myself, but trying to put everything together, or telling people what kind of combos I need to have or what kind of strategy I need to have. Like, I've been doing this for a long time, Ariel. And for a long time before I've been doing it not by myself, but handling a lot of the managing, I've had a team, and always been kind of shitty when a team breaks apart, whether, it might not be your fault. Half the time, it's just people just have a lot of things that they have to take care of, like Rain Training Center. When Rain Training Center was around, I was getting a lot of good wrestling in. I was at Classic Fight Team. I was at 10 Planet a lot, and everything was local. Everything was close. So I was always going to class consistently, and I was always around a lot of big dogs. And with that, you hear Chael Sonnen all the time. Besides all the shit talk now, you always hear him say, and I remember that one time that he was sitting there watching me. He said in one interview where he said, one day I just I stood by, I just sat down and I just watched Tony train. And I knew he was watching me train. I always pay attention to everything. And he was the only one there most of the time, and I'm hitting the bags, and he never wanted to, spar or nothing, big guys spar with big guys, as Brock always told me. But I just remember that he was there, and I didn't think anything of it. I just kept doing what I was doing. But it was always times like that where I was always the most successful, because I was always smiling. I was always playing my music. I was always doing my thing. I was always dancing, and I was always doing my stuff. Or if I was injured, I was always posting videos of me having fun, like a cool down, and people would think, oh, Tony's training like this all the time, and really not. But what it is my cool down, and it's a facade. It's something for everybody to kind of laugh at. And at first, everybody thought it was cringe, but now it's the meme of the shit. Like everybody's doing that stuff now, which is cool. And, I wear my sunglasses and everybody's wearing sunglasses, wearing suits and everybody wears suits and shit. So I kind of got played out on my own stuff because everybody started playing on it, and I stopped having fun with it. And I feel good. Like I feel really good about where I'm at. Like instead of having to try to impress people or to do things just because I'm supposed to, it's because I want to. And it's because I have that passion. I've always had the passion for it, but I have the passion to want to do what I have to do in order to get things done. If that makes any sense.
Could I ask about Eddie Bravo? Are you back with him?
Yeah, Coach. I always keep in contact with Coach. And, it's hard because he's in LA. But I'm making my rounds. I just contacted him actually yesterday or 2 days ago. We have a set schedule coming up. I just got my striking trainer's schedule. He's got some grappling in for me, and I've got Eddie over there. Same thing. He's got a couple Russians for me over there that are fucking just hardcore.
Amazing.
And yeah, dude, it's just there's a lot more that goes into it. But it's going back to mental conditioning about where I'm at. Here I am kicking steel poles and doing all this stuff, and everybody's like, well, how the fuck are you doing this, dude? Like, and then you got McGregor McNuggets fucking kicking a concrete shit and then going and putting a fracture in his leg during a fight, where it's a lot of people will emulate what I do, but I never copy anybody. I really try not to copy anybody, and I try to have my own stilo with a lot of stuff. And so I had to find myself about what I wanted to, or how I wanted to go about it. Do I want to rush into it, or do I want to take it step by step by step, day by day by day, and go about it? And right now, I just got done doing 3 miles. I bear crawled for I don't know how fucking long. Like I'll send you the pictures of like this park. It's fucking crazy long. And I bear crawled all the way to the end of it. Took my breaks, never stood up, but just kind of like one hand on the ground, like a football stance.
Wow.
And I went all the way through to the end. I replayed the same fucking song, like over and over and over, all the way to the end. And I get up, I finally stand up, and I look all the way at the other end of the park. I'm like, fuck, here we go again. And I'm making myself work. And I'm actually getting tired doing my own work again. And I haven't done that in a long time. My conditioning is really good. And I'll reflect back to the Bobby Green fight. I went up to Big Bear. I hauled up all my stuff, trying to emulate the same camp that I did for UFC 216 with Kevin Leigh. And it just wasn't the same. It just wasn't the same. I had people telling me, stop running. Like, stop running like this. And I listened. Like, what the fuck? Why? And I'm trusting this person. And it was kind of like just reaching out for like advice from people that I thought that I could trust. And I wasn't getting back the feedback that I really needed. It wasn't anybody in my camp that made it any worse or made it bad. It was just me and my ability to put that output that it felt like it was there, but it wasn't there. I was more worried about my conditioning rather than the fight. And like I said, I put myself in uncompromisable positions, like underneath Bobby. I tried to do this one move where it wasn't an Imanari. It was, I shoot underneath his, I saved it for Khabib. I'll say it right now and I'll do a demonstration now. But what I do, I did it in breakdancing a couple of times where I would just shoot underneath the guy's legs. I would do like a thing, and he would look under his legs and I'd be up and like, kind of like a boogeyman. I would shoot underneath his legs, stand up really fast, and he would turn around. I'd be looking at him, be like, hey. And, pull his shirt over his head and, pop, and that was it. And I tried to do that to Bobby, but that was after the eye poke, and it was slow as shit. Put myself underneath and never took him seriously when it came to the ground and pound and that kind of thing. But I've always been that guy where if positions weren't that good or just whatever, I'd always put myself in a position because I knew that I could get out of it. And, like even when I got choked out, like I knew if I had a little bit more grappling, the way I went about doing that, I would always choke people out that way with like a Von Flue type of move. And as soon as I did a fucking stupid ass thing that I did, I already knew that it was kind of sunk in. And it was bullshit, man. Like, I didn't know, I remember how much time was left. I knew it was short time. But I put myself in these fucking positions, and I'm so tired of it. I'm so fucking tired of putting myself in these fucked up positions where it loses me a match. It's trying new things in the fight rather than in the practice room. And it doesn't start in the fight. It starts in the practice room. You always have to do it in the practice room. And if it doesn't work in the practice room, you don't do it on the fucking playing field. And I think I took my own talent for granted. You know, hard work beats talent when talent will work hard. And I've always done that. If I didn't have more talent than the other person, my hard work was always going to show up. And these last couple of fights, I just let it slip through my hands, man. And God has a plan for me, and I don't second guess him not one fucking bit. That dude scares the fuck out of me.
Can I ask, what are your thoughts on Paddy Pimblett?
I'm not going to say he's a fat fuck. Just kidding. No, so Patrick, you're talking about Patrick. I call him Patrick.
Okay.
Same thing when I call him Nathan. He's a good fighter. He's long, rangy, lanky. He likes to put on a show. He's kind of mouthy. Obviously, he's English. I think he used to fight at 145, 55er, tall kind of guy. Good submission specialist. Very beatable. He's on a 6-fight win streak. The last fight that he had against Jared Gordon, everybody says that he ended up losing. Tonight, I'm actually going to be watching that fight. Just been watching a couple highlights of him. Very beatable guy. 6-fight win streak versus a 6-loss losing streak, which is fucked up. But I hold a couple records in the UFC now, and I would like to start that back up. That's for sure.
So the reaction, I think, from a lot of people was like, man, I think you have a very loyal fan base, as you know. They're like, please don't lose to Paddy. Let's be honest. He's a polarizing figure. Some people love him. Some people don't like him. And I don't think people want you, because they feel so strongly about you. You've been in the sport for so long. You've been in the UFC for so long, to get, to get shown up by him. Have you felt that as well? Are you feeling I feel like you have more love going into this fight than your last couple of fights combined.
It's fucking crazy. Like, I love all you supporters and fans. I don't really call you guys fans. I call you guys supporters.
Yeah.
But they're all super fans, man. They're all super supporters. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, the amount of love that a lot of people have. I'm not going to question it. I say thank you. But I'm all in. And I have the right help, what I need to be able to get this done and to get where I want to go. I have enough. I have enough trophies, but I want one more. And it's going to take a lot of fucking work, a lot of guts. Dan Gable said this one thing. He's like, wrestlers are made of that hard to find alloy called guts. And it's what it's going to take. It's going to take a lot of that in order to get this done. But you know me, I'm a conditioning expert, so I'm well conditioned for this shit. And I'm going to go in there. I'm going to finish Paddy. Like, I'm not worried about scaring him. I'm not worried about being angry, trying to go in there with this negative energy. Like, whatever energy that he's going to bring is not going to bring me down. I'm going to make sure that I'm so fucking focused with everything that I have that nothing's going to faze me. And that goes into training. That doesn't go preparing for if you're not preparing right, you're not going to, everything's going to get you. Like, I already feel strong right now. And we got 11 weeks left. So bring Paddy, bring Patrick.
And just curious, when you envision finishing him, are you talking submission or are you talking KO?
Well, I'm gonna be real. My last couple of fights in my wrestling, I've just always put opportunity, because I've always said I'm a good wrestler, Ariel. Like, I'm a really good wrestler. Like, it's different in MMA. You don't have shoes and the rules are a lot different. You put yourself on the bottom, you get hit, like with Bobby, I'm gonna be real, it was kind of weird. We were in the back preparing. Excuse me. We're in the back preparing, and the guy comes through and he says, hey, you guys got about 15, 20 minutes. The fight just got on. He's like, and when they raise their hand, you guys will be out next. That fight went quick.
Yeah.
It was like the fight, it was like 1 minute. So I didn't really get to my wrestling coach. I got to Gibson, Juan, Jeremiah, and I was waiting for my Coach Mills, so that way we could go over some wrestling stuff or movement drills, whatever it was. Never got the chance. So when I took Bobby down, or pick up and return drills, if the guy stands up, you pick him up and return like Katsunori Kakuno. When I got to him, I picked him up really fast, and he didn't stand up to return him, but that's what it was. As soon as I get behind somebody, I'm picking him up and I'm throwing him down. I'm getting my 2 points. That's it. If I need to let him go, I let him go and I'll take him down again. When I got to Bobby, I was more worried about taking his fucking back. I threw my hooks in and I tried to do the seatbelt right away. And every time I watched that part, because I got in on the takedown fast, like really easy. I didn't even need to do anything. It was just it was almost like a double off. It was like a single leg doubling off. And we got to the cage, threw in the fucking hooks, threw in one hook, didn't pick him up, didn't return, slam him. And there was that chance. But like I said, it goes a lot into review, where in the camp, if you're doing that in camp, you're going to do that in the fight. Instead of waiting last minute, instead of cramming for a test, you're studying the whole entire thing. And, I try to tell my kid the same thing, which is cool, because after he gets out of school, we're always doing homework before he goes to football, before he does anything. He's always doing his stuff. He's eating right. He's getting his rest. He wants to fight. I'm like, hey, no, When I brought him to Muay Thai the other day, one of my trainers, he actually gave him pads, and I gave him pads, and the kid can fucking hit. But I want him to learn other sports. Like, hey, look, it's not just about this. Like, if you want to do this, you got to go through these steps, at least for underneath my roof. You have to get to go and do that. And then he's got his little brother Angel, so Armand Anthony, and then you have Angel Anthony. And little Angel, he's wearing my kid's helmet. Like, he's a big 2-year-old. He's wearing his stuff, wearing the shoulder pads, wearing the helmet. He sees his brother do that, and they see me do what I have to do. So that's more of like a, fuck, get off your ass and get to work kind of attitude now. It should have been like that a while ago, but now I have that shit right now, and I'm glad I really do.
I don't want to keep you much longer, and I really appreciate this, Tony. It's great to talk to you, and it's great to see that you're in such a great spot. I just want to ask you a couple more, and then I'll let you go if that's cool. One sentiment that did come out was UFC is trying to build Paddy off of Tony's name. Do you feel like that is what this fight is? Do you feel like they're trying to build him off of you?
No, I believe in good matchmaking. This is a good fight for both of us. I believe that opportunities exist when we create them. I've always said that. Sean Shelby, Hunter, and Dana. I forget the other guy's name.
McMahon.
I always do. McMahon. Yes. Fuck. I always forget. My bad. They know what they're doing, dude. I mean, they've been doing this for so long, and I know that I'm a fan favorite. I know I'm the main event for this card. I don't even fucking know who else is fighting. Like, I really don't. I'm pulling in all the fans. I'm going to be pulling in a lot of ticket sales for this thing, and that's the coolest shit. When you got like 18 to 20,000 fans screaming your fucking name and listening to your song, you just hear the beat and everybody's bumping their heads and they're just amped up. That's the kind of shit that you want to have. That's the kind of fighters that you want to be able to present. And I know Paddy's got the same kind of thing over there. But, man, I think it's a good fight. I'm ready to go out there and I'm ready to win. I'm ready to go for that finish. I haven't had a finish in a very long time. I'm due. That's for sure.
One thing that I think is very exciting and promising about the Tony that I'm speaking to right now, if you're a Tony Ferguson fan, and I wonder for you as well, is, and let me know if you disagree with me, the last couple of fight weeks, especially when you got to, usually it was Vegas, but other places as well, last one, Salt Lake, it felt to me like you weren't just fighting your opponent, you were perhaps fighting the promotion, you were fighting the history, you were fighting some of the bad luck. It feels like you have let all of that go and that you're in a very positive place and you're just focused on yourself and the opponent, the task at hand. Is that a fair assessment of where you're at right now and perhaps maybe some of the stuff that was going on in the past?
I had to really open up myself to be able to accept what I could, what I can, and to close myself and create boundaries around things and people that were not good for me. A lot of negative energy, just trying to keep that around and try to make it positive energy took a lot of energy. Like I said, letting go of a lot of things, kind of like relationships and holding on to that shit takes so much work, and interviews take so much work and energy. And I used to just fucking hate it after a while because I've taken a lot of heat. I've gotten a lot of good stuff. It's just always been like this. always been like this, from my title to losing it to like all this shit, and just like, but I texted Dana one day and I was like, and after we had our conversation, I told him, I was like, you don't know me shit and I don't know you shit. And it really took a second for both of us to kind of think about that we finally started having respect for each other. And I really had to open myself up to really look to see if I still wanted to do this. I'm gonna be real, like I do want to do this. I still want to compete. Like, I'm not ready for boxing. Like, I'm not. I have to kind of let that go. Like, you're not boxing yet. Stop training boxing all the time. Like, there's more than just throwing hands. You have to prepare MMA. It's MMA, and I used to do that. Like, I used to pick apart my fighters like it was chess. Like, I used to go in there and do all that stuff. So I had to think about it like how you were talking about, like, the promotions and the interviews and stuff. Like, when's the last time I did an interview with you with the video?
Yo, I think this is the first time.
Very first time. And how many interviews have I done? So I really had to open myself up to a lot of things. And these are the steps that I'm taking, man. I'm a fucking different person, thank God. And I really want to win. I really want to win. I'm not wishing. I'm making it happen. I really want to win.
Do you feel like this is a must win for you?
I don't want to say a must win. I'm going to win. A must is something that you feel like you're pressured in order to do. I think there's a lot of pressure on a lot of people when it comes down to, like, with a lot of people, like, putting that pressure on people. Like, I feel it. Like, I'm nervous. I'm gonna be real. Like, it's a good feeling to have. Not being overconfident, not doing that, and then having that nervous energy makes you want to get back in that room and train harder. And like I said, I feel fucking phenomenal. I feel really good, man. Especially being around team again. My little man's team, my team, having my close circle. Like, my close circle is good. It's very good. I talked to my godfather. He's gonna be making the trip to the fight. And I don't think he's ever been to one of my fights. So, like, there's a lot of good support that I'm bringing back, which is phenomenal, dude. Like, I feel really good, Ariel. Like, I feel really good. Like, I feel like I'm not pressured to do shit. Like, I really want to go in there and I want to do this for myself. Like, I want to do this for myself, my kids, my wife. I want to do this for not just myself. I want to do it for my close circle. So that way they see all the stuff. They see the pain. They see that and they worry about it. They don't want to see me in the hospital. You guys don't want to see me in the fucking hospital. You guys don't want to see me get hurt. I don't understand why you guys want to see everybody else get hurt, but that's kind of cool. I mean, that's better not me than them, But this is that kind of a sport. And, pandemic kind of hit and you had to kind of like be brothers with everybody because it was like that time, that era where we're at, we'll say biblically, but, it just took a second for me, 6 losses for me to be able to snap the fuck out of it and really get back to what I need to do, which is kicking ass.
Well, this has been fantastic. I really appreciate this. And I'm happy you brought up the video because when they told me here on our chat, he's got his video on, I was like, whoa, this is a different Tony because it's always been audio only. And this has been huge. I joked with your agent, Lloyd Pearson, who I'm a big fan of as well, that you could clean up for us on a very busy day on this program. And this has been the best way to end this busy day, Tony. Really, I think I speak for everyone when I say it's great to see you in this spot. It's great to see and feel how happy you are and positive you are and excited and energized for December 16th. And I know you have a legion of people who are backing you, and I know that you feel that as well. So thank you for doing this. Good luck in training, and good luck on December 16th. Anything you want to say in closing before we go? Anything to the people, to the public? I know you don't do a lot of these, so anything you want to say to the people?
Hey, like I always say, you can follow me on my way to victory on that little tweet thingy, and well, it's not tweet thing, it's that X thingy and that IG thing, and Tony Ferguson XT, and we'll see you guys December 16th. So get your tickets; it's gonna go fast.
Thanks, Tony. All the best to you. Appreciate you doing this.
Whoosh.
There he is, CSO Tony Ferguson. How about that? Wow. Didn't see the video thing coming. Like, I don't think you guys realize that was a big deal. I always joke with his agent. I always say, man, when could we get Tony on via video? And even yesterday, if I may break the fourth wall, I was when they told me that he was coming, when Lloyd told me he was coming, I was like, hey, video? And he's like, like, let's not ask for the moon here. You're getting him, and we'll see what happens. And I told the guys back there, I don't know what it is. So have the graphic ready for phone, have it ready for Zoom. And I don't think that we could look past that. Look, I don't know what is going to happen on December 16th, but if you are a Tony Ferguson fan, and even to a degree a Paddy Pimblett fan, it is really reassuring and nice to know that we're getting a guy who's in a great place mentally, physically, team back together. It's a freaking big fight. It is a big fight. It is a really big fight. And it's going to steal, like, that press conference is going to be crazy. You're going to have Tony, Paddy, Leon Colby, Ian Machado Gary, Wonderboy Shavkat. I mean, it's going to be Pantoja. Like, that presser, it's a great card. Credit to the UFC. Tremendous way to end. And here you have a fight that might be the fourth on the sort of tier in terms of stakes, right? Shavkat is very close to a title shot, you could say. Machado Gary is like, this is the one that is going to be talked about as much as any fight, including the welterweight title fight, in my opinion. It's that darn big. That was a tremendous way to end what was a really great day on this program. Guys, what did you think of that, Tony Ferguson? New York Rick, you've been here for a lot of Tony Ferguson interviews. You've changed your clothes? What's going on? I've never seen...
We'll talk about that later. Let's talk Tony first. Let's talk Tony first.
I could have not addressed that.
I know. See, we were kind of expecting it to be like as this was on the transition.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to change again? I mean,
no. We'll talk about it later. Very self-reflective Tony Ferguson. I think it's safe to say, and anybody, you can correct me if I'm wrong, or fans can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like he's taken accountability in a certain way that he's kind of eschewed in the past. Like, he's kind of talked about the things that have gone wrong or right and kind of placed that in different places. But he seems to be like, look, I needed to get my head straight and really like taking accountability for what has gone on and remotivated. Like, I definitely felt a difference in Tony Ferguson.
I felt it too.
It's not super easy to put, a huge like label on it because he's still kind of Tony, right? Like the Tony that we know and love is still in there and he's still being Tony. But I think it's the accountability. I think it's the responsibility. And I think it's him kind of saying, like, instead of, hey, this many fights in a title, it's, hey, I've got a long road back and I need to start with this. And here's what I'm doing differently. And I'm motivated to get it done. It feels different. It just feels different. Now, is he going to be able to? That's the question we're going to find out. And that's the most important part. But I liked what I heard. I definitely liked what I heard from Tony.
I will just add two things before I ask GC's thoughts on Tony. Number one, I am sure that what will, maybe be a headline here in the aftermath, I'm not looking, but like, he's going to finish Paddy, right? People are going to grab onto that.
Sure, we're going to grab it for MMA fighting.
But please don't let that be, like, that was like the one sort of trash to me, the story of that interview is just his demeanor and the things that he was saying in terms of taking accountability, getting the team back. Now, we should also say, in the fight game, we have heard from people who are maybe, on a losing streak or trying to, get back on track, whatever, say these things. And so the proof is in the pudding. We will see come December 16th. That's why this is such a fascinating sport. We will actually be able to see. There are football players, there are basketball players who could say that and perhaps, use their teammates as crutches and have them kind of carry them to the finish line. In this sport, you can't do that. It's really just on you. But on its surface, watching that, if you're a Tony fan, has to make you very excited. What did you think, GC?
Well, I'm with you. We can't understate him being on video because I said it too when I got here. I was like, yeah, Tony Ferguson's probably just going to be on call because I think this was the second time we've had him on and last time.
In this era.
Yeah.
But in
right.
In the previous eras and the ESPN era, it's always been, even, by the way, sorry to interrupt you, but even,
No, go ahead.
Even pandemic Zoom non-live days, it was
breaking
always
news on SportsCenter. Tony Ferguson begging to get the camera. Like, yeah, this is something.
Oh, I forgot about that. That was a month into the pandemic. We're leading off SportsCenter talking about the drama surrounding 249, or was it 247? Yes. 249. And I tell them I could get you Tony Ferguson, and I'm doing an interview from my spare bedroom with Tony Ferguson via like I forget what that thing was called where we did the interviews on the iPad, and it looked like he was like his camera was like a potato. Remember he had a whole setup, like it was nothing like this crystal clear. Even that was tough to get done. So yes,
I remember the stress, the strenuous nature of trying to get that done. So yeah, it's not lost on people who know what that means.
Okay.
I mean, the connection was incredible, too.
And he looked great.
I mean, he was sitting at some sort of park. He said he was going to send you the pictures of him bear crawling across it.
No, bear so hard.
But, I mean, I'm with Rick. Like, it sounds like he's being very realistic about this. Like, he gave Patrick, as he would say, credit where credit was due. He's not talking about, like, getting X amount of wins and then getting a title. Like, he's just focusing on this fight ahead of him. And, yeah, I'm excited for it. I mean, he's had moments, even during this 6-fight losing streak. And I feel like if he can just put them together, like he can make this fight very competitive.
You know what was one of the most telling moments for me was when he talked about Khabib and Conor. Because he put it in the rear view. Because he talked about it as something that had happened and he was moving on from. He talked about when Khabib left, a part of me left too. We were going to coach tough, but it ultimately didn't happen and I have to let go of the anger. You don't have to go back that far to hear McNuggets. Not that he's not using those nicknames, but it seems like he's understanding that like this is gone and he's not chasing that thing anymore and he's after what's in front of him in a major way. Again, this is just the talk at the moment and that's all we have to go on. But it feels completely different to me. It really does feel different and we'll see if that's good or bad, but yeah, he seems focused on the future in a way that it doesn't seem like he was previously. It seemed like he's always kind of been going on the past.
So that was very nice. That really warmed my heart. What a day, guys. What an eclectic mix of characters from beginning to end, from Dillon Danis to Steve Cooper, Leigh Wood, to Money Moicano and his graphics.
Can I just say he's like my favorite guy right now?
Oh, he's the best. The way he speaks. The money.
He's like MMA Gary V all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like what has happened? Like how did it like I remember distinctly when we're sitting in this control room thinking about like, oh, RDA needs a fight and he's stepping in on short notice. And like he was just a guy.
He was just a guy.
Just a dude. And now all of a sudden he's this like forward thinking, commentary on everything, tweeting every single time there's a fight to try and kind of capture the attention. Like
now he's breaking down the analytics surrounding the importance of Khamzat being the next Muslim face of the UFC and how big of a fan base that's waiting for him if he can accomplish that. Yeah, he really is. Like, came out of nowhere. Because you said it in the interview. You asked him, like, you've been here since 2014. Like, what was the shift? So that was interesting to hear from him.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is most of the time people take the path of, like, yapping and like talking trash and like doing that. Now, certainly he's doing that too, right? He has some jabs for certain guys in there, but there's also like this like I'm an elevated thinker type of personality that's kind of shining through. He's very unique and I can't quite say that anybody's taken this path before to a certain degree, and I like it. He's just like he seems to be the guy on all topics, and
his dedication to learning English too.
Yes,
it's impressive.
Him versus Dan Hooker would be so much fun. Yeah. Right? Like the buildup would be a lot of fun.
But even that, he's like, Dan Hooker wants Dustin Poirier. But you're not going to get Dustin Poirier because he already beat your ass. Like, I mean, he's just great. I love Moicano. Moicano is money.
Moicano is money. Cédric Doumbé, Dakota Ditcheva, and then, of course, Tony Ferguson. I do want to remind everyone, Tony Ferguson is fighting on December the 16th. But don't forget, in New York City, as first announced last week, I'm told very limited tickets left, my friends. City Winery on the west side of Manhattan, the night before UFC 295. There it is, Friday, November 10th. No, there it was. What happened? There it is. Doors open at 5:30, 6:30 show starts. We're going to have multiple guests. We're in talks right now. And look at today's lineup. I mean, there is no show that gives you guests like this, dare I say, on the planet, regardless of sport. And we're going to have giveaways. We're going to have special guests, like I said. We're going to have a meet and greet. It's for the first time ever, live in front of an audience version of the MMA Hour. Sure, we've done things at media days and open workouts, but never in front of all of you. And tickets, according to Corporate Alex, very, very limited left. We just announced this on Wednesday. Appreciate everyone who bought tickets. Appreciate everyone who sent me a screen grab. And I'll tell you what, if you send me a screen grab of you purchasing a ticket in the last few days, including today, we'll pick a random one. And one lucky winner gets a tchotchke from this set. And Dillon was fawning over the set. I mean, a historic one. In fact, I may even let you pick what the tchotchke is.
Whoa.
But you got to give us the screen grab. You got to let us know that you have purchased a ticket, that you are a proud supporter of the program. And it's going to be a great night. It's going to be a great night. That's November 10th in New York City, the night before UFC 295. And the website is citywinery.com, I do believe it was. New York Rick, you gave us a bit.ly. But if they go to City Winery, because I looked online, it's like you have to go like 4 pages down to get to citywinery.com and where our thing is. There's no shorter URL, is there?
Yeah, I mean, just use the one I suggested.
Citywinery.com/New York, and then you can just go tickets and then go to the date, November 10th. Or you can just go on social where
you
we
can
posted it.
Go on social or just bit.ly.
I mean,
you know, it's a fun
they're
thing.
Spread out all over the
it's
city.
all
Like
over
you'll
town.
see them anywhere. I mean, if you're in New York, you'll see it. Subways, bus stops. I mean, they're
Times
everywhere.
Square?
People have been handing them out.
Square. Yeah, people. Someone handed me
They
one. I
slap
was
their
like, what
hand
is
to get your
this?
attention.
Oh, yeah. Actually, maybe a little shortcut. If you just go on Google and type in City Winery in the MMA Hour, it takes you right to the page as well. So,
There you go.
So
Where's the fun in that?
Yeah.
I think you're seeing then. I think the upper tier tickets are completely sold out.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, I was
Yeah, you
told
can
limited.
Yeah, and like when you go on the website, it says low ticket warning.
Wow. How about that? Well, hopefully we sell it out. Pretty confident that we will. But I'd like to sell it out. Oh, wow. Well, there it is.
There
I
it
mean,
is.
after this.
Back in New York, baby.
Back
in
in
Times
the NY. Man, look at that. I mean, what an honor that was to be in Times Square. And
Oh,
now
this
to
is
have
live
this,
right now.
This is again.
No, I know. I'm saying on Wednesday when I was on Times Square. Oh, and now
there I
now
was.
GC's
I
on
was
Times
just
Square.
I was just
Wow.
in Times Square.
That reminded me of the cutaway to you during the Jim Lampley interview.
that was all time stuff. Yeah, I was caught quite off guard there.
Speaking of Jim Lampley, he did a great job on the ppv.com stream. Speaking of the ppv.com stream, of course, I was watching Canelo Alvarez do his thing against Jermell Charlo. And speaking of him doing his thing, what about how you did this past week? And I know it was a short one for you in terms of activity. You kind of took it off. I mean, 17 straight weeks. But
Yeah.
how did we do overall?
17 straight weeks of UFC, but we did have that parlay, Richardson, Hitchens, and Canelo. Canelo obviously getting a dominant decision win there. So, yeah, another week of profit. 11 of the last 13 weeks. Now we're up 11.6 on the year. We're almost at 90 all time. Knocking on the door of 100.
yeah.
I don't know what we're going to do if we ever hit 100. Some sort of party, a little bit of champagne.
By 2024, I think we're good. I think you're going to nail it.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully we can
that's
keep the...
too far away.
I mean, by January 2024, January 1st, 2024, this will be fait accompli.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at that point we have my retirement ceremony. I pass it on to Frank. Frank can start doing the weekly breakdowns.
I accept.
And I'll, pass it along. It'll be a nice changing of the guard.
Frank just keeps adding hats, you know?
Apparently.
Just willing to do it all.
I mean, he is a true jack of all
Hat
trades.
wearer.
A Craig Counsell, if you will, if anyone knows the baseball reference.
what a
5-tool player,
Over my
right?
hat.
What a deep cut.
Yeah, go Blue Jays. By the way, what a performance out of Canelo Alvarez. Benavidez, to me, has to be the fight. I know he has some business to take care of, but there's nothing. I mean, I
love that fight.
The cool thing to say all week long was, oh, he's lost a step. He did not lose a step. Now I knew that there was, obviously Charlo's great, but he hadn't fought. 14-pound weight class difference, 2 weight classes total. Canelo, in my opinion, was never losing that fight, but it was a fun build, and I liked the fire out of him. And those body shots were freaking deadly. I mean, the pop every time he was nailing him with the body shots, tremendous. I would like to see the Benavidez fight. I saw some people saying Bivol.
No, please no.
I don't want to see that. We saw it. I'd rather Bivol focus on Beterbiev, who's fighting in January. Maybe he gets another fight in there. There's been, and Crawford to me is too small. I don't want to
get out of here.
Yo, at what weight are they going to fight?
You tell me. I don't know.
Crawford just won at what is that? 20 pounds less than what he just fought at.
Yes,
20 something. 20.
Crawford's calling for it, though.
But Crawford wanting it is enough for me. Don't get me wrong. Benavidez, I'll take that all day. No doubt.
That's the fight.
That is an amazing fight. I think there's a lot of people that are kind of saying it's his time. But man, if you get a chance at Terence Crawford versus Canelo, that's the fight. You can't pass on that. You cannot pass on that.
I like the Paul fight.
Now, is Crawford is Crawford going to get locked up in a rematch with Spence is a real question, right? All of a sudden now the things kind of sort themselves out. But if there's an opportunity to do Crawford versus Canelo, sign me up instantaneously. Instantaneously. Yeah, he's going to be small. He's going to be small. I get it. I completely get it. But there's a meanness to Crawford that I don't think Charlo showed, right? Like,
no.
If we're looking at that fight, I saw a lot of people saying like the fight was terrible. The fight wasn't terrible. There was just a lack of urgency from Charlo. I expected Charlo to go a little bit more for broke. Unfortunately, when he was asked about it in the post-fight press conference, I think he didn't really quite understand the question because of the phrasing. But I would have liked to see him sell out. That was the part that he got hung up on. I would have liked to see him sell out more and really like go for broke at the end of that fight, because it seemed like at a certain point he was comfortable just losing a decision to Canelo. And naturally, like, look, if you've got a championship down multiple weight classes and you have some other big fights to fall back on, I don't know if he's going to get a Terrence Crawford fight, which he called for. Then there's a certain reason to maybe show that lack of urgency. But it just felt like at a certain point, Canelo was in cruise control and was going to win that fight. And he did nothing to deter him from that.
No, I think he won one round.
Yeah. But I'm like, sure. But then the later stages is where it was even more apparent, right?
Yeah.
It just felt like it was a foregone conclusion at a certain point. I don't see the same happening with Terrence Crawford, regardless of the weight. Certainly, this is a monumental task. Canelo is every bit as good as we all think he is. But, man, I think Terrence Crawford is just as good.
No, he's incredible. But I just kind of want to see – I'd rather see – honestly, I'd rather see Charlo versus Crawford. Let him get those undisputed belts first.
That was an interesting call-out.
Yeah.
Charlo.
If
Crawford
I'm Crawford,
killed Charlo on Twitter.
Do I care if I'm Crawford?
Yo, get all the undisputed belts. Just move your way up. I think that would be more fun than jumping. I think it would be cool to see him continue to move up. Now, he's probably going to fight Spence again.
That's the thing. It seems like all roads are leading toward that.
But, you know, every time this happens, when there's no MMA on and there's a big boxing match, you'll see people comparing the two. I really enjoyed just watching his brilliance. And I thought I thought that was one of the best Canelos that we've seen in the last like 2-3 years. And so I just loved the fire. I loved watching him work. The undercard was actually really good. I know that was a thing all week long. How's the undercard? Blah, 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 blah. But it was a great night. I don't understand why you can't like both. They're two different sports, different rounds. I know there's similarities. Obviously, the scoring is one of the similarities. But I hate the continuous comparison between the two. It was actually there was so much going on. Caroline Dubois was fighting. She's a big-time prospect. There was the Matchroom card as well. There was just a lot going on. Once you start to follow like both sports really closely, which we are doing these days, there's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot of shit to watch. But I enjoyed watching that fight in particular. I went to another Red Bulls game. I enjoyed that as well. That's a great scene. Yeah. Tough loss for them. But that was fun. Shout out to one of the guys over there who hooked me up, who's a fan of the show, who in fact said, GC, that he heard us talking about the experience at the arena while
fantastic.
He was driving to work, and he heard us he was listening to the show and then heard us talking about it.
Huh.
His name is Zach. He reached out. He's a fan of the program, so appreciate him being kind to the family.
I mean, the stadium is incredible.
It is.
Exciting games. Easy to get to if you live in Jersey.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, easy to get to from New York, too. Harrison's not that far from New York City.
I drove by it yesterday. Beautiful arena.
Yeah. Yeah, they call it Red Bull Arena, not Red Bull Stadium, which is interesting. But in any event. All right, so I think we've accomplished it. Is there anything else that we need to talk about? PFL Europe was great. UFC back. Obviously, we have a Wednesday show. It's been a crazy day. Dillon and I are friends, unless he's posted probably some fake DMs or something since then.
No, he posted a picture of y'all.
Oh, yeah? What did he say? What was the caption? He asked for the picture, by the way. I didn't ask him. I just went,
I can't confirm that. Caption, lady killers.
1,000? Okay. Now, is he trying to post a picture because he's like trying to say, look at me?
It is, man. It's just a picture of y'all.
Oh, look at me.
Good.
By the way,
lady killers.
He's had some good Photoshops. That's a bad one. Look at the hand. The OJ hand? Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
A great time to be alive. One Championship had an event as well, and I do want to acknowledge the retirement of the great Angela Leigh. Her speech was was very heartfelt, and hopefully we'll have her on the show perhaps on Wednesday as well. So I know a lot of people were asking about some One Championship interviews, efforting that as we speak. Yes, New York Rick, did you want to say something?
I was gonna say shout out to the One production, video, social media team, whoever kind of conceived that, but they had Angela Leigh talking to both the competitors.
Oh, that was cool. Yeah.
Weight title fight and letting them know, hey, look, I'm stepping away from the sport. This title is going to be not an interim title, but it's going to be the official belt. It was just great content and really cool to see that kind of sincerity and genuine moment. And you could tell both of them were obviously very touched, as well as Angela. So shout out to them. Great content.
Yeah, and Stamp Fairtex, now the champion.
Now shout out to Stamp.
Yeah,
she's a star. She's a star on the rise.
I was just gonna.
Yeah.
Oh, the shirt.
The shirt. I feel like we have to talk about the
shirt. Oh, yeah. I wasn't sure if I put you on the spot there.
No. It was just the transition was a little bit like it wasn't the right time. We were talking Tony.
Oh, okay.
But it's not often I get out of a black t-shirt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's since us returning to MMA fighting, I don't think you've ever worn anything but a black t-shirt.
No, well, I did wear the plaid for that show, but it's rare. Like let's
I swear there was one other time you did.
Yeah, maybe. But this happens to be actually a shirt from the female GOAT, Chris Cyborg.
Oh, you're covering it.
Here, I'm gonna stand up.
Oh, there it is. Yes.
We've also got, the team over there.
That's a pretty sick shirt. They always have great content. Oh, she always has. Yeah, she always has like a good
allude to the area.
Yes, I like that. There was a